Good morning. Hey, look at that little square. Very, very small and squarish. Good morning, everybody. I am Bob Mata. This is Defense Diaries. Today is October 21st, 2025, and this is our continuing coverage of the Dustin Duren case. Day 2 of the trial. Yesterday was pretty slow. Hopefully today is a little more briskly paced. I imagine that we're going to get some more interesting witnesses for the state as they continue to put their case in chief on. Let me pull it up because we got some walking around here in the courtroom, some hot mic action. I gotta fix that shade, that weird line. I'm gonna have to fix that, y'all. Won't have to fix it. All right, let's see here. All right. Let's get going here.
They're just plugging into the box
This
here
hot
with
mic
the
stuff
wire.
going.
And otherwise, I haven't seen anything for any.
Got a question for you.
We have Richard wearing his red shirt right now.
So somebody
Not in the
Tiff, which hat are you talking? You're not talking about my stovepipe hat, are you? Is that what you're asking? If so, that is a hard no. Hold on, I'll be right back. I did it. I fixed it. That's better. I don't have that weird bright line on me. So how you guys doing? You beautiful humans? It's good to see you again. Had a busy day yesterday. Had the old full day of trial, and then Allie and I went live with our buried content, which I thought was pretty good. You guys should watch it. Yeah, surprisingly, DB, there is a day 2. I don't think this is going to be a lengthy trial. I think that Duren's going to have to testify. It's a defense of others case. He's going to have to give his side of the story. I don't see any way around that. Anytime I am watching or have conducted a self-defense or defense of others trial, your defendant almost always has to testify because, I mean, they have to give their side of it. They have to convince the jury why it was reasonable for them to feel the way they felt in terms of the actions that they took. So I anticipate when we get to the defense's case in chief that he will, in fact, take the stand. So, I mean, I suppose stranger things have happened and he won't, but I would be surprised if he didn't. So what's going on with y'all? What's good? What's good out in the world? Looks to be another beautiful fall day here in the suburbs of Chicago. Yesterday was glorious. Like when it was around noon, just beautiful out. So also episode 4 of Buried Inside the John Wayne Gacy investigation has dropped. It dropped at about 4 a.m. this morning. If you are one of those folks that has been able to figure out how to automatically download the episodes for podcasts you're listening to, it's already in your feed. If you're not, go and grab it. Go and grab it. Went on with, thank you so much, Carlo Mass. You guys have no idea how important this thing is to me. No idea. I mean, probably have a decent idea since I've been yammering about it for 3 days straight. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. If my my incessant marketing of my passion project podcast is not for you, well, then you might want to check back after about 2 weeks, because I'm going to be pushing it hard, reminding you, please listen to it. I know for 2 years I've mentioned it on occasion. This is a whole different thing. It's out. It's phenomenal. The sound of the tapes is phenomenal. It's like a different podcast. It really is. The content of it, which didn't need any editing as far as I'm concerned, and was just a groundbreaking investigation into that case, is still right there for you. And now we have the tape sound as it always should have been, which means that you can actually hear all of it. So it's a different experience. So if you've listened to it once, listen to it again. Believe me, it's different. It's different. But yeah, go get episode 4. It's called Flashback. Our titles, and Darren Wood, my producer, came up with a vast majority of them are awesome in the series. Pay attention to them because they're pretty good. They're pretty good. I'm gonna have to have some kind of. Well, look at that guy. Did you see that guy? He's like, oh shit! I'm walking in front of the camera. Had to dip out. So nobody from the defense is here yet. They're running 2 minutes late. Lucky for them, the judge isn't out on the bench. The clerk could be like, all right, they're here. And then the judge will come out. If you're a judge and you really want to have a lawyer feel uncomfortable, then go sit on the bench and have them have to walk in after you're already on the bench at a trial. It's not a great feeling. You're like, oh God, the judge is going to kill us. Yeah, it happens. Life happens. Thank you, Tracy, for dropping the links. The links for the podcast are in there, in that chat. What? No, Polygraph. I did not see the burglary at the Louvre. What? Fascinating. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Who doesn't love a good heist? Wow, I'm gonna have to check into that. I'm going to have to. Oh, you like the dramatic reading? Yeah, that thing is very heavy. That dramatic reading was rather lengthy, so I think my neck was starting to hurt. It's like it feels like a 14-pound hat. It's got a lot of girth. That hat. It's girthy. You don't have Apple. I don't know what the other thing is. What is that? INWLD. Somebody help me. I don't know what that means. You have Spotify. You have Google. It's anywhere you can listen to podcasts. There's tons of free players where you can get it. There's lots of places you can get it on our website. You can listen to it straight off our website, which is defensediaries.com. I think. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Grifter's gonna grift, and creator's gonna grift, and thanks. I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, even if you guys didn't like it, you couldn't stop me. It's the nice thing about it being my channel. Hey, look at that. Look at that shining, beautiful face. Good morning, New Hampshire. I love it. Oh, she's giving directions here. She's like, all y'all in the front row need to fuck right off. She's like, yeah, I know. I'm just kidding, though. Y'all can sit there. Yeah. Oh, man, I hope today is not another day of foundational witnesses. That was Great question. Ooh la la. Formerly. Boy, you're up in the name game, Lamam. 33, except episode 33 has 3 parts. So there's technically 36. We were adamant about keeping it at 33 episodes to the eye because of the number of victims, and we wanted to memorialize them and think about them. So I wouldn't have cared if there were 17 parts. I was keeping it 33 episodes. It was important to us. So, but it's a lot. It's a journey. It is a real-time journey. It is a Oh, Rachel, you must have missed my rant yesterday about how I don't talk about the high school drama bullshit. You know, I know a lot of creators. I hear various things from various people. Um, I could certainly get on and make content and truly grift, because everybody that makes that kind of content right now is grifting like a grifting grifter. It's not really my thing. It's not really my thing. Like yesterday, I was talking about, the this feeling that I have that YouTube is just like an enormous, massive high school, clicky high school, and everybody's just walking around talking shit about one another, and then somebody overhears those people talking shit, and then they go talk about it on their channels. It's what it feels like. It's what it feels like. I mean, to me, none of it is of any substance, to be honest with you. You know, my experience with Lauren in Hidden True Crime is she was sleeping on the ground at Delphi, and I worked hard to be able to try to get her a seat at least one day at the trial so she could sleep at a hotel, which I accomplished. And, I was happy to do it because I'm a nice person. And then she proceeded to go on to her show after the trial. And I guess uh, cast me in a bad light. So, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? People are going to people. I can't worry about it. I just can't. I can't. So I don't really have anything to say about it beyond that, to be honest with you. But, with all these things, I hope someday with all of these kind of like side stories that are going on in all the different camps and all the different cases with all the different creators, I just hope at some point, the truth comes out, whatever that may be. I have no idea what it is, but at some point, hopefully whatever the reality is comes out so it all ends. It's the best way for it to end. Just have whatever the reality of the situation is come out, and then it goes away, and I don't have it clogging my feeds. I was like, Allie was like, yeah. She's like, I don't like it either, but I kind of watch some of it. I'm like, yeah, it's hard to avoid. It really is. I mean, the whole Karen Reed thing with everything that's going on over there with the just battling camps is like, ugh, it's just a lot. It's just a lot. It is a lot to handle for me. Some people love it. Some people love the drama. I can see why. It's kind of like a in real time episode of Real Housewives is kind of what it feels like. It's what a lot of it gives me that vibe. But all right, let's see what else we got. I don't know if I have ads on. I'm gonna turn them off. I'm gonna set a goal because I'm giving up income, which I need to live and survive and provide for my family. So I'm gonna set a goal, and hopefully you guys will dono. That's the I want to give you a better experience here where ads aren't blasting in your face all of a sudden during a critical part of testimony. And in exchange for me not having ads, I would appreciate if guys look out for us. Now there's some grifting. That was some class A grifting right there. Okay, let me see. Let me get into it. I got to go back here. Oh, good. I have them off. All right. So I'm going to set a goal. The other thing that I'm planning on doing, which is part of the buried grift, is I'm going to have a contest. I have to try to figure out how to set it up that for a free hoodie. So I'm going to up it from a t-shirt to a hoodie for that, because we usually have wheel spins for t-shirts of your choice from our store. For that in particular contest, I'm going to give away a hoodie, but I'm going to make it where it's not going to be a wheel spin. I'm going to have you guys promoting the podcast for us by sending us screenshots of friends and family that you have sent the link for the podcast to, and who have sent you in return proof that they actually followed it. So whoever can come up with the most people, whether it's 1, 5, 10, 100, will win that contest. And it'll be pretty simple from your end. You'll just have to submit to us the proof that you've sent it off to friends in whatever form or fashion that you desire, and then show us that they actually followed up with it. Because word of mouth for a pod that doesn't have a marketing budget like iHeart or Wondery, who just pop up on the front page of Apple and are there for everybody, whether it's a shitty podcast or not, people click it and they listen. That's it. And Wondery has some phenomenal podcasts. They have some average podcasts. They have some podcasts that aren't that great. And it doesn't matter. They stick them on the front page of Apple and Spotify. People listen. And I am going to do everything in my power to get our podcast out to the world, because as far as I'm concerned, the fact that it's not kind of recognized as being one of the best podcasts ever, I don't care how that makes me look. It just is. I've listened to so many podcasts, and the thing is epic. It's epic. That's all there is. Like when you guys get into the 30s and you're hearing Bill Kunkel perform his closing argument that he did in that trial, it's like, tell me another podcast that's done that. And then, I'll have learned something today. It's just, it's really good. It's really good. It's a real-time investigation. All right. They are late as hell today. Am I fucking up? Oh my God. I feel like I'm fucking up. Oh my God. You guys are going to kill me.
That's all right. Your blooping's on.
Oh yeah, we do have blue. Oh, there's Allie from the comfort of the bed. Have you guys been telling me I'm fucking up yet? All right, good. Thank God this isn't like Karen Reed. You guys would be all screaming at
Dang
me.
it, Bobby.
I'm sitting here like an absolute moron with day one. I'm like, what is going on? These mofos are really late. Yeah, so there you go. I'm gonna, no one noticed that it said day one over there. All right, so bear with me.
People?
Yeah, I'm gonna blame the people.
Oh my God.
See, in my defense, it said day one. No, it just said it's like latest from live, whatever. All right, let me figure this out.
How many people are there?
I don't know. Only 477, so that's good.
Sorry, 477.
We got a little crowd of 315 today. Ride or dies. The real ones are here. Okay, so did we decide that we liked Law and Crime yesterday, or did we is this thing Mandy, Tracy, is this thing, are they even showing day 2? Hold on here. Hold on. All right, everybody, all is well. I found it. They are in fact showing day 2. Okay. All right. Oh God, for all that yapping, we really only have 1 minute of 2 minutes blooping time. That's it. Son of a bitch. Wow. That was depressing. All right. Okay, all's right.
It's not rocket science. Just say yes and we'll move on.
Or is it? Is it rocket science? Oftentimes I feel thanks, Mandy. Yeah. We didn't miss much though. Here, watch. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh, there's Judge Weave, Judge Hairpiece. There he is.
Judge Weave.
Yeah, there was the poll yesterday was whether or not this judge is wearing a wig.
Dustin Duren for the state.
Good morning, Josh Fleischer for the state.
Morning.
Kenneth for Mr. Duren, and Margaret Heddles representing Mr. Duren.
Okay, good morning, council. Good morning, Mr. Duren.
Judge sounds
Please be
good.
seated. Okay, just a few quick things before I bring the jury in. First of all, there was some discussion relative to the media access to the proceedings. We have attempted to try to clean up or to specify that during breaks that there would not be
Hot mics.
a live mic on. So I'm getting a nod from the back that that's and a thumbs up. So again, I just urge, thank you for that. Number one. Number two, just in case there's any technical issue with that, I also encourage everyone to be mindful that during breaks that even though there's an intent and an ability to turn off the mic, there might be a situation where a mic is live. So I would just urge people to be mindful of that. Second, Attorney Duran, with respect to the two in-camera motions, I went back
Justice
and
of the
I
peace.
did
It's
grant those.
amazing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So I did.
And also
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
So
Susan
I think,
won. Susan won the internet.
Medical
They
records
agreed.
was September 3rd by my
Wow. That was fantastic.
reckoning, and the CAC was also September 3rd. So if for some reason they didn't get to you, then there's your notice.
Thank you.
Okay. So if there's anything in those that I missed, but I simply granted them as is. Next, with regard to the motion to reconsider, again, I'm denying the motion to reconsider.
Okay. I have reached that is definitely a wig. Like you can see it. You can see his hair, and then you see that line like 2 inches. Like that's got to be a piece. It's got to be a piece. I'm in the peace camp. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at with
I've got
this.
a few more comments to make with respect to that.
It's a good one.
I did review the transcript again relative to the statements at issue. And so adopting the
You're
reasoning
welcome,
as
Julie.
proffered by the defendant, but
Thank
also
you.
a few more comments in that regard. Specifically, the state is offering the defendant's statement to the police as part of the transcript and the video, which has already been litigated. Based upon my review of the statement, it does contain hearsay. We've already litigated, and we had a specific hearing on this 2 weeks ago, the proposed redactions to the statement, and I've already made my rulings in that regard. As part of that overall statement, and I specifically go to page 56 of that statement, Mr. Duren, in his comment to the police, indicated, I'm reading from line 21, and then she just said, no, comma, I'm staying here, comma, and I'm not leaving, period. That's it, page 56, line 21 through 22. So the touchstone or the lodestar relative to my analysis in that regard goes back to Mr. Duren's rights under these proceedings relative to the right to present all proofs favorable and the general confrontation right relative to a statement such as that. So based upon that and looking at Rule 806, which for purposes of this proceeding, I will read into the record.
Thanks, Judge.
Relative to 806, that when a hearsay statement has been admitted in evidence, the declarant's credibility may be attacked and then supported by any evidence that would be admissible for those purposes if the declarant had testified as a witness. The court may admit evidence of the declarant's inconsistent statement or conduct regardless of when it occurred or whether the declarant had an opportunity to explain or deny it. So again, with respect to Ms. Naffziger's statement, I believe that my ruling is that Ms. Duren has the right to challenge that statement. And I'm admitting it for credibility purposes in that vein. Substantively, I'm also allowing it for now as evidence to the claim, as evidence in support of the claim of defense of others. However, I would also note for the record that I'm still waiting for further legal argument relative to the issue that was raised during the motions hearing 2 weeks ago, which we will continue to work on that, and we will have to have a hearing on that relative to the defendant's legal position, to put it in the simplest terms possible, as to whether you can kidnap your own kid. So we referenced that during the hearing 2 weeks ago.
You
As a
can.
legal proposition, not as a factual proposition. And that's something that needs to be returned to. I understand that there's a need to proceed with openings and the presentation of evidence before we get to the final jury instructions. However, that issue still is being yet to be ruled on, the specific ramifications of that. So again, I'm denying the motion to reconsider relative to a Rule 806 ruling as to the credibility, as to Mr. Duren's right to attack the credibility of that statement as he made it, once that
Welcome,
statement
Marie.
is offered into evidence as a hearsay statement under 8033, as referenced by Attorney Kettles yesterday. And then substantively, I'm allowing it for now, subject to how we end up having the legal ruling on the issue that I flagged last week. Attorney Duren or Spicer, any questions on my rulings with respect to the motion to reconsider?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, the motion, objection duly noted. Anything further, Attorney Kenny or Attorney Kettles, on that issue?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, thank you. And the final housekeeping matter is, just so counsel are aware, when the jury does come in, the first thing I'm going to do is inquire as to whether they have had any media exposure. In the event that they have, we will be taking a break. Okay, anything else before we bring the jury in? Okay, all set.
So with respect to that ruling he just made, it's curious to me. It sounds like the defense wanted to get in her statement where she's saying, no, I'm not leaving, I'm staying here. How does that help in a defense of others case where their theory is that she was trying to kidnap the kids? Am I missing something? Aw, good old Judge Newman. Good old Judge Newman. Cherry, thank you for your Venmo. $5. Through the Venmo machine, my favorite way to get donos.
Coos County Superior Court is now in session.
All right, Ashley, I see you. I see you. Ashley was saying, Bob, read something. Where is it? Dude, read my super chat. Wait, where is
Okay,
it?
good morning. Thank you. Please be seated.
Oh, my bestie lives less than a mile from that.
Okay, good morning,
Keene
members of the jury.
Applebee's.
Thank you for your punctuality. A few quick comments before we get started.
Let me pause this right. So my bestie lives less than a mile from that Keene Applebee's, and her father-in-law is a criminal defense attorney, former criminal defense attorney there. Oh, there's some tea. There's a little tea. Did you call your bestie and say, hey, give me all the dirt so I can tell my people over at DD? That's what you should do. Get us some dirt. Tell them to go to the Applebee's, find out who's got the most flair on their overalls, and report back to us. No, but really find out if anybody that currently works there, because this didn't happen but a year ago, year and some change. See if anybody's got stories. I'd like to know the details of this. There's like a lot of really cloudy, murky areas in this case for me in terms of what the status of these children were, like who had custody and control of the kids. It's like, it's not clear to me yet. I'm hoping that that's going to be dealt with in this trial.
Started for the day. I did indicate to you yesterday, as I think that you probably
Thank you,
were
Ashley.
aware, that there is a media presence during the course of this trial. And one thing I did not state yesterday, but I wanted to bring to your attention and to assure you of, is that one of the standing orders of the court system, it's not just my order, it's the entire New Hampshire Superior Court judicial branch. There is an order relative to the media presence during
Indeed.
these proceedings. As you know, it is an open courtroom. But one of the standing orders that is directed to the media is that the jurors' faces are not to be shown as part of the proceedings. So I didn't say that yesterday, and I want to assure you of that, that your, whether it's still photography or whether it's any videos, that you would not be as part of that transmission. I wanted to bring that to your attention. And the second thing I wanted to follow up on is, again, because there is a media presence during this trial, if any of you have had exposure relative to anything in the media in the last 24 hours during the break since yesterday, if you could raise your hand and we'll address that if that has occurred. Okay, please thank you. Please let the record reflect that none of the jury members raised their hand. So I thank you for that. And again, that's going to be a continuing order and instruction to you to, number one, avoid all contact relative to any media representations or coverage as to what's happening here today. And as I said, to please take affirmative steps to avoid inadvertent exposure as well. So I thank you for following my instructions in that regard. Okay, ready to proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Tracy Flaherty.
All right, Tracy Flaherty. Let me get that up. Boyfriend lives in Keene, and he said he hasn't seen any local news on this at all. Interesting.
Good morning, ma'am. Could you please raise your right hand?
Good morning.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give is the truth under the pain and penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Good morning. Could you please tell the jury your name and spell your last name?
Good morning. My name is Tracy Flaherty. First name Tracy, Tracey. Last name Flaherty, Flaherty.
Ms. Flaherty, where do you work?
I work for the New Hampshire State Police Major Crime Unit. I'm an intelligence analyst.
How long have you worked for the New Hampshire State Police?
I worked for the New Hampshire State Police since 2016. Prior to that, I was an intelligence analyst with the FBI for 16 and a half years. Then I was an analyst with Liberty Mutual Special Investigations Unit, working medical fraud. And I had my own business for a few years before joining the state police, where I provided training to private investigators and law enforcement on the techniques of intelligence analysis, how it can be used in cold cases and missing persons.
Thank you, Ms. Flaherty. You mentioned that you are an intelligence analyst. We'll keep it specific to the New Hampshire State Police. What do you do for the New Hampshire State Police as an intelligence analyst?
So I assist in major crime investigations. Those are typically homicides. I help generate leads by researching and locating individuals. I also review evidence that's collected. That could be based on a search warrant, so communication records, maybe financial records, social media. I may assist in looking at devices depending on the needs of the case.
Thank you. Ms. Flaherty, you mentioned locating people. Do you have any experience with New Hampshire State Police or the FBI or any other of your stops on your career in working with cell phone location data?
I do. Since working with state police, I've had training in actual location data that's obtained from communication records from cell phone carriers.
And about how many times would you say you've had the occasion to do that?
Oh, I've testified about 10 times. This is, I think, my 10th trial. And I have probably worked on 75 to 100 different cases that involved communication records. And many of those involve location data.
Could you describe any training you may have with regard to cell phone location data and communications data?
Absolutely. So since joining the state police, I attended a training seminar from the FBI Cellular Analysis Survey Team, which is called FBI CAS team. They're an elite team within the FBI that focuses solely on cellular analysis and location data. I've also attended some other courses from them. In addition, I have attended several online classes from their NDCAC, which is the National Domestic Communication Analysis Center. So they have to keep up with the technology. I've also attended training in person and live webinars from a vendor called Cellhawk. They have the software that I use to assist in the mapping.
Ms. Flaherty, you mentioned mapping and using software. Could you explain what you mean by that?
Absolutely. So when it comes to talking about a cell phone and location data, your phone is
Montana Lil, aw, family hug. Thank you for becoming a member.
continuously, in order to use and location data, your phone is continuously, in order to use it, it's interacting with cell towers. It needs to connect to an antenna, typically mounted on a tower. You're probably used to seeing them on the highway, those big, large structures. But they can also be an antenna that's mounted on a building or a sign. But anyway, your phone does need to connect to an antenna. And so what we end up doing is every tower has a unique phone number, or ID number, I should say. And within the phone records that we receive, that tells us what tower maybe an event is connected to. So for instance, a call. When you make a call or receive a call and your phone connects to a tower, that tower has a unique number. And in the data, we also have not only that unique number of the tower, but what side of the tower, which helps us give a general direction of where that device is when it's connected to the tower. So either for call detail records, which we received in this case, which is incoming, outgoing calls that are made, or specialized location records, which is engineering data, we actually get those unique ID numbers. And the carrier also provides a list of all the towers and those numbers, the sectors, which is that side of the tower that I mentioned, where the antennas are placed, and then how those sectors are orientated. And so by matching that up, and the software helps because it's a volume of data, by matching that up between the two, I can then map that latitude and longitude of the tower that's being used, and then know what side of the tower. And as we'll see in the maps, you can get an idea of general direction of the device and then movement of that device.
Ms. Flaherty, thank you. That's quite a lot of information. I want to back up a little bit. You mentioned that you, in your work, doing this kind of work, generally use communications data. Are there different types of data that you receive related to cell phones?
Yes.
And who provides those?
That would be the mobile carrier. So in this case, it's Verizon.
So someone like Verizon, AT&T, some company
Correct.
like that. And that is data that those companies, is that data that they keep for their own purposes?
Yes. So for billing purposes, they have call records for their subscribers. And for their own business purposes, they have specialized location records that is engineering data that they use to be able to make decisions on coverage, maybe where to put an antenna, how to orientate their antennas, or working on upgrading service in a certain area.
So Ms. Flaherty, you mentioned something called call detail records. What are those?
So call detailed records are similar to your phone bill. It shows calls incoming and outgoing. I'm able to see the date and time of the call, the numbers that are involved in the call. And if we are obtaining call detail records with cell site information, so tower information, then I see that unique number for the tower that's used during that event, along with what side of the tower, so the sector number.
So we'll have a visual in a bit that I think will explain the issue of the size of the tower. So you talked about call detail records. Are you familiar with something called RTT data?
I am.
What is RTT data?
That is the name for Verizon's specialized location records, or their engineering data. Basically, what that is it provides events when your phone is continuously interacting with the towers when it's on. The carrier's taking measurements of the speed of the signal from the tower to the device and back. And so when that measurement's taken, it gives an estimated distance of where that device is from the tower. So we're able to use that and kind of get a better idea of maybe where a device might be.
Ms. Flaherty, in your experience, do cell phone records or communication data also include something called subscriber information?
Yes.
And what is that generally?
That is the individual typically that is paying the bill and is subscribed to the phone, and oftentimes the user of the phone.
Ms. Flaherty, on March 1st of 2024, did you become involved in an investigation involving someone named Dustin Duren?
Yes, I did.
Could you please tell us when that happened that day and how you became involved?
I received a phone call from my team early morning hours, sometime between March 1st before 2:30 a.m. I received a phone call saying that they needed my assistance in initiating an exigency request for location data on a device that was associated with Mr. Duren.
Ms. Flaherty, I'm going to stop you there.
Sure.
I apologize. You mentioned exigency. What is exigency? in your
So-
experience?
So exigency is a process that law enforcement is able to use in interacting with a carrier such as Verizon when there's an emergency and a concern for possible dangerous death or bodily harm.
Is exigency a process that's available when perhaps it's not practical to get a search warrant?
Yes, if it's deemed to be an emergency situation, yes.
So in the early morning hours of March 1st, 2024, you told us that you were asked to use the exigency process to do something. Can you tell us what you did?
Sure. So the first thing I did, which is required by Verizon, each carrier kind of has their own method that they want you to interact with. For Verizon, I initiated first calling their emergency hotline, told them the situation, and that I was looking for whether there was a current location on the phone number that I was given.
Was that phone number 702-280-5090?
Yes, it was.
And is that a Verizon phone number?
Yes, it is.
So when you made that first call with Verizon, what happened?
So they told me that there was no current location on that phone, which indicated to me that that phone was most likely off and not connecting to the cellular network.
So you mentioned that the phone was off. What are the scenarios where a phone would stop communicating with the network?
If you turn your phone off, if the phone could be destroyed, if you're out of area where there's no signal, no data, then it's possible that it's not connecting to the cellular network.
So at that point, did you?
That's
know those
weird.
scenarios may have been
That's
used
weird.
on the telephone?
I did not.
So after receiving that initial information from Verizon that the phone was not communicating, what did you do next?
So then I
That's
initiated their
suspicious.
emergency disclosure form, which was a request to provide historical information on that device. So such as asking for the subscriber to just verify the ownership of that device, and then asking for historical call detail records. So those calls incoming and outgoing activity. Also requested the last known location of that device before it stopped communicating with their network. The request also was for that specialized location data and text detail.
When you mentioned that specialized location data, do you mean that?
The RTT, correct?
RTT data. So again, what time in the morning is this that you submitted this form requesting all this other information?
So I spoke to Verizon around 2:30 a.m. and about 2:45, so 2:45 a.m. was when I submitted the form and received the results back about an hour later, I believe.
What were those results that you received?
So I actually received the historical information, the call detail records, everything that I had requested. They sent back via an email, and it covered the time period of February 29th, 2024 at midnight through March 1st at like 2:30 in the morning.
So roughly about the time.
About the time that I contacted them, yes.
Ms. Flaherty, you mentioned a number of records, including call detail records, subscriber information, and RTT data that were obtained early in the morning.
Yes,
Did the New Hampshire State Police later obtain those records again via a search warrant process?
they did, yes.
And was the data the same that was obtained?
Yes, it covered that time period in a larger time period.
So those records that you obtained through the search warrant that covered the same time period,
Mhm.
did you review those records?
I did.
And
Sure, certainly.
Ms. Flaherty, I'm handing you something that's marked for identification at this point. That states Exhibit 13 is a thumb drive. Do you recognize that thumb drive?
I do.
Have you reviewed the contents of that thumb drive?
I have.
And what does that thumb drive contain?
This contains the historical call detail records, the subscriber record, and the RTT data that I used to create the visuals today.
So that is the data, some of the data that you received by a search warrant and reviewed.
Yes,
And did you use the data on this thumb drive to create a series of maps?
yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this point, the state moves to introduce Exhibit 13 as a full exhibit.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Certainly.
Oh, we have blooping. Let's bloop. Let's bloop. Okay. There we go.
So, Your Honor, for the record, the state introduced this as a full exhibit.
Over the conditional objection as indicated during the bench, yes, the objection is overruled and the identification may be stricken and it shall be considered a full exhibit.
Thank you. This is Exhibit 13 for the record. May I approach, Your Honor?
Please.
Ms. Flaherty, you told us that you used the data on that thumb drive to create a series of maps. I've handed you a number of documents. The first one is marked State's Exhibit 12A for identification. Can you tell us what this is?
Yeah, this is a document that depicts two pictures of a cell tower, your traditional cell tower, with 3 sectors. It's just to demonstrate to the jury the tower and how the antennas are affixed to the tower and orientated.
So this relates to some of your testimony earlier about how the data that you receive involves which side of the cell tower.
Correct.
it's really getting.
Correct.
And if you can look at everything else, put that aside and look at the rest of those. What are those that you're looking at?
These are maps that I created to assist in showing the actual movement of the device on February 29th, 2024.
So when you say the device, do you mean the cell phone associated with
Uh,
data,
Yes, the 702 number.
the 702 number that you began receiving some of that data in the early morning hours of March 1st?
Yes,
And that's the same data that's on that thumb drive, Exhibit 13?
correct.
So you have exhibits 12A, D, as in dog, E, F, H, I, J, K, and M.
Should be. They do not have the exhibit labels on them.
back of it.
No.
Is there a red sticker?
Okay, yeah, and this one does. Yeah, this one didn't. Yes, you're correct. Sorry.
With the exception of A, the rest are maps that you created.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell us a little bit more about how you created those maps?
Sure. I had mentioned it a bit earlier. We obtained the data in spreadsheets from Verizon, Excel spreadsheets, and it's a large volume of data. So I enter that into a program by a company called Leads Online. It's called CellHawk, and it assists in doing that matching that I talked about as far as the unique tower number that's in the tower list. I upload that Verizon tower list and matching the tower that's used for each event. So whether that event is a call that takes place within the call detail records, or that event is one of those RTT events where it's actually capturing that estimated distance to tower in the engineering data. And so that helps me visualize and make these maps. And then for quality control, I mean, I look at the raw data, I look at the maps, and I make sure that it is correct.
So Ms. Flaherty, you mentioned that this data that you use to create these maps includes events, and that a certain event could be something like a phone call.
Yes, yep. So calls, or I typically call an event if it happens to be like an RTT engineering data, date and time
I
event.
want to ask you about that. When you say that there's an event that is related to RTT or engineering data, is the phone making a call or sending a text message at that point?
Not necessarily. RTT can be captured when the phone's being used, but it's when your phone is continuously interacting with the network and the carrier is actually capturing and measuring that, like I said, that signal speed, so that they can make some decisions when they look at that data for their own business process.
So would it be fair to say that as long as the phone is on, it may be communicating with the cell phone tower?
Correct.
And that is regardless of whether it happens to be in use for a call or a text or something like that?
As long as it's on and the data is available, yes.
And you
Attorney
mentioned-
Spicer?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Can the witness identify the program that was used? Again, I didn't,
Yes.
if there's the spelling of that program?
Sure, it's Cellhawk, CELLHAWK.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Flaherty, you mentioned that you check these maps for quality control. How do you do that?
By looking at the raw data and knowing, understanding the sectors and side of the tower, and then making sure that appears accurate. And I also spot check the lat and longs and make sure that maps correctly.
You said lat and long. Does the raw data that you review that's on Exhibit 13 include latitude and longitude information?
No, the cell site list from the phone company, from Verizon, when they give me the master list of their cell towers, it has the latitude and the longitude for each unique number.
Does the data that you reviewed include latitude and longitude information?
In the in the RTT and the call detail, I believe they have their separate list underneath, yes.
And so you use essentially the latitude and the longitude associated with those events and the timing to help place that phone?
The latitude and longitude of the tower that's in the tower list that's provided in that data is not necessarily in the row of the event is the latitude and longitude, just the unique number match is how we get there.
And so you did all these quality control and spot checks with regard to the maps that you had here today?
I did.
Your Honor, at this point, the state moves to introduce exhibits 12A, D, E, F, H, I, J, K, and M as full exhibits.
The identification may be stricken with respect to those specific exhibits, and they shall be considered as full exhibits.
Ms. Flaherty, you should have a screen right there. I'm showing you what's now marked for as a full exhibit, stage 12A. Could you tell us what this is?
So this is a picture of your traditional cell site or cell tower. Like I said, you can have antennas. You'll see here where the arrows are pointing, those boxes that set some antennas. And so on each side of the tower, you can see it's kind of like a triangle on this particular tower. It's a 3-sector tower. And so there's sets of antennas on there. Each of those towers, like I said, has a unique ID number. And that's where your phone, in order to be able to send, receive a call, use your data plan, text messages, you're going to be attaching to an antenna that's mounted on a tower.
And when you mentioned different sides of the tower, this one has 3, correct?
This one has 3, yes.
And how do you use that information about which of those, in this example, 3 towers, when it comes to determining a location?
So in the records, there'll be a column for like a sector, and it'll have a number like a 1, 2, or 3. If it's a like a 3G, you'll see actual sector. If it's an LTE, they're called an E-Node B number, and that'll be part of that number will have the sector, and that tells you what side.
So using the side and some of the other data you mentioned, you're able to help.
Tell which side of the tower, yes.
Ms. Flaherty, I'm showing you states Exhibit 12D. You see this?
I do.
So this is one of the maps you created. Could you please tell us what you're looking at?
So first, just to draw your eye to the red oval, it has a 1063. That's marking 1063 Main Street. It's the address there. And what we have all these maps are for the 702 phone number device. And the device is attached to the northern tower from that address. You can see, if you look at where it says 538 to the north.
Ms. Flaherty, perhaps it would be better if you could come down.
Can I? That'd be
Yes,
fantastic. Thank you.
Well, we step right up to this large screen in front of the jury here. And please continue. You were explaining this map to us.
So, oh, thank you. Won't go any further? Okay, I will speak loudly so I can actually maybe point. Okay. So here we have a marker for an address, 1063 Main Street. And here, when I'm talking about that tower I showed you, that picture of a tower, so this orange circle represents that location of a tower. And this wedge here is what just highlights for me the side of the tower that's being used by the device. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the device is in this dark circle here at all. It's just to kind of draw your eye to the side of the tower visually. But what it is saying is that that device is somewhere on the side of this tower. I know confidently that it's not up here because radio waves are not a pie shaped. You know, this is just a visual. That device could be a little bit over here or over here when we're looking at the data. These arcs, it represents that estimated distance from the tower that I talked about that I get from the RTT data. It maps an arc, and it basically, as the phone is communicating back and forth with the tower, these arcs are represented. And when you have a lot of lines and it gets darker, it just sits there a long time, you're gonna get a lot of hits when you know the phone is stationary. So that gives me that indication. So here what we have is the device is connecting to this side of the tower at 538. It's somewhere along this arc at that time. I can't say 100% where it is along this arc, but I can confidently say that it's somewhere along this arc. Okay?
Ms. Flaherty, just to kind of sum up, so this map depicts which tower this particular cell phone was communicating at about 5:38 p.m.
Correct.
And that's on February 29th, 2024.
Correct.
And this map is showing the city of Berlin, New Hampshire.
Yes, it is.
And so those arcs that you mentioned are the estimated distance from the tower. So as you mentioned, correct me if I'm wrong, that phone could be anywhere on that arc.
That is correct.
And you marked 1063. Is that 1063 Main Street in Berlin?
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to be sitting right on one of those arcs?
It is. Yeah.
There's another tower beneath that. Can you talk about that, please?
Sure. So then looking at movement, you see that 538, we have the device connected to this tower. And by 5:57:06, it is now connected down here to this tower on this side. And there are the arcs. That indicates to me a change in tower usage and most likely movement. Okay, so that's how I start to be able to decipher that.
So what time is the phone communicating with that?
And down in Berlin tower is 5:57:06.
And that tower used to be more in the center of Berlin?
Yes.
We're going to move to the next one. You just stay up there. This is State's Exhibit 12F. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at the same device, all the maps are for the same device. So once again, taking off those estimated distance to tower because it gets really busy, you know, and a lot of lines and circles. So just to simplify it, This is still that engineering data while the phone is moving, but it's just showing you the tower usage and the side of the tower, just removing those lines so it's not so busy. And so when we started with 538 up here north of Main Street, and then on that previous map, I'd shown you where it was connecting to this side at 557. You can see it, then it kind of swings around, it's here. And the device then is connecting to a tower down here more towards the Gorham area at 626. After that, I noticed that there is actually a connection over east on Route 2, heading towards the Bethel Main area. So around from 643 to 658, the device seems to stay connected over east when it travels.
Ms. Flaherty, are you familiar with the area shown in this map, the Gorham area?
I am.
And so this map shows connection to a tower at 6:26 p.m. and then another tower further east several minutes later, 6:43 to 6:58. Is that about consistent with the amount of time it takes to drive on Route 2?
In my experience, that's about a 15, 20-minute drive.
You're now looking at States 12E. Please tell us what you see in this, or what this map shows.
So just to continue to orient you, we've moved down to the 626. This was over at that time on east on Route 2. And then instead of there's no times, that moves along. And by 729, you can see that the device has moved along, and by 729, it's connected to tower in Whitefield. So it came back around and started to go south. So by 737, the device is connected to a tower down here in Carroll. And then coming further west, you can see they continue down, and by 745, that device is using a tower on 93 South in the Franconia area.
Thank you. This is States 12H. This Flaherty, could you again tell us what this map shows?
Sure. On the left, if 93 is so long, you'll see this is a section of 93. So on the left, we had originally been in Franconia on the previous map, and you can see the device continues to use towers along 93 South, Woodstock, moving forward by 808. It's down here in like the Thornton Campton area, and continuing south using towers at 813. It's down even further south in Plymouth.
Plymouth area?
Mhm.
So now moving to the right side of the screen. There's another map. What does
So
that show?
thinking about 93, continuing down, here we have it now 827 in New Hampton, and moving along the different towers, continuing to come down. And by 850, that device starts to use various towers in the Concord area between 850 and 1022.
So we move on here.
So,
Sorry, Ms. Flaherty, this is 12I for the record. What does this map show?
okay. Now we're back to kind of looking at those estimated distance to tower. Here it was taking a look at the data to see, is there any areas once the device got into Concord that maybe it had stopped for a period of time. Thinking at this whole time, the goal is looking for, the device, the children and Mr. Duren. So at this time, this map shows the device kind of hitting for a period of time, about 852 to 903. This is the 903 down here. About 852 to 902, you can see this arc hitting. It's in this general area for those few minutes is what I would be able to discern from this. And that's on North Main Street in Concord.
Ms. Flaherty, there's a red logo with a white S on it. What is that?
That's a speedway. So is a reference of there's a possibility of a place that's kind of where the lines cross. There was this speedway there.
And Speedway is the gas station?
Yes, it is.
And so just before we move on, what time frame does this map cover?
So this covers from the north, we're around 9 o'clock. And you can see down, this is 9:01, but the estimated distance is way down here. So it's 9 o'clock to about 9:03. Here it's 8:56. So the total time would be about 8:52 to 9:03.
Looking now at State's Exhibit 12J, please tell us, first of all, where this is and what it shows.
So this is still in Concord. It's now on South Main Street. This was another location where I had indicated that it appeared that the device may have stayed for a period of time. Just north was that 9:03 that you saw in the previous map. By 9:06, it was here until 9:28. So this is what we would call an omni tower. That's why you have a circle. So basically, that's a one-sided tower where the antennas can cover the 360 degrees rather than a three-sector tower where each sector covers about 120 degrees.
So, Ms. Flaherty, does this tower show essentially that from about, you said 9:06 to?
About 9:28, it was in that general area.
Phones in this general, and this is south of where we were
Yes.
previously?
Yep, still moving south.
South in the city of Concord, New Hampshire.
Yes.
So this is State's 12K. First, could you tell us what this map shows in terms of location and time?
So this is still in Concord, now in the vicinity of between South Main Street and Hall Street. This is also RTT data, but without the lines because the device sat here for a period of time. It was extremely busy to show all of the lines. So basically from 9:58 to 10:22, that device was connected to this tower here, the 61909 tower near South Main Street, and had about 27, those RTT, I call them events, right? So 27 hits. So it was stationary there for a period of time. While there, it was bouncing off of this Omni tower between 10:05 and 10:15.
So, Ms. Flaherty, again, could you tell us the time frame of when that phone was connected?
This would be
to?
9:58 to 10:22.
And is this location Concord further south?
Yes, it is.
Ms. Flaherty, on the left side of this map, there's a red box with some information. What does that information tell you?
So in looking at the call detail records, there was a call while this device was connected to this tower. So this information is coming from the call detail records, echo call activity, that matched up with the usage of this 61909 tower for sector 2. You can see that last number is a 2, that's the sector number. And so this would be an outgoing call from the 702 number to a 763 number. That was at 10:08 p.m. while the device was in this area, and that call lasted 13 minutes and 36 seconds.
So that call was listed 10:08,
Yes, it was.
and was that an outgoing call from that 702 phone number?
It was.
Could you give us that number?
So the call number was a 763-350-0954.
And the number that made the call, what number
Was
was that?
this 702-280-5900.
And that 702 number that made the call, is that the number associated with the phone?
Yes, it is. It's the number that is connected to this tower.
How long did that call last?
13 minutes and 36 seconds.
This is the last one. Ms. Flaherty, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So this here is RTT data. This is from the raw data, just to show you, this is the last actual event on that device before it went off. And it matches the time that we had received from the phone company as to the time that the last location for the device, which is the morning of, or the evening of February 29th, 2024 at 10:22:30 p.m.
So 10:22 p.m. on February 29th, this phone, that 702 number, stopped communicating with cell phone?
It did.
Ms. Flaherty, you can please return to standing. Thank you, Ms. Flaherty. This gives no more questions.
Okay, all right, thank you. Counsel. But we will take a 10-minute break right now. So why don't we say 10:15? We'll resume at 10:15. Okay.
Break
Again, please do not
time.
discuss the case amongst yourselves. All right. Thank you.
All right.
See, if they would have started on time, we would have had plenty of bloop right past this break. Yeah, we don't have nearly. Yeah, we're screwed on the bloops. Screwed on the bloops. All right, let's see. We got some love. We've been getting the love. I've been posting it. Cherie gifting 1 DD podcast membership. Thank you, as always. Annie H, love and support from Great Britain. Allie and Bob, we love you. Thank you. Cherie, thank you so much. Good morning to all. Good morning to you. Idiot Wind, as always, coming through. And yes, Idiot Wind, we will absolutely send your gift to the UK. For all that you do for this channel, it's a no-brainer. Absolutely, 100%. Thank you so much for your constant support. Deja, we love you so much. Thank you for everything that you do. There's us giving back to y'all because we love you. Jadzia, 1969. Member for 8 months. Time flies. Love this channel and all you do. We love you back. Love you back so much. Cody in Tennessee, white noise time and ticking time. Indeed. That is exactly. That's a good description of this trial. Jadzia again, 1969. Good afternoon from the UK. 5 pounds British. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Full-throated. Bestow onto me the puppet show. You guys are getting close. You're getting close. Bob Senior's waiting back there. He's chilling. Anxious. How you doing back there, guy? He's doing good. All right. And thank you so much, Full-throated. Decline, amazing channel, amazing mods, and amazing family. Thank you for all you do. Agree. Hard. Big time. Thanks, Decline. We appreciate you. Not so Zen Jen. Thank you for the love. We appreciate you so much. So wonderful. Not so Zen Jen. You're always so generous. We appreciate you always. Shannon T, formerly Abby and Rosie's mom. Aw. Hi, Abby and Rosie. Canadian 5. Love your channel. We love you back, Sharon T. Love you back. I love that you're using your government name now. And that's a reminder. If you guys are donating on any of the apps like Venmo or Cash App or PayPal or any of those things, and you don't want us to use your government name, make sure you include, if you're leaving a little message, what your handle is on the tubes so that I'm not putting your government name out there. Okay? Because that's, I always worry about that. Charlie Richstone, $5. Love you, Bob. Love you back, Charlie. Thank you so much. Appreciate your generosity so much. The Goodmans gifted 1 DD podcast membership. Thank you, the Goodmans. Aw, family hug to whoever got that. And aw, family hug to all of the new members from all the generous donos today. We love new members so much. Thank you. 1,000 times over, the Goodmans. Crazy Cat Lady, member for 2 months. Happy to be watching another trial with you. Not as happy as I am that you're here. Thank you so much for your constant support, Crazy Cat Lady. We love you. All right, let me think. Got a few minutes to kill. I think it's time to start grifting the podcast again. It's just, it has to be done. It has to be done. Aw, Jenny H, Freudian slip. All right, hold on. I got an idea. So I was on with Banfield last night. It's only a 5-minute thing, kill 5 minutes. About to play that, see what we got. Do that little guy. All right. Okay. Oh. Hello? Oh, no. No. Oh, my wireless keyboard died. That's bad, y'all. That's bad. What? Allie's back there chuckling in her sleep.
That's not good. No, I gotta go Zoom court,
What time?
9:30.
Oh. Yeah, you might want to get up. It's time. What? Okay. It's not my keyboard then. Well, let me see here. Go to the tubes. Disaster averted. Something weird was happening on that tab. Okay. News. All right. Okay. I'll keep an eye out on the trial. Don't worry. Don't worry. Even though I don't feel like you guys will be worried. Because blooping time is our friend. It's our friend. And we love it. All right. Okay. Well, I think it was in videos. Okay. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Let's see here. Pull this up. It's pretty good. They were looking for like mundane Gacy things. It's like I've had this podcast out for 3+ years, and it's like all this shit that's in this documentary, which I really enjoyed. It's all been out there. Like our podcast puts it all out there and then some by like 1 million. It's crazy. I've got to get back on the TikTok. I got like 78,000 followers there, and I'm not using it properly. I've got to, there's a thing. It's the #1 show on Peacock. Got to ride the wave. Ride the wave. All right, let me pull this guy up here. Get this dude off. Get this dude on. Boop. All right. Tell me if y'all can hear it. Oh.
Jr., who's a criminal. Bob has given those tapes to his son, Bob Mata Jr., who's a criminal defense attorney himself and the host of the Defense Diaries podcast. His newest podcast is called Buried Inside the John Wayne Gacy Investigation. Buried Inside the John Wayne Gacy Investigation. Bob, it's good to have you back on the program. Congratulations on the remastering. Those are clear as a bell. Those tapes are amazing. I could not wait to ask you, though, before anybody else, what your reaction is to this docudrama about John Wayne Gacy.
I thought it was fabulous. I thought Michael Chernus as Gacy was unbelievable. I messaged him right away and just said, look, man, you embodied what he was, and he really did. Out of anybody I've seen play that role, he just absolutely crushed it, and it was haunting. It really was.
Okay, I did not know this, but you watched the docudrama with your dad. So were you guys rating like how accurate it was, not only Gacy's performance, but then also the depiction of your dad?
Yeah, absolutely. And Michael Esprit, who played my father, we thought did a phenomenal role. And it was really kind of a surreal situation to be sitting there with my father watching this all play out. And we really appreciated the fact that they kind of dove into what we felt was the bigger story here, because we've all heard the Gacy kind of biography before. And this really got into a deeper part of the psychology of him. So we thought it was really, really well done.
So that's what I want to talk to you about, is this psychology, because I had no idea that he had this personality that he freely engaged with the cops, displaying like, I'm a good guy. I got to get back to work. How long is this going to take? This interview, and I want to play this one clip from your dad's recordings, the remastered ones that have him talking to your dad about, marriage and divorce and, things like that. Meanwhile, there's 33 rotting bodies under his floorboard. So let's play that and talk on the other side.
One of the times we talked, John, we had determined that,
For the record, it was 27 in the crawl.
you were married on July 1st, 1972.
Yeah, that's right.
And that
3.5 years later.
February of 1976 is when the divorce proceedings began. So probably.
No.
Yes.
February 76 when it became final.
So, the thing that I'm so fascinated by is the storytelling of the Gacy crimes as opposed to the gore. I always struggle with gore, and this particular docuseries on Peacock really took me into the moments, what the police were going through, what the victims' families were going through, and what Gacy was like through all of this, as opposed to the murders themselves. And I found it, for lack of a better word, I found it very classy the way this story was told. I wondered if you guys felt the same thing.
We did. And, my podcast, I think, is going to be a beautiful partner to this. I encourage people to watch the Peacock series. And then for the deeper dive, obviously, because they're limited with an 8-episode run in terms of what they can get to. But I thought it was wonderfully done. It was the first thing that I had seen in terms of visual where they actually tried to memorialize the victims in this case. And there were so many of them. I really, really appreciated that side of it, because that was something that we focused on so heavily in our podcast as well as the investigation. I mean, those were the two things that I really wanted to focus on. I wanted to know how the Chicago police couldn't do anything in 6 years that the Des Plaines Police Department was able to do in 10 days. I wanted to know how that happened.
Yeah.
And I thought that this doc did a beautiful job of laying that out.
Well, you and I aren't finished talking about this because the doc's still, I'm only on part 3, and so don't do the spoiler here. But also, I have a lot of other questions for you just about the shaming of the victims and the dichotomy of how easily Gacy went between his personalities in these interviews. So will you come back?
I'm here for it, Ashley. You know that.
Keep your calendar open. Bob Motta, thank you. Say hi to your dad for me, too.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone.
There you go. There you go. That was me working late into the night last night. Oh, Broken Baker. I love him. So sweet. He's funny. He's funny. He's got that dry sarcasm thing going, which I love. It's good stuff. Good stuff over at BB. BB and DD. Friends till the end. It's good stuff. All right, let me put the trial back on so we don't miss anything. Okay, let me stop this. Boop. Put this guy back up. Get some sharing. Sharing is caring. All right, there we go. There we go. Boy, they made the Court TV thing huge, didn't they? Wow. Wow. Listen to the Gacy tapes. It's actually Buried. Forget the Gacy tapes. Buried is the new brand for it. Buried. But I appreciate the sentiment, Texas Suzer. Truly. Oh, whoa. Zoom shot. All right. We're back on. Look at that. Good timing. Oh. Sons of bitches. Who's my twin? Who'd you talking about? What? Where's my twin? It starts and it goes 6 through 10 really when we get to the bombshell in terms of how they actually got Gacy. The never before told or discovered. Who's my twin? What are you guys talking about? You better not be saying the judge is my twin. Reject that. Who's my twin? Oh yeah, I definitely sound like, well, yeah, when my dad was young, I definitely sound like him. And I can do his voice perfectly now. Just nail it. Nail it. Oh yeah. Love it. 20,000 subs over at Broken Baker. You tell him that he can use that as his new jingle, okay? Oh, thanks, Amanda. The old man. Yeah. So yeah, Allie's been pressuring him to come on live, and it's just like he's not feeling it. He's just not. He's such a stubborn old bastard. Just won't do it. Just won't do it. So we're gonna be stuck with the Bob Senior puppet. It was pretty good. He's pretty good. He's basically the same person. The puppet and my father, identical. Identical. Yeah. Yeah, we've tried everything. We've tried guilt, charm, bribes, all of it. Nothing works. Nothing works. Yeah, no, I'm telling you, Jenny, he's got the old man voice now, though, hard. He's got the 80-year-old man voice, so it's very different. I'm obviously going to sound like that when I'm old. Yeah, it's not necessarily looking forward to that, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Time stops for no human. Where was I? Not so Zen Jen. Aw, family hug. Love it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Kim, my favorite channel. Thank you for everything. Thank you, Kim. Thank you. Thank you. Makes me feel so warm and fuzzy when you guys are so sweet. You're the sweetest. You're the best community of all time. We do. We do, Deja. We tell them, like, man, it's like they really appreciate hearing from you. It's like, because I love when Peter has his dad on, but his dad's still actively practicing. So that's kind of the difference. I think his father's probably 15 years younger too. Maybe 10. It's hard to guess, but yeah, I love that. I'd love to have him on all the time. Oh, Amanda, member for 10 months, so close to a year. Love watching a trial here. We love that you love watching a trial here. We love having you guys. Because, as I always say, without you guys, I'd just be an old man grifting the Gacy case tapes. The podcast. Yep. That's the stuff. All right. Now I've paused. I've been trying to build some blooping time because I cannot stand not having blooping time. It lowers the quality of all of our lives not having blooping time. If you haven't discovered that yet. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I am
All rise, the honorable jury.
I'm not optimistic for this defense here. Yeah, exactly, Kirsty. Allie can't do it. Me, he just, does that thing. He's like, no. Yeah, it's true. I am still an old man grifting the Gacy tapes. Buried.
Please be seated.
Yeah.
And Ms. Flaherty, you're still in row.
Thank you.
Peter only 37? Shit, he's going to be great as
morning.
hell. Well, he's
So
time he's
as
40.
part of your investigation, you received records first from Verizon through the exigency process, correct?
That is correct.
And then later on, you received records from the search warrant.
That is correct.
And the search warrant records did include a
No, Mandy.
longer duration of time, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so the first records were only February 29th to March 1st, less than 24.
Less than 24 hours, correct.
and the second set were about a month or?
That is correct, yes.
And when you received the records from the search warrant, you reviewed all those, correct?
I reviewed the records I needed to for location data.
Okay, and can I approach Your Honor with Defendant's Exhibit B for ID only?
Certainly.
Showing you what's been marked at Defense B for ID.
Right.
Does that look like the records that you received from Verizon?
That is, yes, that's, can you scroll down? I just want to,
Yes.
thank you. Yes,
Okay,
yep.
that's quite
I
a
want,
bunch.
is a lot of records, yes.
To include the device that we're talking about, the 702 number 5900 ending phone call records, correct?
Yes, yes, the historical call detail records, correct.
And text messages, correct?
There was content and text detail, which is just the numbers that are texting back and forth, correct.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Apparently that's what grifting means. I've just leaned into it. So fucking stupid. It's like, like once it took hold on the interwebs, it's like everybody's a grifter. Everybody that does YouTube, does a podcast, everybody is a grifter. I'm like, wow, feels like work. Really feels like work. Oh, Teresa, Nick. Oh, family hug. Welcome. We love that. Love new members. Welcome to the family. Yeah, I'm telling you, I bribed him. Dude's just not feeling it. Dude is not feeling it. And oddly enough, his excuse is he says his voice isn't strong enough. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's like, don't you watch my shit? I do all the talking. Love it. Love it. Good morning. Bad to the Bone Paranormal. Welcome in. Yeah, for real though. For real.
So, Ms. Flaherty,
Mandy, when are we going to get your designs on the tees?
some of the records.
Can you just send them to me and then I can get them on there?
Any of the SMS content records in your analysis?
So not in my analysis, no. I did note that there was SMS content provided. It's not always provided. I noted that verbally to my team that it was available. My focus was on location.
Okay, and when you noted it was provided, did you open it up and look at it, or did you just see the headline on the?
I opened it up to make sure that there was actually content visible, that it was there, yes.
Oh, hi. The puppet's good. Never know what the puppet's going to say.
All right. Just spreadsheet.
Love you.
Let me go back for a second on my file here. This preserved redacted SMS content spreadsheet is the document that you opened and looked at to confirm there was SMS
Content available, yes. If you go to the right, that's where you should see content. Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Approaching. Oh, approachal? Oh, approachal. Where's the white noise? Thank God. Oh my God, did Court TV finally figure out to turn their mics off when the white noise is on? Thank you, Court TV, for the massive upgrade. So who are the two biggest grifters on the interwebs? I'm curious. I mean, I've got some ideas because to me, a grifter is really like, I mean, if you look up the definition of a grifter is it's a scam, you know? And I mean, I think there's plenty of people out here that I'm not sure what they bring to the table, but people watch them. But I'm not sure what the value of it is. That's the thing. Like I don't give a fuck if people call. Like we bring value. So that's that. Like I don't give a shit. I leaned heavily into the grifter. I love it. It's kind of like the cranks leaned heavily into the cranks. Sometimes you just got to lean into shit in life. You know what I mean? It's one of those things. Yeah, the due process shirt should have up and been out already. Like what I need is Mandy to send me the image so that I can get it to Bonfire in the format that they need it. Like all this, like Mandy's come up with a lot of great merch ideas. She's very creative. If you guys have not figured that out, Mandy has a beautiful mind, a beautiful, beautiful mind. Nah, I mean, obviously, I'm a fucking lawyer. You guys know how I like to say that, but you know, if I had to pay 100 and whatever thousand to go to law school, and I like to come and impart that knowledge, and Allie and I like to do that for our subs, I think there's value in that. So I mean, it kind of destroys the entire, and the podcast. That's a whole thing. Like I like the Gacy thing, like literally is an 800-page book. Like if I put all the scripts together for all 36 episodes, it's about 800 pages. That was a massive task. Yeah, you know, I keep thinking about it in terms of like we've come up with, like I want to have a group name. We've come up with a few. Like none of them have stuck. You know, like Melanie's got the cupcakes, and who else has cute little monikers for their community? What are the other ones out there? Some of them I like, some of them I don't. Turtle Riders with Turtle Riders is Turtle Boys. What are the other ones? There's got to be other. I think Nurse Kim's is like the Lovies. See, now I love Sparkle Farts. It's so good. Allison would hate that. See, that's what happens when you are a man and you have your own channel. You can get away with Sparkle Farts. Allison would pimp slap that thing right out of the sky. Like she would not allow for Sparkle Farts to be our community nickname for all of our beautiful humans in here. I mean, to me, you're just the beautiful humans. That's definitely my thing. We've done that. We've tried the Defenders. We tried the Armada as a play on the last name. They just didn't take, the Law Nerds, but Emily didn't make that up. Like Emily, like I've been calling people law nerds long before I knew Emily existed on the planet. That's the chat, I like to be more creative. I like to be a little more creative. Should I use the robot? Maybe I should use the robot. I'll ask the robot what a great nickname for our community members is. Yeah, I loved Armada too. It just didn't stick. It didn't stick. Plus, I think there's some people that don't know what an Armada is. Yeah, Law Nerds is great. I mean, Law Nerds is great because it's been around forever. Like lawyers are always calling one another law nerds. It's where she got it, We're like walking around talking about the law. Bunch of law nerds, man. It's, the kerfuckles. Oh, that's pretty good. Now, Allie would be on board with the kerfuckles. Could you wear that t-shirt in public, though? Or would you? No, you could. The question is, would you? Kerfuckles is pretty cute. Hey, there she is. Babe, we're trying to come up with a name for our community members. As the Armada has, Grizzlies with Giselle. I like that. But I'm a Bears fan. That was an easy one for me. As soon as I saw a bear, I'm like, I love it. Super, super easy. Let's see. So we could call our sweet, beautiful humans the kerfuckles. What do you think of that, babe? You like that? Look at the law turds. That I love it. Allie would reject it.
Included, amongst other
Any
things,
toilet humor.
SMS content.
That is correct.
And SMS is text messages.
Yes, it's short message service. Yes, text messages.
Okay, and you did open up the file to confirm.
See, if I was Runkle, because I'm just dead set, and I love Runkle. Every time I see Ian, I immediately think of Lord of the Rings. He's an elf. He looks like an elf. I would call my community, if I was Runkle, the elves on the shelf. That's just what I do. It's what I do.
Make sure it was populated, and then I let my team know, yes.
Okay, populated meaning?
Meaning that there was actual content. Sometimes they say no results, but I wanted to make sure that there was actually something there.
Okay, thank you. I would like to show you what's on state's exhibit. I have your number.
Yeah, Runkle's
13.
a lovely human being. Like the detractors will try to make the Mata mob sound like, like we're violence insiders or some shit.
Step down to
Ooh,
the
all right.
the large screen.
All right. I like where your head's at right there.
Certainly.
All right.
13 is a full exhibit, and you've confirmed what you're going to publish?
I like that.
Okay. All right, certainly.
I like that. Wait, Alessi's, it's the kerfuckles, not the kerfuffles. That was the whole joke. Allie meant to say kerfuffle, and kerfuckle came out. The due process gang was already coined by the murder shits. That's what they were calling the cranks and the lawyers when they invaded our privacy and got our private chat and then did a podcast episode about it. Yeah, exactly. That dude's a grifter. Super rich one. Like master grifting.
Dialed 603
Thank you.
752 3131 on February 14th, 2024.
It is. He's got a great laugh.
Okay. Thank you.
That could be what we call the house here, the defense den. Well, thanks for hanging with us, Tracy. The Reasonable Doubt Society.
You're right. Okay, and Ms. Flaherty.
Thank you, Megan.
Excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, so that witness essentially established that, he's driving around in the area And what else? I mean, we knew that. What do you guys think that the impressive analysts there brought to the table? I'm really trying to pay attention. I really am. I really, really am. Oh my God, it's gonna be a foundational witness. Buka's up. He's ready to go. He's got his binder. Buka de Beppo. Oh. Oh.
I do.
I think that was kind of like the concept of the process servers,
Yes.
which is what they call people that serve people. with
Justin
papers.
Rowe, R-O-W-E.
Okay.
Sir, where do you work?
I'm employed as a detective sergeant with the New Hampshire State Police.
How long have you been with the New Hampshire State Police?
25 years.
What unit of the state police are you currently assigned to?
The major crime unit.
Just generally speaking, what does the major crimes unit do?
We
Try to
primarily,
solve major
investigate
crimes.
death investigations, homicide investigations.
Sergeant Rowe, I'd like to ask you, what is an Amber Alert?
An Amber Alert is a emergency alert that law enforcement can issue when we fear for the safety of a child.
So fair to say that an Amber
All right. So that was one of the questions that we had. Was the defense was seeking to keep the Amber Alert out as they felt that it was more prejudicial than probative. And it appears to be that this gentleman is going to introduce the Amber Alert into evidence. So we think we know what the ruling by the judge on that one was. It's in. I don't know how they were keeping that out.
situations?
Yes, it goes out through the
Dude,
emergency
sit
alert
down,
systems.
get on your mic, bro.
So when an Amber Alert is activated, we'll talk more about that, what happens, generally speaking?
The Alley Bobs.
Initially, the call is vetted out by law enforcement. There's usually a request by law enforcement to issue that.
If it was just Allie's channel, y'all would be the Alley Cats. Wow. She'd probably be like, no, that was my grandfather's nickname for me. I'm not giving it to all the people. Wait, no, wait, did you just hear that for Ian's people? What is she talking about? The elf on the shelf? You didn't like that? What? Go. Don't you have Zoom
Once
cord?
that criteria is met, there's paperwork that's prepared, and then it goes out through the New Hampshire State Police Communications, through the WIA, the Wireless Emergency Alert System. There's also a press release that goes out. We also partner with New Hampshire Lottery, New Hampshire DOT for the messages that go out. You'll see the
Okay, his mouth is not synced up with the words. So it's kind of vanilla as this guy looks. It's gotten even worse because now his words don't match his mouth movements.
boards on the highways. It's kind of a group effort to get the information of the child in a suspect vehicle out to the public.
You mentioned boards on the side of the highway. You mentioned the press release.
Dude, get on your mic, bro.
Also get distributed through text messages.
Yes, if the subscriber has it set to that, yes.
And when, just generally speaking, when
The dissenters.
text message, what happens?
Ooh, Bobcats. and
Again,
Alley Cats.
it's through the wireless emergency system. So it goes out from our state police headquarters as the communications software. Once it gets pushed out through that, it goes to various cell phone towers or companies. And it's really at their discretion of how those individual companies distribute that. And again, how the end user, everybody can kind of have their phone set to different priorities.
In the state of New Hampshire, who can authorize an Amber Alert?
The New Hampshire State Police.
So if a local police department encounters a situation.
Little known fact, our moderator's Discord is called the Moderators. It's pretty good, right? Isn't that what y'all call it back there? Let me check. It's pretty good. It's like our production company is called Modified Sound. Huh? Let's see. I'm giving away state secrets here for the mods. Yeah, the Moderators. That's what they did. They're so creative. Let's see if we can get the voice synced up.
They'll contact the state police communication unit requesting that, and we have state police detectives that are trained in that, and we're on call, and we would respond and we'll reach out to that requesting department.
Are you one of those individuals with the state police who is trained to respond to these situations?
Yes,
And do you have the authority to authorize an Amber Alert?
I do.
And that relates to the state of New Hampshire?
Yes.
Indeed.
Sergeant, in the early morning hours of March 1st, 2024, did you receive some information related to an Amber Alert request?
I did.
Can you tell us what that was?
So the state police major crime was responding already up to the Berlin. Police
Megan, were you
Department
working
for
real
a
hard?
Death investigation. The lead investigator, Sergeant
She's
Mallory,
like, whoop!
Rubin, telephoned me. So she was the actual. She was not on. She was also on call to be the responding detective for the homicide, suspected homicide. But she was also at the time the on-call Amber Alert coordinator for that. So she asked my assistance in taking that piece from her so she could focus on the initial investigation.
Yeah, but we'd have to mispronounce it. Like chat's reading it like Mota. Like in Italy, that's how they pronounce Mata. We bastardized it here in America, but it would be Mota. So it's thinking the pronunciation is Mota, so motivated. For motivated, we'd have to like go through my youth where every teacher mispronounced my name at the beginning of the school year. Bob Moda. Like, haven't you ever had the applesauce, man? It's that with an A at the end. How do you say, what do they serve like a single serving of Coke in that's glass? Oh, bottle. Yeah, see, that's OTT. It's ot. It was very frustrating.
What information did you receive about this situation happening in Berlin?
So I was informed that the Berlin Police Department had received some information of that there might have been a shooting victim in their city. They responded, found a deceased female alone in a residence. I was informed that the 2 children and the boyfriend were not accounted for, and the boyfriend's vehicle was unaccounted for.
Were you told the name of the boyfriend?
Yes.
Oh.
Dustin Duren.
Did you receive any information about the vehicle associated with Dustin Duren?
I did.
What information was that?
I received the plate number and the make and model of the vehicle.
What were those?
It was I believe a 2017 Subaru Impreza, color white. It had New Hampshire veteran plates. V as in Victor 6902.
V as in Victor 69. New Hampshire State Police. Oh,
hi, buddy. Come up here, say hi. Say hi to the people. I want to see you. Come up here. Come up here. Come up here. Oh, that's such a good boy. Oh, you're so
correct.
After receiving all that information, did you authorize
my good boy.
I did.
Say hi to the people. Oh, say hi. Oh,
it was broadcasted, I believe.
He's trying to stand on the ball. You are the best, dude. Oh my God.
Yes.
Babe, his feet are filthy.
By a text message as well as those other means that you mentioned?
I believe so, yes.
And what did that?
You dirt merchant. Your feet. Mom didn't clean your feet, bro.
So it had the Mr. Duren's information, his vehicle
All right,
information.
I'll be back.
It had the information of the two children, their
I'll be
ages.
back.
We had photographs of Mr. Duren, the two children that were attached with that as well.
Thank you. I have no more questions.
Thank you. Okay. Can Detective Sergeant Rowe be excused?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep, thanks, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Ms. Carolyn Campbell. You can walk right over to this witness stand here. Please be careful of all the wires. You step around to the back and just remain standing by that chair, okay? Absolutely. Ms. Campbell, could you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear today that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth under pains and penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated. Ms. Campbell, you're all situated. There's some water there and a pitcher next to you if you do decide that you need some.
Okay.
If you can just make sure, I'm going to do the same, that microphone is a little bit closer to you so that it can be picked up. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Now, Ms. Campbell, could you please state your name for the record? I know I've said it, but we need to have you go ahead and say it. And if you could spell your last name.
Carolyn Campbell, Campbell.
Thank you. Ms. Campbell, are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
In what capacity are you employed?
I work at a fire department as an administrative assistant.
Now, I want to draw your attention to a specific date and time. So I want to ask you, on March the 1st of 2024, so last year, March, on that date, did you become aware of an Amber Alert?
Yes, I got woken up to it in the morning.
How'd you get woken up?
My phone just started making noises I have never heard, and I saw it. I did go back to sleep for a little bit.
Did you have plans for March the 1st of 2024?
Yes, I did. I was going to meet my daughter down in Keene to take a trip up to Vermont to a previous job of hers to drop stuff off.
Okay. Now, you, at the time, were you living near Keene?
About 50 minutes away.
Okay. So at some point that morning, you left your home and you traveled to see your daughter? And
Yes.
was she living in Keene?
Yes.
Okay. And it's going to sound like a really silly question, but you drove yourself from your home to your daughter's home?
Correct.
Okay. Once you got to your daughter's house, can you tell us what happened?
Well, actually, all the ways there first, I was looking.
What in the wide world of sports? Who's this? I missed some shit. So what happened? What happened with dude? He was quick, huh? Oh, sorry, I had to go clean his Thanks, Isabel. I played it. They had a 10-minute break. We played it over here. I'm glad you found it over there on News Nation. Okay, so I'm assuming they entered the Amber Alert into evidence. Is that what happened? Yeah? Yeah? Aw, the Nanooks. He's so sweet. He had very dirty feet. All right. What's this gal's name and who is she? Anybody? Oh, thank you. Appreciate the plugs. So did anybody catch this gal's name, or is everybody ignoring this trial completely? And I'm not judging. I am not judging at all. Not even a little bit. This is challenging. This is a challenging trial. This is really testing our mettle. Are we truly trial watchers? Carolyn Campbell, thank you, Kai. And who is she? Is she a neighbor, witness, friend? Carolyn Campbell. Okay. Gotta edit this. Don't worry, we're building up. Even though I know you're not. I know you're not worried. Carolyn Campbell. Okay, let me check back here. I mean, for right now, I'm just going to put who she is. Man's not even a little worried. Okay, she got the Amber Alert. All right. She's one of the witnesses. She called in the alert. She called in the alert. She looks like a solid citizen, doesn't she?
For a vehicle that they had announced on the Amber Alert. So all the ways there, I was
Oh my.
looking.
All right.
And when I got to her house, that was the first thing she said to me, "Did you get an Amber Alert?"
I up and fucked it here. I got to see where we're at. Okay, so 7:40. I got to slide it. Get the voice and the mouth sync back up. So 7:48. Okay, let's see if that worked. Boop. See if I did it. That'll be some real tech wizardry.
The V for Victor, which is a veteran's plate. So
Closer.
I remembered it was a veteran's plate.
So while you were driving
Closer.
from your home to your daughter's home in Keene, did you see that vehicle at all?
No, I did not.
Once you arrived at your daughter's home and you had this conversation with her about, did you get the Amber Alert too? What, if anything, did the two of you do?
We got in her car to leave to go to Vermont.
And who was driving?
She was driving.
And do you remember, I don't know if you know the roads or the streets that you took, but do you remember
Oh.
how it is that you started to head to Vermont?
Yeah.
I really don't know the streets.
Okay.
Sorry.
Read the
Not a problem
chat.
at all. Your daughter was driving.
Your
Where
mom.
were you seated in the car?
I was in the front passenger
Oh, the
seat.
court feed's fucked up.
Now,
All right,
did there
good.
come a time when you were driving and you were headed to what town in Vermont?
Brattleboro. She had just left a nursing home job, and she wanted to bring some stuff to people that were still there, blankets and stuff and candy.
So that morning, while you and your daughter are heading from Keene to Brattleboro,
Good to
Vermont,
know.
did something unusual happen?
Yes, we actually had the way I know.
Hey, lady.
We were heading there, and we got to Chesterfield, and there's like a
You know how we've done that before, right? Like when we pause on a show, like that we're streaming and the shit like is off. Like I don't think that's happening around the world, do you? Like when that's like I think that maybe can happen. I'm not gonna die on that hill though. I'm not gonna die on that hill, babe.
I call them circles, rotary. And we went around the rotary. And as we went around the rotary, we were discussing the car and the license plate, and we proceeded up a hill. And when we're going up the hill, my daughter says, "Here comes a white Subaru." And I'm like, "How do you know?" You know, it's a Subaru. It's all her husband drives. It's Subarus. And she goes,
Maybe
"Ooh,
you are on a bad trip right now.
6'9". Oh no, there's a V. And I said,
Little-
"No, it's V. It's for veteran Victor.
Little over microdose
69023."
warning.
I said, "That's it. That's the car." And I told her to turn around real quick.
Okay, so you're
I
heading.
think it
from
does,
Keene
Scarlett O'Hara.
towards
I think it
Vermont.
does.
Towards
Downloading is
Vermont
better.
or Chesterfield is where you said you were.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
Are you already in Vermont at that point, or still? in New
No,
Hampshire?
we were still in New Hampshire.
At that point, when your daughter said that she saw the car, did you see the car?
I did see the car. I
Thank
saw a
you,
white
Tracy.
car. I couldn't
Thank
tell you what it was, but we were both
Thank you,
like
thank you,
looking
thank
for the license plate, and that's where she and I, she's like, "Oh no, there's a V." I said, "Yes, veteran V."
And that vehicle, which direction was that coming from? Was it traveling in the same direction as you or from a different one?
No, it was headed towards Keene,
Okay.
and we turned around on the very next road to follow it.
Tell us about that. What happened when you tried to turn around and follow that car?
Well, she turned around, and we were at the end of a road waiting to turn out there. And there were cars coming down, and there were two vehicles in back of the white car, and a big old truck was coming. And she's like, "There's a truck coming." I said, "I don't care. Step on it. Go. It's fast. Go." And we did. We followed. We were 2 car lengths behind. Actually, we were the third. I'm sorry. But when we got to the circle and headed out, there were 2 lanes. So she got in the left lane so she could get in back of him, and she pulled back over into the right-hand lane. And I had called 911 just as we had turned and we're heading down the hill.
Okay, so at the time that you were getting ready to pull out in front of that truck, you were already calling 911.
Correct.
on the phone with them.
Correct, I was.
And you and your daughter driving, so when I say you, I don't imply that you're driving, but
Right.
your vehicle was following this white car from a couple of lengths behind.
Correct.
Okay, at that point, when you were 3 cars or the 3rd car back, could you read the license plate to confirm it?
No, I couldn't. The dispatcher was asking me, can you see the license plate? And I said, no, not right now. We're getting as close as we can. And then finally we gotten back and I was able to tell the license plate number. And a matter of fact, I even told them, they asked me if I was sure or something to that effect. And I said, well, I can tell you it's registered for the month of March. It has a number 3 sticker on it. And that's when they confirmed it.
Now, while you were behind that vehicle, once you got right behind him at the vehicle at the traffic circle,
Yeah.
could you tell anything about who was inside of that car?
I could see a gentleman driving and he had a baseball cap on. I didn't see anything else other than that. And he was looking in the mirror. So I kind of put my phone down on my lap and put it on speaker because I didn't want him to know I was on the phone.
Okay, you could tell that the person was looking in their rear view mirror.
Yeah, they were looking rear view and side mirror.
Now, can you describe for us, like you're on the phone with 911. What are you telling 911 as you're behind this vehicle?
Just, they kept asking me where we were at and I was giving them the best directions I could because I don't know the town of Keene. So my daughter was yelling things at me, you know, we're here, we're here. And then I knew we get up to the lights where the state police barracks were. So I told them we were at the state police barracks. And then we get to the next light and I told them we were proceeding towards the next circle, oval, whatever you, rotary.
Okay, rotary, traffic circle.
Yeah.
Those devices that don't necessarily work to control traffic.
Correct.
Okay. Now, as you were driving, you just indicated the white Subaru drove right past the state police barracks?
Yes, it drove to the entrance of the state police barracks.
Okay. Did there come a time that while you were following that vehicle, and you said, first of all, you dropped your phone down into your lap?
Yes, because I told the dispatcher, I said, I think he sees me on the phone. I'm afraid he.
I guess that was a dream about Court TV figuring out the white noise. Sidebar. Oh, there. They did figure it out, see?
Members of the jury, there's an objection relative to hearsay, which I'm sustaining, and I'm instructing you to just disregard the last component of the witness's testimony relative to a hearsay statement.
So, Ms. Campbell, as you're testifying here today, right, we understand that you know what you told people, okay? But there is essentially a request that you not say what you told the dispatcher, just what you observed, okay?
So I observed, got you, okay.
Gotcha.
So
So what you observed and what you were doing at the time that you were observing things, okay?
Okay.
And though we understand that you were, is it fair to say that while all of these things were occurring, whatever you saw, whatever was happening, you were relaying that information to the 911 operator?
correct,
Okay. And you were doing that so that they would know where you were, what was happening, and your concerns about what you were doing, which was following a vehicle that was subject to an Amber Alert.
correct.
Okay. Now, Ms. Campbell, was there a time while you were following that vehicle that it came to a stop?
Okay, we're switching. Court TV, not on their game.
You know what you told people, okay? But there is essentially a request that you not say what you told the dispatcher.
Shit's hard to hear though.
So I observed, got you, okay.
Gotcha.
So,
So what you observed and what you were doing at the time that you were observing things, okay?
okay,
And though we understand that you were, is it fair to say that while all of these things were occurring, whatever you saw, whatever was happening, you were relaying that information to the 911 operator.
Correct.
Thursday,
Keeping that
episode
so that they
5.
would know where you were, what was happening, and your concerns about what you were doing, which was following a vehicle that was subject to an Amber Alert.
Correct.
Okay. Now, Ms. Campbell, was there a time while you were
A
following
little
that
typo.
vehicle that it
Thanks.
came to a stop?
Inside the convenient MD, it came to a stop.
Okay, can you describe?
It's
for us?
really where I learned to type.
Like how we got there.
Yeah, how'd you get there?
We went down. I don't know the
It's okay if you don't
direction.
know street names,
Yeah,
but you were
we
going-
went around the first rotary and I explained that which direction we were headed towards McDonald's. And then there was another rotary and another. And when we got to the last one, we went around it
Aw,
and
thanks,
the blinker
Jenny.
was on to turn into
The
McDonald's
blinker was on the Subaru that you were
on the
following?
Subaru. So, we were ready to turn into McDonald's. And at that point, my daughter said, "Here comes a police officer." And they were coming in the same.
Did you see a police officer come?
Yes, there were police officers
Again,
coming
you
from
can't
every
testify-
direction.
Right, you've got to be careful about what you saw versus what other people saw or said.
Okay.
Okay, so did you see a police officer coming from the other direction?
Psychic
I did.
moment.
And then-
Psychic
so
moment.
So the the blinker directional was on the Subaru, like they were going to turn to McDonald's?
McDonald's. But
McDonald's.
The police officer came in towards you.
correct.
So what happened with respect to the white Subaru? Did they turn into McDonald's?
No, they kept going and they turned into the convenient MD. And when they turned in, it heads down towards an Applebee's. And the car
Towards.
stopped right there.
Right there being where? At the
At-
convenient MD or at the Applebee's?
It's at the end of the convenient MD parking lot going into Applebee's and they stayed there. So we stopped and I saw the gentleman looking in the mirror and I told my daughter, I said, if this person gets out,
It's okay. What were you, so you had some concerns because you saw the person looking in the mirror?
correct.
Okay.
And
But
the
once you-
Amber Alert said, oh gosh,
Approach, please.
Oh, Prochel.
sorry.
You keep spitting out hearsay, lady. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 ba-doop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, there we go.
But subject to rephrasing.
Ms. Campbell, after the car came to a stop, this white Subaru came to a stop at the Applebee's or in the entrance to the Applebee's. You and your daughter inside of your vehicle stopped. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
Okay, where did you stop?
probably about 10 or 15 feet behind the car.
Okay. And while you were stopped, you testified that you observed the person looking in their mirrors.
Correct.
Okay. You waited inside of your vehicle at that point?
Yes.
Okay. While you were there waiting inside of your vehicle, did officers arrive on the scene?
No, because the car ended up pulling forward into Applebee's in parking.
Okay.
And-
Once that occurred, what happened with your car?
We proceeded into Applebee's parking lot as well and parked on the opposite side, kind of diagonal from that
Where you
vehicle.
could watch the vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. And your purpose for doing that, is it fair to say, is to make sure that if it left again, you were going to follow it again?
Correct.
Did the vehicle leave again?
No, it stayed in the parking spot.
And did officers arrive at that time?
A lot of officers arrived at that time and we were basically blocked in.
All right. And so you were there the entire time that officers were on scene at the Applebee's?
Correct.
Okay. Court's indulgence.
Certainly.
Person to approach. Ms. Campbell, I'm going to show you what is marked as for identification. As State's Exhibit 19A. I almost asked to borrow your glasses. As State's Exhibit 19A for this case. Can you take a look at that for me?
Yes,
Do you recognize that?
absolutely.
Spooky.
You haven't been shown this photo before, is that fair to say?
No, never.
Okay, but what is depicted in this photograph?
The license plate that was on the Amber Alert and the white.
Spooky. Allie had a spider. Should I come kill it,
The
babe?
vehicle that you and your daughter followed
Free
that
it?
day?
Yes, and there's the number 3.
Oh, and you're pointing something out to me. So you're indicating the license plate number matches the number you've told us.
Right, and number 3 is the month that it was
Oh.
registered in.
Okay, so you can see the registration
Really?
sticker on there as well that
Yes.
matches your recollection.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you.
That was painful. It's a good thing I wasn't paying any attention. Woo! Oh, Loopy Loss. Hi from England. Watched the 4 Gacy episode. Listened. Everybody's so accustomed to saying I watch things. So I'm assuming you meant listened out there so far. They are phenomenal. Thank you, Loopy Lass. I love that. Thank you a million times over.
You testified that you received the Amber Alert. from
Crazy
your
cat lady, I would
phone
love to
in the
meet your
middle of the night.
dad.
Yeah, I don't know what time it went off.
Yeah, but it woke you up.
Correct.
Okay, and then you went back to sleep for a little bit. And you live in
Maybe
Bennington,
stuck
New
with just the
Hampshire,
puppet.
Correct.
And
Aw,
you had
family
to
hug.
drive
Welcome,
later on that
Genevieve.
morning
Welcome to
to
the
meet your daughter
family.
in Keene, correct?
I had to meet her for 9 a.m.
Okay. And when you when you woke up, you remembered about this Amber Alert and it was on your mind, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you were aware of the license plate number they were looking for
Correct.
in a white sedan.
White, yes, Subaru, I think they said, or
White car, yeah. So when you're driving from Bennington to Keene, are you you're headed west, right? West toward the Vermont
yes,
border? Okay. And when you are headed, you get to your daughter's who lives in Keene?
correct.
Okay. You switch cars?
Yes, we
Okay.
switched cars.
So she's driving her car, you're a passenger.
Correct.
And you two head toward Brattleboro, Vermont, right?
Correct.
Which is continuing west away from Keene toward the state of Vermont, correct?
If you say it's west, sure.
Let me show you a map that might help.
Oh, I know. I know.
A2 for ID.
Bear down, Chicago Bears. Make every play, clear the way
Yeah,
to
that's the
victory.
Applebee's there.
Bear
We came
down,
from.
Chicago Bears. Put up
do
a
you tell?
fight with the might
I
so
think the road we came
fearlessly.
from was actually
We'll
down
never
here.
forget the way
Fair
you
enough, but
build the
you can see,
nation. With your team
Brattleboro, Vermont, or the
formation,
border at
bear
least with Vermont, New
down,
Hampshire in that map.
Chicago Bears, and let them know why you're wearing the crown.
Over here, correct.
You're the pride and joy
And so
of
you were
Illinois.
driving
Chicago
from
Bears, bear
Keene
down.
away from Concord, right? Away from Concord toward Vermont.
Bear down, baby.
Away from Keene towards Vermont,
Right.
yes. That,
Concord
to
would
me,
be
that would be north. I'm kind of confused.
You were headed toward Vermont.
Correct.
From Keene with your daughter driving.
Correct.
Okay. And the white car with the veteran plate that you observed was headed from Vermont into Keene.
Correct.
And so you don't know where it had been, but it was driving in the direction of Keene from Vermont, from the border of Vermont.
Correct.
Okay.
Case cracked. That's it.
And when you observed this car
Christine
traveling,
Lady Archer,
started
you
to
know.
follow it, right? Your daughter did.
Yes, we turned around.
And you observed that it was driving with the flow of traffic, right?
Correct.
At normal speed.
Correct.
Nothing erratic or concerning.
No.
And you went through some rotaries, roundabouts, traffic circles. And at one point,
Yeah,
the driver
stay
was
here.
trying to turn into McDonald's, right?
Nada. You missed nothing.
That's where I
Except
thought
for me
he was
seeing the
turning
bear
into.
spike.
That's where the blinker came on, was
Right.
just before McDonald's.
And McDonald's is just a few, I don't know, a mile or so up from Applebee's.
Oh, not even a mile.
Not even a mile. Okay.
Couple buildings.
Couple buildings. Okay, thank you. So, but it didn't turn into McDonald's. It kept going. And you said it went to the MD convenience, correct?
Yes.
Or convenience.
Convenient MD, yes.
Which is sharing a parking plaza with Applebee's?
No, it's
Can I
not
ask you
sharing
one
one.
more
It has its
question?
own parking lot, but you can get from that parking lot to
Okay,
Applebee's.
thank you. So it's the car.
2
are
hours
stopped in the
later.
parking lot for convenient MD
Yes,
for like what, less than a minute?
I'd say about a minute.
Oh, okay. And you were just sort of, you and your daughter lingering behind in your own car?
Yes.
Okay, let's startle the kitty.
I was on with 911 the whole time until the police showed up.
And then after a minute, it drove down into Applebee's
Correct, to the left.
to the left and parked in a parking spot, right?
Correct.
And then you went also into the Applebee's?
Oh, what's up, fucking Will?
But to the right
To
and
the right.
parked.
Parked, observed the
See, it
scene.
doesn't work on my channel,
And then
Will.
How long after
I don't got that
that
fucking
did the
infernal
police
booping.
show up? And
They were there within seconds. I mean, I think, oh, never mind.
okay.
Allie had to put me in a fucking
So-
institution for 3 days
And
to
then there
recover
was a
from that
lot of
shit.
police activity, right?
A lot.
And the driver of that white vehicle did not try to flee, correct?
No, he did not.
Who you calling flea, lady? Will, you're missing a real burner over here. Barn burner trial.
Okay.
No redirect, okay.
Are you
Ms.
sure?
Campbell be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Everything that guy just says bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hot pocket. Hot pocket.
White noise is back. Oh my God. I promise that I have no idea whether or not
So that we
this
have a-
trial's going to get interesting.
Ability to plan and understand what the next steps will be, okay?
Thank you.
All right, we'll be back to 11:20. Thank you.
11:20. The hell? We're taking lunch at
20, thank you.
10 o'clock in
Understand
the
what the next
morning.
steps
What?
at the time, just so that we have a,
Wait a second here. What?
whichever is more convenient.
What in the what world of sport? He means 12:20, or they're taking a break again? This woman here in front is huge. She's tall. She's a giant. All right, let's see what the fuck's going on here.
Whichever is more convenient. Not now, but either before or after, depending upon the circumstances at the time, just so that we have a ability to plan and understand what the next steps will be. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be back to 11:20. Thank you.
11:20. So nine times. 9 times. Movie. Give it to me. Any Chicagoan that doesn't get that in like 3 seconds, I'm banishing you from the state and the city. 9 times. Movie. Give it to me. Boom. Fucking Will doesn't even live in Chicago, and he nailed it. You guys should be ashamed. Will smoked y'all. That's exactly correct. Ferris Bueller. And his day off. And what a day it was. Foolish. Like it's up and been answered. I know you typed out the whole name. I'm going to give you full credit for typing out the whole name. Bueller. Okay, who can name who was the teacher? Actor's name. Let's go. Bring it. Bring it. What do you got? Let's go. Not you, Will. I know you know the answer. Grace! God damn it, Will. I said no. Will's a fellow movie buff. I'm gonna tell you, I'm still reeling from your casting of the Karen Reed movie, though. Fucking really fucked it there, buddy. Just whiffed on some shit. Some of them were great, though. Some were just way off. Way off. I knew what you meant. The only reason I make a point to kind of clarify that, Loopy Lass, is that a lot of people are confused. Like, everybody's so accustomed to YouTube and podcasts being on YouTube that they do think that they can watch it. So I'm constantly reminding people this is a traditional audio only podcast. Will, have you been promoting my fucking podcast, you pimp? Come on, dude. Buried inside the giant, and you should listen to it. Quit getting in all that fucking drama bullshit. Spend your time with some kind of just listen to it. I think you'll like it. It's pretty good. It's deep. Did you watch the Will, have you checked out the Peacock Gacy thing? If you have, my podcast blows it out of the water. But it's good. It's good. Like, as far as shit that's been done, scripted, it's by far and away the best that's been done. And Michael Chernus just crushes the role. I did yesterday with Lori something from Chasing Justice. Who the fuck is that? Who the fuck is Lori something from Chasing? Oh, Lori Hellis. All right, you're my guy then. I love you again. Lori Hellis. Yeah, she's firing back. Yeah, no, I know her. She's good. She's a lawyer. Nice lady. She's like, she's from over there's the Mormons. With all the Mormons over there's in the Utahs and the Idahos. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on with the Mormons. Like, honestly, it is something. It is something. Like, it's not just Lori Vallow. It's like fucking yeah. Like, Lori's been hitting me up for a long time. Like, really, when I started covering the Vallow, Allie and I did the Lori Vallow, her first trial. Lori was hitting me up back then. But yeah, I know she's firing back. She's firing back. Yeah, I'm not going to get into that. Like, Jenny, I'm going to have to wait and see how that thing plays out. I am very, very protective of domestic violence statutes and what their meaning is and what they're supposed to be used for. And because women suffered in this country and continue to suffer in this country, and up until very recently, they had no recourse. And that those statutes, those domestic violence statutes, came into effect to give women a way out, to give women a way to protect themselves from abusive, violent fucks. So, like, I'm not going to get into that. I'm not going to get into that. I'm not going to get involved with any of it. I just have a very, Allie and I have been in the system for a long time, and I've handled my fair share of divorces, and I've dealt with women that have been in abusive, nightmarish relationships, and so I'm very protective of that statute. Very protective of it. And if I come to find out that, people are using it, and I'm not saying Lauren is or she isn't, but I'm saying in general, it's that statute's used a lot of times in divorce cases, and it's weaponized by both sides. Sometimes the man, sometimes the woman, trying to get custody during the pendency of the divorce, trying to get one or the other spouse out of the house, and they go in, they file a frivolous restraining order or a petition for a temporary restraining order, and it's not it's not supposed to be used as a sword, it's a shield. It's a shield. It's no fucking game. Like, we've got a lot of women in here in our community, and I know that we've had a lot of women that have been in abusive relationships, and it's for them. It's for them. And I don't like to see it being used misproperly, because it's incredibly important. Incredibly important. I mean, if you're young, talk to your mothers and your grandmothers if they were in a I mean, women were trapped in abusive relationships. Trapped. It's fucking horrifying. Fucking horrifying. So I'm gonna do that as a yet to be determined, in terms of the 9-hour live and whatever that story is. So, like, Ian was talking about covering, I'm like, dude, don't. Don't. Yes, I am a girl dad, and I have raised young women that will kick somebody's fucking teeth in if they're abusing them or talking shit. So that's where I'm at with that thing. And like I said, I don't get into the drama, but in terms of that particular statute in each state, I take it very, very seriously. So if it comes to be known that the story's not accurate, well, we'll have to see what's up. But yeah, I'm going to stay out of it. I know all the players. And all I can say, the only thing, and I've said this a few times, is that Lauren was at the Delphi trial. She didn't cover it at all prior to the trial, at all. And prior to them deciding to sending Lauren, I had like a 2-hour conversation with John and Lauren, kind of going through the case. And then John put out his thing declaring that Richard Allen was guilty based on what I don't know. So I had a very lengthy conversation with them, and and then Lauren was there, and I felt bad that she was having to felt bad for everybody that was having to sleep on the ground to get into that tiny courtroom. And they were out there camping. It was crazy. And, I felt terrible that Lauren was out there for days, and she looked exhausted. And, I told her, I'm going to do everything I can to try to get you a seat so you can have a night's sleep in your hotel. And I did. And then, she brings the murder sheet on to talk shit about me. So I don't know, man. It's just, I would never do things like that. It's just not how I am. So I don't know. Whatever. No good deed goes unpunished, right? It's the way it goes in this world. I don't know. I don't know. What's good in your world, Will? How's the high school drama? Like, I've been trying to stay out of that shit, bro. Just can't stand it. I fucking hate it. Oh God. I can't take it. So it eats up my feed on Twitter. It fucking pops up on my feed on the YouTubes. Man. It's like, God damn. It's so much. It's like people just yeah, next subject, exactly. This guy's pretty smiley for about to be convicted. I just can't see a way out for him. It sounds like, let me see. I don't know. Did we meet the goal? 12 out of 20. Plus, I think there were about 6. We're probably about 3 or 4 away. I'll talk about Buried all day. I'll talk about Buried all day. I will talk about Buried all day. Yeah. Yeah, so Pam, is the way that I know kind of New Hampshire, Vermont, and Mass are all neighboring states, obviously, but it's like a really short drive. Do you guys consider like New Hampshire to be like an annex of Massachusetts, like a suburb almost? Because I've been up there for some shows. Did a show in Vermont, did a show in New Hampshire,
You see it?
in Boston.
This name called Joel Velez.
Joel who?
Sir, if you remain standing and raise your right hand, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth under the pain and penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please take a seat.
No, his first name's Joel. Joel with the good hair.
Sir, could you please tell us your name?
I heard you. I didn't see you.
Joel Velez, Velez.
Sir, where do you work?
I work for the Keene Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
What, babe?
Just under 6 years.
Did you attend and
What case?
from New Hampshire Police Academy?
Oh,
I did.
really?
What year?
Well,
2020.
your thing's 600 pages
What's your
long,
current
so
role or
doesn't
rank
surprise
within
me.
the police?
Can we have a
Patrol
year?
division.
And just generally, what does that mean for you as a patrolman? What are your duties?
Respond to calls for service, protect life and property.
Officer Velez, on March 1st of 2024, were you scheduled to be on duty that day?
I was.
What shift were you working that day?
Day shift, 0645 to 1645.
So 6:45 in the morning to 4:45 in the afternoon?
That is correct, sir.
Before your shift, were you woken up by something in the morning?
I was.
What woke you up?
An Amber Alert that had gone statewide, I believe.
When you responded to, or when you went to the police station for
Maybe.
work that day, did you receive some further information
Allie's
related to that?
insisting that I do.
We did. The whole shift did.
What information did you receive?
That the previous
Very-
Amber Alert that had gone out
into a book?
had last pinged in Concord. The driver, registered owner of the car, Dustin Duren, was identified to us. Was believed to be driving a white Subaru Impreza, New Hampshire veteran registration, V69023. Was in the company of his 2 young children and was believed to be armed with at least 1 handgun.
I mean, to be honest with you, Buried right now is an audiobook. Like if you were to go on Audible, it should be just listed. It's 36 episodes. It's longer than most books. And it is a book, except it's got the amazing feature that it's got all these interviews in it, but it's like woven in so that it reads or hears or sounds like a book, because it's all scripted aside from the interviews. You'll see when you listen to it all. It's a thing. It's a thing. Need y'all. Help me get that thing out into the world.
Subsequently
Maps.
received some additional information related to that vehicle.
We did.
And what information was that?
At about 10 a.m., our dispatch fielded a call that someone believed they were traveling behind the car from the Amber Alert.
As a result of that call coming into dispatch, what did you do?
I immediately left the station.
Where did you go?
I was tasked by my sergeant to travel westbound on Route 101 towards Winchester Street.
And what was your purpose in traveling in that direction?
To intercept the vehicle.
That day, what were you wearing in terms of a uniform?
I was wearing a fully marked Keene Police Patrol uniform.
Fully marked.
Yes.
And what kind of car?
Had the badge and the
A fully
patch.
marked Keene Police Patrol vehicle.
Did you get into your cruiser, your patrol vehicle, and start driving in that direction?
I did. I responded with a code 3 lights and sirens.
So lights and sirens activated. Was it just you in the car, or were there any other officers there?
I was the only one in that car.
Officer, I'm handing you what's marked for ID as states Exhibit 14. Can you take a look at this?
Ah, Chelsea, thank you for the $20
It's a
vendor
map of Keene.
for singing the entire Chicago Bears
What
fight
section of
song.
Keene does
That
it show?
is my pleasure.
So it shows Route 101, which runs east and west, Route 10, north and south, as well as the Winchester Street Key Road Rotary.
And there are a couple of notations here. There's a notation for an Applebee's and for a convenient MD. Do you see those?
Yes, I do.
Are those accurate with regard to where those businesses are in Keene?
Yes, they are.
And is this picture a fair and accurate representation of this section of the city of Keene?
Yes, it is.
This time the statement to strike the ID and introduce Exhibit 14.
The ID may be stricken with respect to Exhibit 14, and it shall be considered a full exhibit.
I'm Batman. I was in my fully marked vehicle.
So officer, you should see it on the screen there. I'm going to ask you to actually come down and step down from the witness stand.
Sure.
If you would. We have the map a little bit bigger here for the jury.
Boom. What a great description, Nicole.
If you could just stand up there and we're going to wait for the microphone to record your testimony. If you stand off to the side so the jury can see.
Yeah, the tapes are just different. It hits different now. I'm trying to tell people. I'm like,
Officer, what do you see here?
It's a map of Keene.
Okay, what part of Keene?
Route 101 runs east and west. Route 10, north and south.
Where's the police station in relation to what you see here?
It's a bit further eastbound up Route 101 here.
And you see, you point out for the jury the convenient MD and the Applebee's. And can you point out for them the part?
I mean, they have to tell the story, right? That leads up to the interaction. But it's like, let's get to the nitty gritty, you know? It's like, let's get to it. Let's get to it. Like they're jumping to him getting captured after the Amber Alert, but let's get to the story. Oh, I love that. I love that, Darlo.
Parking lot situation with those two areas, and are they connected at all?
They are. You can access here off of Winchester Street.
Glad I could help.
Access here off of Winchester Street, and then it's a shared parking lot for both this little slip lane here, which is from convenient MD to Applebee's.
So officer, there are a couple of rotaries or traffic circles on this map, just for the record, and ask you about the larger one towards the bottom of the picture. What roads feed into that rotary?
The larger one here, Winchester Street, Route 101, east and west, and Route 10, south.
So it's fair to say that
Yes.
the road going south
Right, show your teeth.
traffic circle is Route 10, but the road going north is Winchester Street.
That's correct.
And is it 101 east and west on both sides?
That's correct.
If you were to travel,
I guess from a strategy perspective, they want to front load all this stuff and leave the jury with the homicide as kind of being the last thing that they're going to cover. I'm guessing that's how they're going to do it. It has to be how they're going to do it.
west on Route 101, would that take you in the direction of Vermont?
It would.
And then, as you said, you traveled east on 101, that's further into the city of Keene towards the police department.
Correct.
I'm going to ask you a couple more questions about this. Is there a McDonald's somewhere
Yes, there is.
in the area? Can you point out where it is?
Do you eat there daily?
It's just north.
I get the nuggies. I get the nuggies, the 10-piece nuggies every day.
You mentioned Key Road. Can you point that out with your finger for the jury?
Yep. This is Key Road. And we'll run back into a shop.
I like the McDonald's coffee.
So, officer, if there were a car traveling north
Woo!
of that larger traffic circle,
Thanks,
on
Isabel.
Winchester Street, towards the second
Look at
traffic
that.
circle, the smaller one.
Aw, family
Is that
hug to
car
juror
turning
13.
left into the convenient MD or Applebee's parking lot?
You give the love to Isabel now.
No.
Why not?
The median here separates the north and southbound travel.
Boom.
Have to
Look
navigate
at that.
the rotary,
Love it.
come back around.
So a car that was coming north out of the traffic circle of 101 and 10 would need to go up and around the second traffic circle to get back down to the Applebee's parking lot?
That's correct.
Yeah, shit. That's right.
And then just to
Good
be
point.
clear,
Yeah, we can actually see the evidence
both have
today.
parking lots, but it is possible
We
to
didn't
drive from one
yesterday,
to the other
yeah.
without obstruction.
That is correct.
You can see if you return back to the stand. Thank you.
Thank you.
What do you got going on, buddy? Oh, you're so sweet. The guy.
Officer,
What
you
a
told us
guy.
that you were at the police station, then you began driving. What route did you take to get to, well, I'll ask you this. Did you go to this area that we see on the map?
I did.
And did you go there directly?
I did.
What road did you take to get there?
Indeed.
Route 101 westbound.
Okay. So as you traveled on Route 101 westbound, did you eventually get to the area of the traffic circle with 101 and 10?
Yes.
And as you were driving, did you receive further information from dispatch about the location of that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what did that information tell you?
The initial reporting party had watched the car exit and begin northbound
Yep.
travel on Winchester Street towards the McDonald's.
And so when you received that update, was that while you were already in your cruiser
Yes, it was.
and you were en route, so to speak?
I was.
About how long did it take you to get from the
Stay,
police station
Lisa.
to the area that we see here?
Stay.
It couldn't have been more than, it was under a minute.
Yeah, we love it. It works your core when
Tell
you're
us
sitting
what
here
happened
for 6
when you
hours.
got to this
We
area.
do this move
What
right
did you
here.
see or do?
So as I approached the rotary in the slip lane for Winchester Street, and we got that information, I saw what looked to be a white Subaru Impreza begin traveling northbound. So rather than continue westbound, I started traveling northbound on Winchester Street as well.
You mentioned you saw a white vehicle. And at that point, did you know if it was the particular vehicle you were looking for?
I
Yeah,
did not
stay
know at
with
that
us,
time.
Lisa.
Where was this white vehicle that
No
you saw?
reason to
What
go
direction
back.
was it traveling?
Except to hear me sing the
Northbound,
Bears fight
on
song.
Winchester Street toward the second rotary, Key Road, McDonald's.
Could you tell if it was coming from the eastbound or was it traveling, or was it coming towards you from the west? Or was it traveling in the same direction as you when it went north?
No, it was traveling from the west.
Okay, so coming in the opposite direction.
That's correct.
So you saw a white vehicle, what did you do next?
As I continued driving northbound, I maintained a visual on the vehicle. I watched it navigate the rotary. I sped up, accelerated. I navigated the rotary and was able to get behind it, just maybe a couple cars lengths.
When you say you saw it navigate the rotary, which rotary are you referring to?
Ew.
Winchester Street, Key Road.
Lisa.
So you've told us that you're not behind that vehicle. What happened next?
I could see the taillights as well as the rear license plate affixed to the car.
And did that, what was the license plate that you saw?
It's New Hampshire veteran V69023.
What did you do next?
I followed it.
They
Preparing
could
to
give
make
me
a
a
motor vehicle
strike for
stop,
me singing the fight song.
but it turned into the
Maybe, I don't know.
convenient MD Applebee's
It
parking
was a pretty
area.
good rendition.
Did you follow it?
I did.
What did that car do once it turned off the road into the parking lot area?
It came to a stop in one of the designated parking spaces.
What did you do?
I told dispatch where we were, and I read the license plate twice, I believe.
Came from the heart.
And
baby.
dispatch
Came
confirmed
from the
that was
heart.
the vehicle from the Amber Alert.
Why did you do that?
One, to confirm who I was likely going to take my gun out and point it at. And I had written it on my hand in the morning in roll call, but I had sweated it off.
So you wanted to confirm that?
Yes.
That's the right one. After you received that confirmation, what did you do?
Exited my cruiser as quickly as I could and raised my gun until it was level with the driver's side window.
Officer Velez, why did you take
We love
your
you
gun out
back,
of
Lisa.
your car?
Despite your cheeseheadedness.
The information that we received was that the driver, owner, operator, Dustin Duren, was believed to be armed with at least one handgun, and that he may have been involved in a shooting that morning.
So is that for your safety?
And anyone that was around, it's a fairly busy shopping plaza.
When you took your gun out and stepped out of your car, what was that vehicle doing?
It was parked.
Could you see anyone in the vehicle?
I could see the driver at the time clearly.
What happened next?
I began to give commands. I yelled out to the driver, hands, let me see your hands.
Do you see the driver of that
couldn't have been
vehicle in
more than
court today, sir?
A couple of moments
Yes,
later,
I
I was
do.
joined by some other officers.
Would you point to him and describe
So
what he
let's
is
set the
wearing?
scene. You are standing next to your cruiser?
I was.
And you had the door open?
I did.
Were you standing behind the door?
I was.
Why were you doing that?
To just give myself some sort of cover in case the suspect or the driver engaged me in a gunfight.
About how far away were you from that white vehicle?
I would say 2 car lengths,
Any obstructions between you and that car?
none.
When you began giving commands, what did the person in the car do?
He was compliant. He put his hands on the steering wheel so I could see both of them. And that was the last command I gave. They were taken over by another officer.
So other officers joined you?
Yes.
What were their names?
Officer Kyle Macy, Officer Nicholas Panel, and Sergeant Mark Cotton.
Did one of those officers take over giving commands to the individual in the car?
Yes, Officer Macy.
Did the individual in the car comply with those commands?
He did.
And what did the individual in the car do as a result of those commands?
He exited the car, remained compliant. He walked backwards towards the sounds of our voices. He was placed up. He was put onto his knees and then taken into custody, secured into handcuffs.
From the time that that person came out of the car
No.
and the time that he was placed into handcuffs, did he
I
say
haven't,
anything?
Okie.
He did.
What did he say?
Initially, he said, "My kids are in the car," something to that effect.
Did he say anything else?
He did.
What did he say?
He said, "There's a pistol in the door."
Did you get close enough to that individual to observe him?
Yes, I did.
Do you see the person who came out of that car, who was driving that white car here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Please point him out and identify him by describing an article of clothing that he's wearing.
Sure. That would be the gentleman seated here with the glasses on.
The record, please reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
I actually, that case was not streamed, correct? The Robert Brooks. So if you follow me on Twitter, you know when Robert Brooks was murdered in prison by guards, and it was all caught on body worn cams, like I posted. So that was. So I looked it up. I knew that the trial was going on, but that was not streamed. And I know that they, it looks like they convicted one of the guards and 2 were acquitted. Huh. Yeah, see, that's the thing with New York. It's like Illinois. The opening statements were broadcast, streamed. Huh. That's interesting. I'm going to have to, we're going to check those out. That was an important case to me. I was so fucking disturbed by that video. I was like, oh my God. Savages. Just savages.
The record shall so reflect.
So to be clear, the defendant is the person.
Oh, yes.
Pause the stream a sec.
Yeah.
After the defendant was taken out.
Pause the stream a sec.
Yeah.
Did you have any further interaction with him?
Hi.
Hey guys. Hi. So does everyone already know that Proctor withdrew his appeal?
Yes.
And this coincides with the state getting their hands on his cell phone and extracting like years worth of shit. Sounds very suspicious.
In what way?
I think he's like, I'm fucked.
This was we were talking about it yesterday.
Bob said he didn't care.
Don't care.
I don't understand. What do you mean you don't care?
Wait, why do I care? Tell me
Do
why.
you remember? I'm going to connect the dots for you. Here we go. Okay. Do you remember when we were watching the game and I came up to you and I was like, holy shit, did you read this response? Okay. So the state gets his cell phone. He thinks they're only going to be able to extract from 2024.
Yeah.
They're able to get all his data, texts, pictures, everything since 2013. So all of that's going to cover all of the Karen Reed shit. So you don't think that they found some shit? The only way you think they didn't find some shit is if you don't think they planted any taillight or lied about anything or searched for nudes or did any of those things. Wow. All right. I'm going to have my own fucking live.
If it
I'm
can
going to do my own
possibly,
live.
if
I'm going
it,
to end this live.
yes, you
start a new live.
do a Proctor live because like Proctor, people care. I've
Dude,
tried. I just don't care.
I don't. You're not connecting how this connects.
Dude, I fucking get it. But I mean, what do you think? So, in theory, if you think Proctor was stupid enough to text that I've planted taillight in the yard over at 34 Fairview, let's pretend like he's that big of a fucking moron on top of being a scumbag, and he does that. Okay.
Right.
He texted to somebody.
Right.
I mean, like, what? So he's charged? Like, is that what we care about? Like, that he gets charged criminally?
No, I care about like
what, being right? Like, she's acquitted.
Right. I get that. No, but I think like the truth should come out.
Okay.
Wow. So yeah, it is the King case. And like, because someone's like, is this the King case? So here's how Allie came to know any of this stuff. Because you guys know I'm not on top
Is
of
it about the King case?
Yeah, I think it is all from the King case.
Well, I know that the orders are coming from the King case, but is that why people care?
No, they care because the government now has Proctor's text messages from his private cell phone that cover the entire Karen Reed trial. And the special prosecutor, I think it's a special prosecutor, is talking about still needing more time for this review and turning over whatever is appropriate to the appropriate law enforcement agencies. They found some shit.
Yeah.
So people are like, yeah, getting Mel on the stream. So this is how I came to figure this out. I'm on X because we're trying to promote Buried, so I have to be on there more.
Yeah.
And I see like this hate tweet for Mel, and it's not unusual. We all get them, right? But it was like really intense, and I was like, what is wrong with these people? And I'm about to like flame throw the text, and I'm like, holy shit, I've already had enough people, give Buried 1 star. So I text Mel and I'm like, hey, I saw this shit. I was about to respond, but I'm now being a bit of a baby about it and don't want to fuck up Buried. So then she tells me that all the Karen Reed people are, the guilters are like running scared because this shit's about to come out, assuming like that I know. And I was like, well, I think I'm going to need to watch your last live because I don't know what we're talking about. So then she told me what we're talking about, and she sent me that 5-page filing that I ran over to you during the softball game and was like, holy shit, look at this verbiage in here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. So no one cares. I'm gonna see what.
No, I think a vast majority of the chat cares. I just don't care. I'm sorry, I don't. But what you should do, 100%, is have Melanie come over here and y'all do a live on it because she
Well,
knows.
her Mel's already done a live. But she
For
wouldn't
what?
do it
We
for
haven't.
Wow, you're abandoning your partner.
No, dude. It's like there's just, certain, like, I'm over it.
All right. All I'm saying is they found some shit, and it could be about who knows, these fucking corrupt motherfuckers.
Could be
all
about
sorts-
who? Who
It
are you
could
gonna
be
say?
about. It could be about, what's her name?
Who?
The one that started all of this right before Karen Reed.
Who?
Come on, don't make my brain work.
Wait, like a case?
Yeah,
Sandra Birchmore.
It could be about Birchmore. Could be
Sandra
about
Birchmore. I care about.
right. Could be about Karen. Could be about all sorts of cases that these people. Who knows what they were up to? But the language in the order. I mean, in the motion filed by the Commonwealth, unless that's a special prosecutor. I forget whose case it is, but it references back to the King case, and I was like, is this King? I thought the King case was like precedent, not
full-throated. Then I'll care. I mean, like everybody's just jumping to the conclusion that they're going to find all kinds of smoking gun. If they find here's my promise to you. If they
Then you'll
find all
care.
kinds of smoking gun evidence on his fucking phone, then I'll care very much.
all right.
Until
Well,
that
I'm making a
time,
prediction that these. I'm making a prediction. I'm going in because I believe they're all dirty as shit, and there's not a chance in hell they're not going to find some dirt on his phone, because before he realized that he wasn't untouchable and that holy shit, people might one day see my shit, I'm sure these sons of bitches were saying all sorts of shit. Let's just think about what they're saying on their
writing,
work phones. What they said just on their work phones.
yeah. I mean, it was a bunch of inappropriate shit, but it was no admissions of like crimes.
Yeah, well, that wasn't his personal phone.
I'm just saying.
I mean, you're right. At the end of the day, we could get up here, like flail our arms about, screaming, yell, and then they're like, we didn't find shit. And then we're like, meh, meh. But
I mean, I think, for me, the corrupt, again, I said it yesterday, the fucking corruption is everywhere. Like, all you people, Google Reynaldo Guevara, like right now. You want to talk about some fucking corruption?
I know, but babe, here's
You
the
want to talk
thing.
about some fucking corruption?
Let
That
me
guy,
present it this way.
had a woman on an absolute corrupt murder beef that this woman was fucking innocent on death row. This guy put 51 that we know of innocent people, 100% innocent people in on murder beefs who all did 10, 15, 20 years before they got exonerated. All I'm saying is, like, I get it. There's just like people seem to be pigeonholed into thinking that Massachusetts is the place where corruption exists, and it
No,
exists
let me-
everywhere.
Let me just say it this way. Let me say it this way. Okay, you hear me out. Right? We have a high-profile case that is exposing to the people who they're, as we know, there is a large majority of America who has always thought cops are the good guys, prosecutors are the good guys, and they're just starting, because of YouTube, because of social media, because of all the people in this chat and that care, that they're starting to realize, holy shit, the cops are as bad as those damn defense attorneys have always said they were, right? So now you've got the big case, and I'm just going to call it Karen Reed, even though I think it should be and is Richard Allen, but because it wasn't, publicized, aired at the trial, I think it's not as big. But anyway, so you've got this huge case that huge amounts of Americans are watching. There is still, it seems like, 50% or some large percent of the people who still think the cops aren't liars and scumbags, and they need to, this could rock their world. Like, holy shit, all the other people who still haven't come to terms with corruption. Yeah, I understand. Obviously, it happens everywhere.
When's the federal government going to have some kind of like a committee meeting wherein they're discussing whether or not every fucking cop's phone in this country should be audited? Because like the whole point being that this shit goes
they're
on
never doing that.
everywhere.
You fucking
Right.
kidding?
But
That's a
it goes on.
That's a huge
I
invasion
hear
of
what you're
privacy.
saying. Like I
But now to tie the last piece in, I think if this just happened with his timing of withdrawing his motion, he's like, oh, I'm fucked. I'm withdraw. Like I'm just gonna withdraw my motion because I'm throwing my hands down. I thought they were only first of all, I have no idea how he doesn't understand how iCloud works, and he thought they were just getting 2024
Oh
shit.
shit. Hey, I got to dip. I got
What?
to record with Tony every
You're
Tuesday.
leaving me on this this
Yes,
trial.
You've been gone. So you're gonna have to hold up the fort. I gotta go. Like he's waiting. It's always every week he's calling me. I'm late.
All
I
right,
love
you
you. I'll be back,
fucked up.
y'all.
You fucked up.
And I'll
All
take
right.
some more beatings about not caring about Proctor. Bye.
Lord. Wait, now I'm giant. Jesus. They're sticking me like that until I find the screen. I don't like being giant. All right, wait. I don't even know where we were. I wish I could start a poll. Is there Mandy back here? Hey, Mandy, you want to talk or are you gone? Yeah, her face is back here, but she's not back here. Let's see what you people think of. Proctor for sure, boring trial. Oh boy. But Bob's right. If I could get Mel to come do it with me, maybe. Let me see. Let me see what Mel says. All right, let's see what she says. All right. What does it mean that his attorney withdrew? Now his attorney withdrew? Jeez, you guys know more than I know. I literally. All right, wait. I'm going to go over here to your starred chats and see if someone said something I need to pay attention to. Okay. This is the number one thing I fucking agree with. Mel and I were texting back and forth. And Bob and I already talked about it. So Stacy, not Esquire, says, Bob, there could be pictures of Karen's taillight before it made it to the Sally Port. Maybe he won't say he planted the picture. So, and Bob and I talked about this when I brought it up to him after the softball game. I'm like, all right, we never thought it was even like remotely possible that a cop who is going out to investigate a possible hit and run, possible murder, vehicular homicide, that he doesn't take a picture of the car. There is, in my mind, almost no way possible that there is not a picture of the fucking car on his phone. Now, I could say that, and then I could be wrong. And then I'm like, like I said earlier, but I feel so confident about it that I almost don't care. And I'll go off on a limb and say, I think there's fucking pictures of the car on his phone. I do. And yeah, Karen Reed got the right result. And there's other cases with corruption. So I see where, why Bob's like got this mentality. But I think like exposing the truth here, if these texts could do that, and the other half of the people who just refuse to think the cops would do anything wrong, and I don't know if they refuse to think the cops would do anything wrong, or if they're just convinced that a woman they don't know murdered a man they don't know. I don't know which of the driving forces it is. And so there's that. I mean, I believe it's on there. I believe it's on there. Chat votes Ellie Mel live for Proctor. I sent Mel live asking her if she too talked out about this issue on her own channel. So, I mean, a text. Can I speak? Can I speak? What should we do? What should we do? Should we keep talking about? I mean, I feel like there were people here watching a trial, and now I'm like coming on trying to be like, let's stop talking about this trial that you guys are watching. So how about this? Anyone who's like, Allie, what the fuck? I was in the middle of watching that trial. Please resume. And so not all you people that want to say don't resume. I just want to give it a second to see if anyone tells me, why did you just do this when I'm in the middle of watching this trial? All right. Okay. All right. Okay. But then what if Mel responds like, oh yeah. All right. We'll see. I mean, I'm sure Melanie's busy because she's not live, at least the last I checked. All right. So Tracy, Mandy, you guys are going to have to help me because I have not been, I didn't even know there was a King's trial. I'm voting for, somebody voted for the trial, I think. Oh no, for my Fury. Okay. So I don't see that anybody that really liked the trial. Well, you should almost like we should almost stop the stream and restart it so that people know we are now talking about this, but so be it. All right. So Tracy, if you can find anything about the lawyer withdrawing, I'm going to start with the motion that Mel sent me. And then if someone can send me the, or maybe I just have to Google this about Proctor withdrawing his appeal. So now I don't know. Should I just start talking about this now? Should I wait to see what Mel says? Am I driving everyone in the chat crazy with my like back and forth schizophrenic ADD brain? There's a goal we have to hit. All right. Okay. All right. I'm going to bring up the motion that Mel texted me while Bob's on here, and he can come back and yell at me about it later. All right. Let's see. All right. So for those of you who don't know, and I think there's almost no one in here who doesn't know, when I say Mel, we are talking about another YouTuber, attorney Melanie Little. So she is a friend and a colleague and has been on top of the Karen Reed case from Dot. Let's see. Let me share my screen. All right. And this is a short motion. So come on, computer. I probably got too many windows open. All right. Let's make this bigger. Gosh, I can just see how tired I am. I hate being big. I like when Bob's here, someone else is here, and my picture's just tiny. No one needs to worry about what I look like. All right, so this is from October 16th, all right? And it's in the Brian Walsh case, but it mentions Miles King, which until you guys started asking, is this from the Miles King case, I thought was like precedent, of them saying they sought these papers pursuant to a rule under this Miles King case, but maybe it's a separate case. So now bear in mind, while I'm reading this, I am not looking at the chat. So if Mandy is still back here and something important is said that I need to look back at the chat. Maybe you can make that sound, but I'm going to be looking at the document. So this is why Bob bitches about me not using the double screen. All right, pursuant to orders in Commonwealth v. Miles King and other cases, and then they cite these other cases, which is why I thought this is all just precedent about the ability to get this type of material. But in any event, the Commonwealth began examining an extraction from a personal cell phone of former Trooper Proctor for information reasonably believed to be discoverable under Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 14b2. Due to the unexpected volume of files discovered on the phone and review of the extraction is not yet complete, the Commonwealth is attempting to produce information it currently believes to be discoverable by October 24th. So we're creeping up on that date, and they know they're not going to be ready, so they're now asking for more time. So it says, but requires additional time to complete its review of the data extracted from the cell phone. On October 17th, 2025, the Norfolk Superior Court Judge Michael Doolin allowed in part defendant King's motion to preserve and produce former MSP Trooper Proctor's personal cell phone, ruling, quote, and that tells you what happens when you skim a document and why I didn't realize it was a separate current ongoing case. But in any event, as to the communications, including the content, call durations, time, and number involved on former State Trooper Michael Proctor's personal cell phone from the date of the charged murder in the King matter to the date of the indictment, the Commonwealth shall promptly produce any other data from Proctor's personal cell phone that might constitute investigative materials or is favorable to the defense within the meaning of Mass Criminal Rule of Procedure 14. So again, that was a June 17, 2025 order. Judge Doolin further ordered that the Commonwealth may move for appropriate protection order for the court to review prior. The defense shall show or provide the communications produced pursuant to this order to anyone else except defense counsel may show, but not give them to the defendant in this case. So then this is more history, background, but upon filing of a motion, an amended motion for clarification by Proctor's counsel on August 13th, 2025, Norfolk Superior Court Judge Peter B. Crump clarified that, quote, the obligation to produce any other data that constitutes investigative material or is favorable to the defense is not limited to a particular date range. It is not limited to a particular date range. And that Proctor had a legitimate interest in protecting attorney, client, or spousal communication. Judge Crump ordered that by certain dates, 1, Proctor shall provide a cell phone, 2, the Commonwealth do a full extraction, and then provide a copy to Proctor's lawyer to determine privileged and return the cell phone back. 3, counsel provide a privilege log to the Commonwealth. So his lawyer is going to look it over, say, this is what all the stuff I think is privileged, and then like a log, and then give that back to the Commonwealth. 4, the Commonwealth shall search the cell phone extraction with the exception of the communications identified on Proctor's privilege log to locate the information authorized by the initial order as clarified herein. By October 24th, 2025, the Commonwealth shall produce to defendant King and others, 1, a copy of Proctor's privilege log, if any. 2, the documents required to be produced under the initial order as clarified herein, except those documents identified on Proctor's privilege log. The Commonwealth proffers that now this is where it gets interesting, okay, or starts to get interesting. Sorry, okay. I'm not going to answer it. The Commonwealth proffers that it has received Proctor's cell phone, that an extraction has occurred, that the phone was returned to Proctor, and that Proctor's counsel provided a document entitled Privilege Log on the court-ordered due date of September 26, 2025. The extraction has yielded hundreds of thousands of items, some of which are dated as far back as 2013. Now, I'm going to stop there, right? Because a smart person like a former cop, somebody really worried about their shit, is going to make sure that there's stuff from this certain date range, like the date of the, murder of Officer John O'Keefe until the last time he ever texted anyone about this case, that case, or any other, that he'd make sure that if there was something on his phone, maybe even not from that case, but another case, that wasn't included in his iCloud, that he, so it's possible that he's got an old iCloud saved that covers 2013 until X date, but really doesn't cover anything that we want it to cover. I'm just saying that it is a possibility. So to me, that would explain why, if like it came back and it doesn't have all the things that we want. But moving on, the volume of items was unexpectedly larger than the representations of Proctor's counsel regarding the cell phone. Footnote 3. Proctor counsel, it's down here, Proctor's counsel on July 25th, 2025 and August 12th, 2025, filed a motion, an amended motion for clarification, which noted that Proctor changed his phones in February of 2024, did not preserve his old phone, and after activating his new phone in February of 2024, used an auto-delete feature, deleting the contents of his phone every 30 days. That's hiding some shit. We're trying to hide some shit. Maybe there's some special auto-delete feature that is supposed to hide things from an extraction, but, that's why we always are saying you can't delete shit. All you do is delete it, and then they know, haha, you tried to hide this shit. We found it. So, counsel proffered. Therefore, regardless of the time frames for the court order to be clarified, it's unlikely that Mr. Proctor has any relevant information in his possession concerning this case. They cite back to the papers in Commonwealth v. King. So, returning to the body, the Commonwealth further proffers that it reasonably believes it will be able to and is making efforts to that end to produce information deemed to be discoverable from the text/chats and video/audio files from the extraction of Proctor's personal cell phone on October 24th, 2025. The footnote here just says they will produce the privilege log to counsel upon authorization by the court. However, the Commonwealth is requesting additional time to comply with with the order in King and other cases to review other files on the extraction from Proctor's cell phone, including emails and photographs. What the hell, did I skip a footnote? Did I skip the most important footnote? Wait a second. How are we at the end here? Let me see something. Oh, here it is. Oh, did I just skim past that and get to the footnote without even realizing I was saying it? Because, okay, so I did just jump right over what to me was the most shocking sentence in the entire thing and went to the footnote. In addition, where appropriate and consistent with the Commonwealth's obligations. Wait, hold on a second. Okay, I see what happened. All right. Rewind, pause. I'm sorry. I was really at footnote 2. I've got to wear my cheaters while I'm reading to y'all. This is crazy. But I jumped down to footnote 3 and read footnote 3 and then went back to the body at 3 and skipped the most exciting, interesting, and shocking thing that's in the document. So I am returning back to footnote 2. So we're going back to where the motion says that this extraction yielded hundreds of thousands of items and went back to 2013, that it had so much more things that that was whatever. Now I can't tell if I did read this before, but I'm doing it again because if I did, I jumped right over it. My brain. Dude, it really is a fog, y'all. So anyway, review of the extraction is underway, and the Commonwealth has identified materials that it reasonably believes to be discoverable under Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure in the King matter and other cases where Proctor was a witness. So that means things that speak to him being dishonest. It's not just you don't just get to use, like in the King matter, if he was just talking shit about some regular woman, like not the subject of his investigation, or saying a bunch of scumball like shit, that's not discoverable. That has nothing to do with his truth, veracity, motive, blah, 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 blah. So that right there tells you they've already found some shit. Guys, I hate to look at myself. I get to cover myself with this, read this like this, and just look at your chats. See half the screen. All right. So then it goes on to say, in parentheticals, disclosure of exculpatory information arising from unrelated grand jury proceedings, part of prosecutors' official duties, and may be disclosed without order of court unless the prosecutor seeks protective order limiting disclosure. All right, so let's just think about it. Why the fuck is he like throwing that part in here? Disclosure of exculpatory information arising from unrelated grand jury proceedings is part of the prosecutor's duties to disclose. We're talking about a search of the guy's cell phone. That leads me to think, and if I have to later go, wah, wah, I was wrong, so fucking be it, I'll do it. But it leads me to believe that they've already found something in the phone that contradicts something this guy testified to in an unrelated grand jury proceeding. But maybe that's not the point of the sentence, you know? This is called Allie's speculating right now. And if I had glasses down here accessible to me, I'd put them on. That's a non-issue at this point. I just don't right now. Where was I? Okay, now for the bombshell sentence. In addition, where appropriate and consistent with the Commonwealth's obligations, the Commonwealth will produce pertinent information to individual law enforcement agencies. And then it cites, in accordance with the court's June 17, 2025 order in King, the Commonwealth will move for a protective order prior to release of the materials to counsel in this case. So, all right, they're already turning shit over, or at least think there's, at a bare minimum, based on their review thus far, they think there's damn well good a chance that they're going to turn shit over to law enforcement agencies. I mean, that's like taking it as nominal as you can. I read it to be like they already found some shit and they already are going to be turning it over. But at a bare minimum, no matter how you read that sentence, it's like, in addition, where appropriate and consistent with the Commonwealth obligations, the Commonwealth will produce pertinent information to individual law enforcement agencies. Now, typically, if they hadn't already found some shit, I'm just going to say typically, there would be a comma that said, if any. If we find such a thing. To me, it reads, we've already found some shit that needs to go to law enforcement. But again, bare minimum, it reads, this is kind of looking like it's going to be something that has to get turned over to law enforcement agencies. I mean, you can only take it those ways. It's not just a bullshit sentence that they wrote for no goddamn reason. So now this goes back to where I already started reading, but I'm going to continue from here since I missed that the most important paragraph of the whole damn thing and started continuing on. But the Commonwealth further proffers that it reasonably believes it will be able to and is making an effort to that end to produce the information deemed discoverable from the chats /text and video /audio files from the extraction of Proctor's cell phone on October 24th, 2025. And again, the footnote just says they're going to turn over that privilege log to counsel. upon authorization by the court. However, the Commonwealth is requesting additional time to comply with the order in King and other cases to review other files on the extraction of Proctor's cell phone, including emails and photographs. The Commonwealth anticipates continuing the review and providing those materials to the defense in this case as soon as practicable, but after October 24th, 2025. So I don't know. What do y'all think? And then he withdraws his appeal. Is like, nah, I'm all right because you guys just found some shit that's really gonna put me in hot water. So this is pointless. That's how I read it. Now, I don't know. I'm gonna see if Mandy or Tracy text me if we found anything. Oh, Melanie said I won. Well, Melanie is exceptionally busy. She's done 2 other shows. She already did someone else's show this morning. She's doing Howie Carr this afternoon. And she still has to do her own show. So today is a non-option. And I guess that's because Melanie is the one who's reading this shit saying hello. Because when she sent it to me, she's like, I don't know why no one else is like paying attention to this. And she's like, just read it for yourself. And I'm like, what the fuck? I literally went to the dugout. I was like, Bob, come out of here real quick. Just come out of here. And read him just that paragraph that, of course, I skipped over when I was reading it to you guys. But I want to see what y'all are saying over here. Other interpretations that aren't as like aggressive as I'm interpreting it, because I can get carried away. Let's see. So Cody in Tennessee says, Allie, did you look at the hearing yesterday on this? No, I looked at nothing. I read this and just saw that he withdrew his appeal. So it's like I got a whole ton of catching up to do. Let's see if somebody has a. All right, so Emma says, I think there will be shit about framing Aiden and Karen for witness intimidation. See, this is what I'm saying. Like when I trying to like keep us like sort of in track, because there is a possibility. So the way iCloud works, right? Like when you, and especially in earlier years, like you could do a backup, right? That's a backup until 2013, and then you don't do one for like 4 years, or you delete one. That's like, all right, this one covers all the way to 2018, but it's a separate like backup. Then that backup could be gone and you could potentially end up with 2013 to 2016 and then nothing again until 2025. But all of this screams, and that's why I'm saying, I don't know, will it have Karen Reed stuff on it? Will it have Aiden stuff on it? Who knows? But this reads, it's got something on it that is like shock the world and rock the case, rock the world, whatever. There's something. But it is also possible that he's didn't delete a backup that covered 2013 to some date and did delete another one, or he's just fucking stupid enough to not know that everything's in the cloud and he needed to do more than just get a new phone. Like I don't get that. Let's see what else you guys are saying. Yeah, Hank Brennan's deviated septum says lawyers are pretty careful with their words. Yeah, it doesn't say if any. It doesn't say, should we uncover something that is, warrants police being turned over to a police agency, then we'll do it. And again, even to put a sentence in like that, we weren't talking about that. Right? We're just talking about a search to see if there's anything discoverable. And they're throwing in other law enforcement agencies without an if any, I mean, it does say where appropriate, but not if appropriate. I don't know. I don't know. So Jazia says he was sacked over his investigation of the Reed case. The fact he dropped the appeal implies they found more Karen Reed related material. I mean, that is definitely, I'm saying I think that they sure as shit did. I'm just grounding us to the possibility that a smarter person would have like, if there was like the picture of the car, you are deleting that thing. You're deleting it from your iCloud. You're deleting it from everywhere, so he could have done it and it still might be there. And he could have deleted a more relevant backup that covered, more stuff, and he didn't. And it could just be that either way, they're going to find so much bad behavior, criminal behavior, inappropriate professional behavior, whatever, that that he's not just going to put himself through it, because it's just going to make everything worse. But again, I do think that it screams Karen Reed related stuff. But either way, there's something there. And we ride at dawn. Hey, are you a Jacket fan? Or just no? Okay, no. The hearing was about federal stuff, not this. See, like I said, I don't know everything. The hearing yesterday wasn't earth-shattering. Let's see. Okay, so now I need to follow up on this. Where do I find this thing about? Did his lawyer actually withdraw? Let me see what I can find. All right, so let's just watch this. Maybe I should open this up in YouTube so that we can make it louder. Give me a second. Give me a second. Stop. What is this doing? Am I not logged? Oh, hold up. Wait a minute. What is happening right now? Why is it doing this to me? All right. I don't understand. Okay. It's being weird.
Trooper Michael Proctor has stopped fighting to get his job back. NBC 10's Katie Benoit joins us live in our studio this morning to explain what this means for other high-profile cases, too. Katie, good morning.
Good morning. Michael Proctor's Service Commission hearings were supposed to pick back up this week, but now he's withdrawn his appeal. Proctor was fired after sending inappropriate text messages while investigating Karen Reed. Several defense attorneys in high-profile criminal cases that Proctor investigated, including Brian Walsh's case, are trying to secure Proctor-related evidence used in the Karen Reed case. Walsh is accused of killing his wife. Defense attorneys also got a ruling from a judge on more access to Proctor's personal cell phone data,
which is going to grant access to the defendants to, information on the personal cell phone and the cloud. The district attorney's office said that they are presently underway in reviewing those materials and putting something together.
And a motion filed in court has also revealed that 13 years of data on Proctor's personal cell phone that was deleted has been discovered on the cloud. And a spokesperson for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office said they've asked for more time to get that data together because of how large it is. Reporting live in the studio, Katie Benoit, NBC 10 News.
Former massive.
So, all right. If you had any like, oh, maybe they didn't find shit. Maybe, like I'm saying, maybe he deleted the worst of it. You know, this withdrawal of his appeal screams, holy shit, I'm screwed. That's what it screams. I can't believe anything else other than him being like, I'm completely screwed. And yes, as Angel pointed out, I was going to say this. They said, at least these are the words they just spoke, 13 years of data, as opposed to what I was saying, like some data from 13, some from here or there. They said 13 years of data. So that would be all of it. So, but now you guys are saying, let's see what you guys are saying over here. Well, Ani maybe says, amazing people, love from whatever flag that is that I can't see because I'm blind, to everyone. And Cody says, here for the dummy. And Constance Smith says, I appreciate you both and all the chat. So what are you guys saying about his lawyer withdrawing? Is that a real thing? And who is his? And if we're talking about Proctor's, if he's just withdrawing from the thing where he's dismissing the appeal, then that doesn't really make a big difference, right? Because he's withdrawing his appeal, so his lawyer can withdraw his appearance on an appeal. You know, that doesn't matter. I mean, I guess the timing of it, did the lawyer file to withdraw first, or did Proctor file to withdraw, you know, to dismiss his appeal, you know? But like Julie says, I wonder how many cases are going to be overturned after his messages are revealed. I mean, look, here's the thing about this shit, right? You don't just start by planting taillight. You don't just start by all of the scumbaggy shit that Proctor did. Your first cross over the line is not texting your colleagues and your supervisor that you're looking for nudes on somebody's phone. You don't get to a place where you text some shit like that unless you think you are unstoppable and you have been crossing that line for a long, long time, period. You don't just jump in and like go over, you know, the top. It takes time for you to become, you know, to become so corrupt that you're doing, you know, all of the shit that it seems like, how about I say that? It seems like, being democratic about it, it seems like they're doing. And I'm assuming that the reason that Mel has gotten calls to like come on people's shows and talk about this, something that she has been talking about since, you know, for, you know, all of the time, is because of this withdrawal. They're like, holy shit, this woman's got it right from the jump, you know? But I don't see how anybody could really dispute it. I don't know why it created people attacking her more than they attack all of us just generally, for pointing out something that the Commonwealth wrote in their pleadings. And is Tracy Cusack? Oh no, assistant district attorney. So she's not even a special prosecutor. I mean, oh yeah, specially assigned to, oh no, okay, that's the case. All right, let's just see. Tracy's sending me something. The lawyer okay, here she says. Tracy sent me this thing that says, all right, notice of withdrawal filed, attorney appearance withdrawn. So they happen simultaneously. But we have no idea what was happening behind the scenes. You have no idea if the lawyer's like, dude, you got me. I'm just going to say this. It's very unusual for a lawyer to withdraw in the face of evidence that's coming out. It's one thing if the lawyer became aware of something, right? Because like he looked at the stuff that that the Commonwealth doesn't have, or his lawyer confessed something to him he shouldn't. You know, then he's like, look, I can't help you anymore. I can't put forth the defense that you want because it's not true, and I've got ethics and blah 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 blah. But to turn your back on your client when evidence comes out that is detrimental to his case, and I mean is being, you know, part of discovery that both sides are going to have, that would be just a really unprofessional. That is highly inappropriate. You know what I mean? Unless it was like you found out something about the client that would go against your everything to represent them. Like sometimes you can make like a special exception. But Kathleen says Proctor's withdrawal was not submitted by his attorney. Only Proctor signed it. So I think it's inferred that his attorney dropped him. I mean, maybe that. Okay, let's see. Tracy sent me something. Let's see what it says. So when is this from? All right, I'm going to share this with you guys and see. We can find out together. We can find out together. I really wish we would have stopped the live and started a new live and said we were talking about this. I might have to do it again just for everybody who's not here right now. All right, share this screen. And Bob's going to be a while, so we're going to figure out what we're... Okay.
Oh, we know. Trying to understand your marketing campaign's performance.
All right. I just don't want you guys to have to see that commercial. So now I'm going to do it. No, I did the wrong thing. For those of you who've been with us long enough, you know how I used to just like be like, babe, can you stop telling us what you're doing as you're doing it? It's really hard. It's like the more natural thing is to talk about what you're doing while you're doing it. All right, let's go.
Well, Ed, yeah, this was a surprise move, and some suggest it has a lot to do with what was found on his phone.
Yes. With this letter over the weekend, former state trooper Michael Proctor abruptly dropped his bid to get his job back. He was fired after crude and offensive texts he wrote about Karen Reed surfaced during her first murder trial.
She's a whack job. Yes, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though.
That trial ended in a hung jury, and Reed was acquitted of the most serious charges in the second trial in the death of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Now, other cases Proctor investigated have drawn scrutiny.
There has been a trend, not just in Massachusetts, but in other states, to make alleged misconduct, potential misconduct on unrelated matters, not only discoverable, but also admissible in trials that touched other defendants.
Joseph Krowski represents defendants in other cases Proctor investigated and says key rulings could help his clients.
The implication, of course, is there is information in that material that is exculpatory or potentially exculpatory to the defendants.
The union that represented Proctor suggests his cell phone is at the center of his latest move, saying, following the discovery of new evidence from Michael Proctor's cell phone, the State Police Association of Massachusetts Executive Board unanimously voted to sever all support for his appeal. We hope this decisive move closes a deeply embarrassing chapter in state police history. An attorney who represents Karen Reed says Proctor's move is an act of self-preservation, saying he learned investigators had recovered text messages from his private phone dating back years, and he wanted no part of what those messages would reveal. He didn't accept accountability. It hunted him down.
Yep.
Now, we have reached out to Proctor and his attorney, but they're not commenting on these latest developments. We're live in Dedham tonight. John Atwater, WCVB News Center 5.
So oh, wait. my background here. I wanted to see if I could. What is playing now? Sorry, it's playing behind me, but not behind you, or not that you can hear. So I wanted to see that actual document to see, did it really not have his lawyer's name on it at all? And because if it didn't, that is unusual and weird. So maybe the attorney did withdraw first. Maybe he was pissed. His client's been lying to him. I mean, that very well could be the case, but you're supposed to, still represent your client when they lie to you. Like we're supposed to do that. All right, Tracy sent it, I think. Here it is. Here it is. You're about to see it too. Wait a second. All right. I'm going to put this there. All right, here we go. Make it bigger. It's still a little blurry, but yeah. Wow. Here we go. As you guys said, best chat in the land, this thing is drafted, signed on like a form thing by Michael Proctor with no mention of his lawyer, which absolutely, positively, as y'all said, right here, as Kathleen R. said, and I'm sure many of you others are saying, and let me take down her chat so y'all can see what I'm seeing, is only signed by him. It's only signed by him. That's highly unusual. That absolutely, speaks to his lawyer was not being involved anymore. Like, yawn, you are on your own. So maybe he was so pissed off that Proctor lied to him that, but that's what happened. It's kind of crazy. But I don't know. Once you guys tell me, what is it that like all are the, I always am waiting for that time when the other side is like, all right, now we got an issue. And I'm assuming on the post that I had seen, and again, I'm not seeing everything on X. Like, I'm seeing the least of what, like, I just stopped because it actually disgusted Melanie Little. So I was like, why are people like writing this disgusting stuff about Melanie? What the hell is going on? So I just asked her, like, what's going on? Like, again, it's typical that, haters are going to hate, but this just seemed like an excessive one. So I was like, what's going on? And she was like, because I covered this, look at it for yourself, see what you think. And again, I was like, what? Like, literally, I never do that. Pulled Bob from the whatchamacallit, you guys know, because I said it before, but brain fog, from the softball game, from the dugout, he's coaching. I was like, I need you for just a second. You got to see this, so yeah. This is a thing. This is not like, and Melanie doesn't care. Like, Madeline's asking who's being mean to her. She's been off of Twitter because of like the visceral for years, at least that's my understanding. But when I first started talking to Melanie, she was already off of it because it's just so bad. But so I don't know. I mean, are there people out there that are like, oh, damn, this does look bad. Maybe there is something. Maybe there was something. Like, are people like coming into the light and realizing that things aren't what they seem, or just still figuring out a way to rationalize it all, you know? But oh, thanks, Jenny. Thanks. Kathleen says, also think about the possibility of other MSP replies to Proctor's messages. Could this open a huge Pandora's box? It absolutely could. It absolutely could, especially if like the kind of shit that was going on in the Birchmore case, like that, you like shit like that doesn't just happen again, like in a vacuum. Like people, this is long standing corruption that goes throughout an entire agency. You don't just get one, small group of cops that are corrupt. Once it gets to that level where it's being seen, it's infecting everyone. I'll go out on a limb and say, I think it absolutely is going to expose other officers or police troopers or whoever, other law enforcement officers and other cases for sure. And again, if I'm wrong, I'll get up here and I'll be like, wah, wah, but I'm sure what I'll get up here and say is, well, he hit it better than we thought, because all of this speaks to and screams to only one thing, in my humble opinion. Again, all in my humble opinion. But, yeah. Well, yeah. I don't know what to do now, though. I don't know what to do now. What do you guys think? Do we need to pull that trial up and start watching it again? Let me see what else you guys have had to say from earlier. I don't know if Bob went through it all. Nina said, morning, family. So grateful to be here with everyone. Let's meet that goal. I'm unclear what it is, but I know you guys know what it is, and I'm sure Bob will be on top of it. See, Marie Jubinville, she was glad that we were covering this. She was born in New Hampshire. So maybe we should pull it back up. Montana Lil became a member. Oh, family hug. I laugh just because that's Bob's thing, but I will do it. He's not here. Isabel Park gifted a membership. Thank you. Brad Blankenship became a member. Family hug. And Charles S. gifted a membership. Love and support from, again, a flag I can't see. So sorry. Somebody tell me what it is for Ani. Sherry S. Good morning, all. Good morning to you. Oh, Idiot Win. 10 Defense Diary memberships. Thank you. Deja Vu. Thank you. Bob gifted some memberships. Jadzia says, time flies. Love this channel and all you do. Cody in Tennessee said, white noise time and ticking time. I'm assuming that's going back to what was going on in the trial. Jadzia, good morning from the UK. She explains it for me. That's great. Bestow upon me the puppet show. Oh, is that what the goal is for? I love a puppet show. I'm just going to tell you guys this. I said to Bob, I was like, what do you think about asking your dad? Come on. He's like, how anxious my dad gets about everything. If we even ask him, he's going to get anxious. I was like, well, how about I figure out a way to say it, where he won't get anxious, So I was like, Dad, Bob doesn't want me to bring this up. And then Bob's giving me the eye. I was like, but we just want to know, like, no stress, no pressure. But what do you think about coming on a live to discuss, your role in the series, or to discuss the Gacy case at all? And he actually said, okay, let me think about it, which I thought was a good thing. But then yesterday he was like, I really just don't want to do it. I really don't want to do it. And we can't pressure him, because he does it does create anxiety. I probably have already said too much. He's a very private man, very private man. But I don't know. I might keep trying just because I'm a glutton. So glutton for punishment. Decline says amazing channel, amazing mods, amazing family. Thank you for all you do. Not so zen. Thank you. Sharon T, love your channel. Thank you. Charlie Richstone, love you, Bab. Thank you. All right, so and I'll come back to these. But the Goodmans gifted a membership, so thank you. Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. Right, it's true. I don't want to give him any stress, And he doesn't even want his voice out there. You get to a certain age and you're, how men can be, very, very vain. Like me, I can't stand looking at myself, but I'm still on here. Just when I look at myself, I'm like, why am I on here? But I think, the voice, everything, the way he's going to talk, what he's going to say, is he going to remember what's asked? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Let's see what you guys think. What should we do now? Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I'm sure this is going up to something someone else said before. Like we could do like a video, and you don't do it live, and that way he would get to watch it before giving the okay. I think that Crime Zombie, and I'm sorry if that started with something earlier that somebody else said, might be a really damn good solution. That is exactly how I'm going to approach it with him. Dad, how about this? We're going to do a video, and if you hate it, we never do anything with it. And we can edit it. We can do this. Like if you flub, we can take it out. Yeah. I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it. All right. So, oh no. Full bench appeal for Kelsey was filed today. More work for me. Now we've got to review that. Right. So I don't know. What are you guys thinking as far as what we should do in this moment in time? Should we go back to the trial we were watching? Is there... Let's see if Tracy's saying anything. No. Yeah. Right. If he still won't do it. And I don't know, did Bob promise a puppet show if we met the goal? I mean, we'll still do a damn puppet show, but, all right. So if you put the full trial, Bob will never know what we talked about. Okay. So let me find the trial. It is, let's see, what is happening here? I don't know what, let me see. I might have to open up like a new window because for some reason, so for those of you that don't know, right, Bob and I used to have our own, own YouTube accounts. And then at some point he was like, well, let's just get on the family account. So the kids have it. So I got rid of like my account. So then we kept just not figuring out the, no, I don't think this is it. This is gone. We just kept not figuring out, like he had to invite me, I had to accept, and I just like never did, I'm afraid this could quit the whole stream. So in any event, I'm trying to open up. I was logged in to YouTube under Bob so that, new window. Here we go. I'm going to try this. There we go. Gotcha. Oh, no. Oh, no. Someone's going to have to verify it. All right, enter password. I got this. What was it? I got this. Hold on. Sorry, guys. How annoying. Come on. Fuck with me. Here we go. Got it. I did it. I did it. Now let's see. Can I do that here? Now let's go to YouTube. No. All right. I did it. I did it. All right. What was this trial called? Durden? Or is that Fight Club? Duren? Let's see. Yeah, here it is. And did you guys decide to do Dustin Duren yet? To do, I heard some kerfuckles going on. Was it Court TV or Long Crime? Which station was better? I'll wait for someone to answer me. I think there's like, oh, Court TV. Thank you, Tracy. All right, so now the only thing we have to do is try to figure out where we were. And this guy looks familiar. Let's see what you guys think. I remember his face. So all right. So we were somewhere with this guy. I don't remember. Does anyone know who was questioning him? The defense attorney or like, have you seen this map yet? Let's start there. Has anyone seen this map yet? Just go live. Oh, you guys, that's, let's see. They might be at lunch right now. Yeah, they are at lunch right now. So we might as well wait until they're back. Actually, see, we could have saved all of that for lunch. We could have. But all right. So did you guys see this map? Yes, you had seen this map. Okay. So let's see. Wait. Sorry. So it goes to lunch. All right. Did you see this yet? Looks like that this body cam. So they're live, they're still at lunch. So we're not going to go live yet. So now the new question is, did you see this body cam yet? No, you haven't, but you did see the map, right? Or was that another question that somebody was answering? You were at the lunch break? You had not seen the map? No, I don't know if Shelly is answering. She had not seen the body cam or she had not seen the map. Saw the map. Thank you, Spitfire. Not the body cam. All right. So I'm going to go with, we're going to start right before the body cam. All right. We're going to start right here. While they're on a, wait, am I not blooping? Why aren't I blooping? Oh, I am blooping. They're at a sidebar.
There was.
And what was her condition when you saw her?
Dumb as shit.
She was lying across the passenger side of the back seat, not buckled in. She looks terrified.
Officer, what did you do when you approached that car?
I opened the door. I asked Officer Panel to hand me a red flannel shirt so that I could wrap the infant up.
I'm going to make it.
And I took her to my cruiser, and I held her until EMS collected her from me.
I'm sorry, I think there's noise. You held there until
EMS collected her from me.
1.15, so nobody should hate that, I don't think.
Officer Velez,
Why is it so?
on the data we're talking about during the events that we discussed, were you equipped with a body-worn camera?
Yes, I was.
What is a body-worn camera?
Its purpose is to capture any incident that we respond to as patrol officers during the course of our shift.
Is it standard for you to wear that when you're on patrol?
It's policy.
Where is the body camera located on your person?
Essentially in the center of our uniform shirt.
So you're indicating your hands kind of the center of your chest.
That's correct.
And when does that body camera turn on?
There's a couple different ways to activate it. We wear looks like a watch. It's a remote. We can activate it. Any rapid movement running will activate it. Our emergency blue lights will activate it.
Referring to March 1st of 2024, you said you were wearing a body camera.
I was.
Did that body camera activate at some point?
It did.
Why did it activate?
I started running out the door when dispatch advised of the caller behind the car.
I'm going to back up real quick. You mentioned that you wrapped that infant in a red flannel shirt. Where did that red flannel shirt come from?
It was in the car.
Officer Velez, I'm showing you what's marked for ID States Exhibit 15.
Yes.
You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is a recording captured on my body-worn camera.
So it's a CD, correct?
Yes.
And you've reviewed the contents of the CD?
I have.
What is on the CD?
My body camera footage from the day in question.
Okay. And is this
So for dashboard cam, okay, for dashboard cam, it's triggered when they put on their blue and light cameras. So that I know for sure. I thought body cam might just always run unless they shut it off. So maybe that is a thing, that it turns on automatically if someone runs, but or if the officer starts to run. But for sure, with dashboard cam, when you trigger your Mars lights, that's activate your police lights, it bounces back, usually like 10 seconds, 20 seconds, whatever it is. And that's what it starts to capture. So, yep.
At this point, we've moved to introduce the full exhibit, States 15.
The ID may be stricken with respect to Exhibit 15, and it shall be considered a full exhibit.
I turn my sound down, guys.
Body cam ran for quite some time today,
You
correct?
can turn your
And that only captures
volume up.
a portion of the day that you were active. Is that correct?
Correct.
And does it fair to say that this video on that CD ends right as you collect that info from that car?
It does.
And before we play,
Right.
Officer Velez,
Turning
does the body cam that you wear record volume?
It does after 30 seconds passes.
So when we start this video, will we hear audio right away?
No.
That's normal.
Why not?
You have to wait for the 30-second mark to elapse.
Okay, so the audio will come in after about 30 seconds?
Yes, it will.
Let me know if I should turn my volume down so
Before
you
we
guys
start
can turn your
Officer,
volume up.
When this video begins, where are you?
In my sergeant's office.
Okay, and is that at the Keene Police Station?
Yes, it is.
And then just very briefly, when it starts, do you begin moving towards your cruiser?
I do.
Do you make a comment with a profanity in it?
I do.
And what is that comment?
I spilled my hot coffee on my hand, so it's something to the effect of, fuck, that's hot.
Okay. For the record, we're now playing States Exhibit 15. Oh, I screwed up, but I was just going to pause it there briefly. Officer, you saw a couple of other officers that quickly began running. What happened there?
Dispatch had just told us that the caller was on the line behind the car.
I'm not gonna mess with it.
E69023, E69023. Stop at Applebee, Keene, E69023, confirm that location. Hands! Hands! Open the door with one hand. Put both hands on the wheel right now. Do not move, you understand me? Don't you fucking move! Alright, hold on, let me stay. Let's, yeah, right here. Hey, pay attention to us. Put your hands on the car. No, get out. Turn away from us. Maybe the car is made on back. Turn away from us. Walk backwards. Yeah, walk backwards. Yeah, walk backwards. I got. Walk backwards. Down on your knees. Hands are off behind your head. Do not move. Go. Recording mounted. Wi-Fi connected. We got red plan. We're gonna wrap her up.
Officer Velez, you mentioned that you kept,
Allie, you're muted. All right. First, let me ask again about the sound because I've put my mic and headphones on where I didn't have them on before. Should I turn my mic down because everybody's got their volume blasted? Yeah, thanks, guys. All right. So if you tell me later to turn my mic down, I will. It's still really high from Bob adjusting it. So here's my question, because I just kind of got up to speed with this case, like reading about it while that was playing. Do we have any background thus far on what kind of father and husband the defendant was? Does anybody think this is really like a mental health, post-traumatic stress from his veteran, like he really did misinterpret the situation and think that there was his children were in danger? Or is this just a father and dad who the wife says, I'm about to divorce you, and you're never going to see the kids again, like how divorces can get, and this guy just straight out murdered her? Does anybody have any opinion yet? And are those the issues that we're looking at right here? So everybody's saying we don't know yet. They weren't married. So the opening didn't really get into what No, I'm talking about, so my understanding is he murdered the mother of the kids and then went into this high-speed chase with the kids. Is that right? So the openings didn't give much of a clue. All right, so Law says they weren't married. He and the mom split custody. He had a larger proportion. That's something right there. They agreed to split, and he took the older kid and left the baby with mom. He turned himself in. All right, so we really know very little thus far. And he was the main caregiver, which is unusual still in this day and age for the dad to be the main caregiver. It usually speaks to being some sort of issue with mom. Law says supposedly the mom was going to leave the baby with him and return to Minnesota, but then she said she wasn't leaving and he got mad. All right. I saw that he called his dad and she called the police. Right, and then how does he turn himself in? As Mandy's saying, if we're watching him right now being pulled over after like a high speed, no, not a chase. Okay, not a chase. All right, well, I guess, I mean, this could be a pretty interesting trial once it gets into all of this. So I don't know. All right, let's keep letting it play. So Deborah says, my understanding when it happened, since I'm local, all the news outlets said it was an abusive relationship. Yeah, but we never know if we can believe what the fuck the outlets say. All right, let's keep letting it go. I'm going to mute my sound, so if I forget.
Held on to that infant until she was taken by EMS.
That's correct.
Was the other child also eventually given to EMS?
She was.
I have no more questions.
Just a couple of Celeste. When you pulled into the Applebee's, were you the first officer on scene?
I was.
Okay. And you confirmed that you were dealing with the correct subject of the Amber Alert, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that point, when you pulled in, you could just see the driver in the car?
Correct.
You didn't see any kids at that point, you just pulled in?
That's correct. It's fair to say, yes.
Okay. And you started yelling commands, and you told us on direct, and we saw in the video that the drivers complied.
That's correct.
Okay. And when the driver opened up the door, he did yell, "Kids in the car," correct?
When the driver did?
Yes.
Yes, he said something to that effect.
Okay. And then he also told you that there was a gun in the car as well.
Yes, ma'am.
And he actually said it's on the driver's side door.
He did.
Okay. And then we heard you on the body cam yelling, "Pay attention to us." Was that because the driver was looking back to the backseat?
So that was Officer Macy.
Okay.
That's his voice.
Did you observe though the driver looking in the back at that point?
I don't recall, ma'am.
Okay. Was that your voice when you said "kids in the car"?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was when the infant popped her head up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Can Officer Velez step in?
Thank you.
Can you be excused?
Yes.
Okay. Right.
Damn it. I was muted. So it is a reasonable person standard, but a reasonable person in the position of the defendant. So knowing what the defendant knows, having the conditions the defendant has, then it's a reasonable person. And that was it for the cross-examination. Again, let me know if I need to turn my mic down now that I switched over to mic and headphones instead of computer sound.
Thank you. Okay, members of the jury, we'll stop there.
All right, let's see.
For the lunch break for the day.
back.
We'll stop there and return at, try to reconvene at 1 o'clock.
We are back.
Again, at
Bloop, 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 bloop. All right, I got to put the names in. I got to do this shit right now. Somebody Robertson. Dr. Natalie Robertson. Okay.
Dr. Nat Robertson, if you could remain standing and just raise your right hand for me. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth under penalties of perjury? I do. Thank you. You may lower your hand and be seated. Dr. Robertson, before we get started, could you go ahead and please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Natalie Robertson, Robertson.
You're a medical doctor, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us about the education or the training that you have in order to become a doctor?
Yes. I have a bachelor's of science from Boston University. I have
Can I
my.
interrupt you very quickly? Can you move that
Oh,
microphone
yeah.
a little bit closer? Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes.
Bachelor of Science from Boston University in Health Sciences, a medical doctorate from Drexel University, and I completed a residency in emergency medicine at Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center.
And with respect to, or when did you graduate from Drexel with your MD?
2021.
And at what point did you complete your residency?
It was a 3-year residency. 2024.
What's good?
Yes.
All right, we are back from the lunch. This is a medical doctor on the stand. She's actually from Drexel.
Oh, did you start a new live?
No.
Oh.
So I'm still going to actually do a new live. And the 900 some people that were here, if they don't want to come watch again, they don't have to. But to cover all the stuff, we're going to have a discussion about this, my man. But about doing a live. But Melanie, so I reached out to Mel. And she did someone's live this morning. She's on Howie this afternoon, and she still has to do her own live. So we have planned to, when she slows down, she'll come do a live with me. But I don't know that I'm going to wait for that. Maybe it'll be like the next thing that happens. But so right now we just got back from lunch. So we did that. Then we returned to this. We watched the body cam. I got some background from the people because I asked, I just Googled, like, what's this case about? So everyone's saying, like, from the openings, you guys didn't even really get a good idea of what either side's story was, because what I'm seeing is the and is all that background sound coming in?
Yeah, I can hear it. What is it?
That's why I've been muting myself. So I'm just going to mute myself from now on and let you talk until they're done working down here.
Oh, yeah, the guy is on the loose. Yeah, when
you just left him on the loose?
I went out and walked. Like, somebody's just gonna have to find. You know how he is,
Robert Michael.
I walked down to the lake and I didn't see him. He's got.
Wow.
Like, he knows the whole neighborhood. You know the drill here.
Yeah, but if he comes across another dog, they could get into a fight.
Do you want me to go find him?
I think so. Let's see
All
what
right,
people
all
think.
right.
Should Bob let our dog just run loose
He needs to
mid-afternoon?
run. He's a
I know,
runner.
but
Needs to be free.
mid-afternoon, other dogs are out, right? Like
Sometimes.
that.
All right.
That's the only time there's ever an issue.
I'll
If he
take a
gets out in the
spin.
middle of the night, I'm like, all right, he'll be back in an hour. You know.
I'll take a spin. I'll go take a spin.
And remember, the last time he got out, someone said he was all the way down at that other, which he never goes that way. by
Towards the tennis courts. Well, I
Yeah.
saw him because what happened is the door blew open because Cedric's
Got it.
nephew didn't
But
shut the door out.
use the finder thingy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The AirTag.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
I was on with Tony and I couldn't remember the word coffee pot.
So
I'm
you're
like,
having brain
like
fog, too.
it takes about as long as to brew because I kept wanting to say cup because of Keurig. Like, we don't use pots. So I was like, what is it? All right, let me go look for the guy.
Bye, babe.
Bye.
All right, I'm going to let this play. I'll be muted, but you have to remind me to.
And are you board certified?
I am.
And when did you receive your board certification?
I finished my last exam in March of this year. It took a couple months then. So
Okay. And you currently are board certified in emergency medicine, is that correct?
correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you had or were a resident with Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to us what a residency is?
Residency is the part of your medical training that you complete after you graduate medical school. So you have a medical doctorate, then you do residency in whatever specialty you are going to become a doctor in or specialize in. So mine was emergency medicine. That was a 3-year process at Dartmouth. There's some varying lengths. And during that time, you are licensed under a training or restricted license saying that you are practicing medicine within a residency program. You care for patients. There's a somewhat of graduated responsibility. So by the end of the residency program, you have more responsibility than the beginning.
And when you were serving as a resident at Dartmouth Hitchcock, from what I understand from your testimony, you were serving in the emergency department?
Correct.
Okay. And while you were serving as a resident with Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center, where were you based out of? Like what hospitals?
Our main hospital was at the main Dartmouth Hitchcock in Lebanon. We also did rotations at Cheshire Medical Center, at the Elliott Hospital in Manchester, as well as shock trauma in Baltimore.
Okay. And when you say we, in terms of Cheshire Medical Center, did you serve any portion of your residency at Cheshire Medical Center?
Yes, we complete 2 months at Cheshire Medical Center, 1 month during our second year of residency and 1 month during our third year of residency.
God, I got all my mutes mixed up, my cameras mixed up. Can't tell Bob Senior about that.
With respect to the residency that you were doing in March of 2024, were you stationed at Cheshire Medical Center?
Yes.
And would that have been your month in your third year of residency?
Yes, that was my third year.
It's coming back.
Are you currently employed as a medical doctor?
I am currently on maternity leave, but I am employed as a medical doctor. Yes.
Okay, and you're employed where?
At Lawrence General Hospital in Lawrence, Massachusetts.
So in March of 2024, you were a resident at the Cheshire Medical Center, and that's located where?
Keene, New Hampshire.
And at that time, you're working in the emergency department?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to direct your attention to March the 1st of 2024. Were you working on that day?
Yes, I was.
And I guess let me back up a little bit. The emergency department at Cheshire Hospital, can you talk to us a little bit about what that looks like?
It is a pretty standard, smaller community emergency
No, I'm
department.
still here.
There were generally 2 to 3 either physicians or APPs on at a time. It's a circular department, so there's patient care rooms around kind of a center area where there's supplies, as well as 2 areas for physicians and nurses.
And as
All right.
a resident there at Cheshire Medical Center, what were the responsibilities that you had? You indicated you would be licensed under a conditional license. What kinds of things did you do as a resident at Cheshire Medical?
Yeah. So as a third year resident at Cheshire, I would generally see patients, or I would see patients on my own, initiate.
Sorry, did you say you would or would not?
Would initiate their care and workup, and then at some point present them to an attending physician. Again, there's some caveat there. If someone came in who was very, very ill, often then an attending would walk in the room with me. But most of the time, as a resident at that point in your training, you are treating and seeing patients independently, and then at some point the attending signs off on your care.
Okay, I mean you're just months shy of graduating the program, so you're functioning pretty much on your own with backup from a resident, or not a resident, I apologize, an attending. Okay. So as a resident or as a doctor at Cheshire Medical Center, how would you normally be dressed? What would you look like?
They had hospital issued scrubs at Cheshire. So we had navy blue scrubs. I wore my badge with my picture on it, usually a stethoscope, and then some papers in my pocket. I don't generally wear a white coat.
Now, in your capacity as, well, you've already indicated that you were able to see patients. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Did that include patients who were pediatric patients, like children?
Yes.
Okay. Speaking generally, when you're seeing a patient, any patient in the emergency department, whether as a resident or now as a doctor, what kind of steps do you take when you treat and evaluate them?
It depends a bit on the condition of the patient when they arrive, but assuming that they are a stable patient who's talking to me, we walk in the room. Sometimes the nurse, or if they're brought in by EMS, someone will give me some information before I walk in the room about why they're there. Sometimes I don't have that information. I walk in, I ask them why they're there. I check their vital signs. I do an appropriate physical exam, and then initiate a workup, whether that's blood work or imaging or other things to make my diagnosis or to treat them.
What's the purpose of getting information from the nurses or the people accompanying the patient, as well as the patient, before you just launch into your physical exam?
I mean, those people generally have other helpful information, not always. If there's a 40-year-old who walks in and has a stomach pain, they can probably tell me everything about their stomach pain. If someone is coming in by ambulance, they can provide me, EMS can provide me with vital signs that were taken.
I mean, this much background just seems excessive. What does a doctor need to talk to nurses for? I mean, come the fuck on. But let's go.
In transport, or if they did any interventions already, if they're picking someone up from an accident, they can tell me details of the accident. They just provide a more holistic story of why they're there.
And is all of that information that you would receive, whether from those sources like EMS or nurses or accompanying persons, as well as from the patient, including that child, are those all things that you take into account when you're evaluating and examining that patient?
Yes.
Now, when you're talking about information just in general, what are the kinds of pieces of information that you're trying to obtain about the patient in that initial evaluation stage?
When I'm initially looking at a patient?
Yeah, when you walk in, you ask them what's going on, what
yeah.
kind of information you're trying to get, and how does that help you?
I'm trying to gather why they're there, why they're seeking care, and that directs me in what to examine and what tests to order. I'm trying to get information about their general health, their medical history, things like that, because again, that helps guide me towards what kind of workup they might need.
Okay, when you say workup, what kind of tests you might order, what you might look for
Correct.
on your body?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of, and have you, or let me back up, there's multiple parts and I'm trying to ask it at one.
Yeah.
While you were at Cheshire Medical Center, did you have occasion to treat pediatric patients like that 4-year-old you used as an example who had a stomach ache?
Yes, yeah. I see pediatric patients everywhere. I am.
And do you see pediatric patients in your role as a doctor now?
Yes.
Okay. Is the approach that you use in evaluating and treating a pediatric patient, so a child, the same as the approach that you'd use when you treat an adult?
It depends on the age of the child. Obviously, an 17-year-old is very close to an adult. A 3-year-old is not. But no, it has to be different depending on the age of the person.
So when you treat a pediatric patient, and when you say pediatric, is it anybody under the age of 18?
Yeah, I think I'm not a pediatrician.
Yeah.
I believe pediatricians are certified to take care of people up to the age of like 22 or 23. I'm not sure. I generally, colloquially, pediatrics is under 18.
Okay, I just wanted to understand a range of what age we're talking about. So when you treat a patient who is a child, and I'm not talking about those 18-year-olds, but somebody younger, under the age of like, say, 7, around the age of like 5, let's say. That seems like a child, right?
Yeah.
Are there any extra steps or considerations that you have to make in conducting that examination or evaluation?
So in a kid that age, around the age of 5 or 5 and under, obviously a lot of information gathering is not only from the patient, but from other people, because they are not always, aware of their health history or have a, complete understanding of things around them. Also the examination and.
So I think that they brought the kids to the hospital after they stopped the car to make sure, just to have them checked out. So I think that's why they're asking these questions, and the kids must have given them some information, and she needs to establish that is non-hearsay because it's normal questions that are asked by a medical doctor for the purpose of a medical evaluation. So that's why they're going through all this. I think we'll see if what's going to come next is some statements that the kids made. This was a very long way around it, though. She could have just jumped right there to this part, but she's trying to establish that the questions that you may ask a child are different than what you may ask an adult, because it's probably a question that wasn't directly related to the medical care / examination kind of thing. So I think that's where we're headed here, but that's just an assumption based on the line of questionings. So let's go.
And everything, when you're talking to a child, you have to use age-appropriate explanations of things.
Okay.
They're more likely to be very scared of the medical system. And so there's a lot more effort put into making them comfortable, and to gaining their trust is a little bit more difficult than with an adult.
Okay. No matter who you obtain that information from, the other people that you've talked about, whether it's caregivers or people with them, all of that information that you're gathering, are you using it in order to medically treat the child?
Yes.
Now, as part of your role in examinations, you get a history of the medical treatment for a person?
Yes.
And then do you obtain information about sort of the issue that has brought them to you?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of when you have a young child who's been brought to you and is being treated or evaluated in your emergency department, can you sort of walk us through what you would say and how you would handle talking to a young child in order to get the information you need to treat them?
Yeah. So someone who's around the age of 5, generally, again, I get some information about why a person is in the emergency department before I'm in their room. You know, a nurse has evaluated them, or they have come in by EMS. Somebody has some information for me. Then I walk in the room and I introduce myself as Dr. Natalie. I explain to them that I am a doctor that works here. I am here to help them. I'm going to do a checkup like they receive at their regular doctor. I tell them I'm going to listen to their heart and their lungs and check their ears and their eyes and their nose. I usually, make some joke about how I'm not going to give them shots like their regular doctor. And then around a 5-year-old can usually talk to me. And so I ask them, do you know why you're here, or what is bothering you? Some sort of open-ended question.
What's a wellness check?
A wellness check often means that a child is, that's not, I don't know if that's an official term, but I generally use that term, and many doctors do, as like a child is brought to the emergency department and they don't have a specific injury or complaint. They weren't at home having an asthma attack. They weren't in a car accident, but they are there for some reason where we are being asked to generally look at them and see if they are injured in some way.
Did you have a specific shift that you tended to work at Cheshire as a resident that last semester? Or month?
Yeah, Cheshire, we did not work overnight. So we were either working a morning shift or an afternoon shift.
At some time on March the 1st of 2024, do you recall 2 young girls being brought into the emergency room
All right, here we go.
Cheshire Medical Center by ambulance?
Back
and
specific.
accompanied by police?
No.
Yes.
Do you recall what purpose they were there for?
As I recall, they were brought in for essentially a wellness check to check for injuries.
Now, I want to focus specifically on the older of those 2 children. Did you physically examine a 4-year-old child named Caitlyn Duren?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I've marked for identification purposes. Make sure I have it the right way. As State's Exhibit 16 in this case. Do you recognize this image?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who that person is in the image?
Yes, the child you just mentioned, Caitlyn.
Okay, so that's the child, Caitlyn. Now, in this image, she's seated. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Can you describe where she is in relation to Cheshire Medical Center?
She is seated on a patient gurney. It looks like there's some blue kind of pads around it, which we sometimes use when children are seated so that they don't roll off of the gurney. And I can see in the corner and do remember that she was in an enclosed room within the Cheshire Emergency Department.
What does that mean to be in an enclosed room?
In the emergency room, sometimes people are in hallway beds or different, trauma bays or things that just have curtains, and that is a room that has a door that closes.
Permission to publish to the jury on it? I'm sorry, I skipped a step, I apologize. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to strike the identification on State's Exhibit 16 and admit the item as full.
The ID may be stricken from Exhibit 16. It shall be considered a full exhibit, and you may publish to the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Certainly.
So that just means at some point they marked it for identification and now they're moving it in as a full exhibit. I'm going to check this tag and see where Nanook and Bob
When
are.
you were evaluating Caitlyn Duren, was she able to provide you with any of her medical history that you recall?
I don't recall specifically if she could tell me her medical history.
Did she have a health issue that day that she asked you for help with?
She did. On initial questioning, she did not, and then told me that she had an earache or her ear hurt.
What do you mean she initially told you she did?
Like I said, when I generally ask kids open-ended questions, is anything bothering you? She did not have any complaints.
And how did
No
it come to you
location
that she told you
found.
that she had an earache?
I asked if anything hurt on her body, and she pointed to her ear.
When she pointed to her ear, do you remember if she told you anything about why her ear was hurting?
I believe I asked her, but I don't remember the exact quote. It's in my documentation.
Okay.
I can see that.
Dr. Robertson, I'm approaching you with State's Exhibit 17, which is identified only, okay? I do have.
They got him like he's all the way on the other side of the pond. Hmm. Why won't it let me play the sound? Oh, sorry guys, I can bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Purposes as
And
for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 17. And with respect to this document, you've indicated that there are some records that may help you with your recollection of your evaluation and thereby treatment of Caitlyn Duren. Is that correct?
Correct.
You are free to look through this entire document, and I would ask you to go ahead and make sure that these are the records that are associated with her. And I have a tag just so that I can find something easily. You can disregard that or not.
I think the lawyer is Hannah Kinney, Kinne. I'm checking to see if I can figure out if she's a public defender or not.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 17?
Yes.
What is it?
This is her, it looks like full ED record, including my physician note, but also nursing notes and consultant notes.
Okay. And when you say that you see your physician note, can you just tell us there's a page number at the bottom so that we all have it? What page number are you referencing has your physician notes?
It starts on page 22.
Oh, I'm going to ask you for a different number.
Oh, sorry.
Page 22 of the records in the bottom corner. We like to add more numbers.
Oh, 00.
Yes.
Okay, so 002598.
2598.
Yeah, I think it's the public defender.
Now,
Don't hold
you
me
had
to it though.
indicated that you had asked Caitlyn about anything that was wrong with her, and at first she had said no. Is that fair to say?
I don't remember the exact way that I phrased the first question, but looking at my notes and with my recollection, I believe she did not initially have a complaint.
Okay. And when later, did you inquire as to whether she had any injuries?
Yes.
And is that the moment where she told you that her ear hurt?
Yes.
And which ear did she point to?
Pointed to her left ear.
Okay. Did you then ask her, and without telling me anything at this point, but did you then ask her? Oh, absolutely. If you can put them right on the side, if you can close the medical records, if you can put them right up on the table there. Thank you. Did you then ask her how her ear got hurt or how it was injured?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask you, in terms of examining, treating, and evaluating somebody, why is that important for you to know?
Yes. So if a child tells me their ear hurts, I ask them more about why it hurts or if it was injured in any way. An ear hurt can mean that there's an infection. An ear hurt can mean there's an injury. A follow-up question to why an ear hurts is very important. Those are very different pathologies.
Okay. And so depending on the answer that you're provided with, you know whether you're essentially swabbing for an ear infection or looking for something deeper or more meaningful. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, again, without saying anything just yet, did Elowen give you, and not telling us what she said, just trying to be very clear, did Elowen explain to you how her ear was hurt?
When I asked what happened to her ear, how her ear was hurt,
Did she provide an answer?
she provided an answer, yes.
Did that answer
And
help you?
Based on her answer,
Medical.
did
Lee.
you have an understanding of what you needed to look for or do next?
Yes.
And based on her answer, were you able to determine a way that you were going to treat her medically or evaluate her medically?
I would say her answer in combination with a physical exam.
Your Honor, may we approach?
So this is all just to get this in as around the hearsay exception. She's trying to lay enough foundation to establish that this answer is non-hearsay because it's given to a medical doctor for the purposes of medical treatment. But apparently it's not as black and white as the state might have hoped. So let's see what happens.
Dr. Robertson, when you inquired as to Elowen's injuries and asked her how she had gotten hurt or how her ear had become hurt, what did she tell you?
The exact quote is in my record. Am I able to?
What do you remember her telling you?
I remember her telling me that something along the lines of daddy hurt mom and me. There was a lot of blood.
Did you follow that up by asking her if she was hurt anywhere else on her body?
Yes.
And did she indicate whether she was hurt anywhere else?
Again, my record, I believe it says she gave me a vague answer of yes, but couldn't pinpoint anywhere else specifically that hurt.
Okay. And I see you hesitating a little bit with looking at State's Exhibit 17, help refresh your recollection.
Yes. I mean, she pretty much let you know that the first answer, lady.
If anything else on her.
Oh, sorry, I blooped it, but then she started talking. So
Yes, I asked her if anything else on her body hurt. She stated yes. But when asked to point where, she says, I don't know.
Now, based on hearing that information that the dad hurt her and mom and there was blood, was there anything else that you had to consider besides her ear in terms of your examination or evaluation?
Yes.
oh, here we go again. Bloop, 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 bloop. Long sidebar. I mean, that's like a lot of minutes. We're almost at live.
Now, I did want to ask you, you had indicated that when you said the statement that Elowen gave to you about why her ear was hurting, think you had said, I think that what she had told me.
Yes, I didn't
Was
have.
that, so in looking at these records, would those refresh your recollection as to the full statement that
Yes.
she gave? Okay. You could go ahead and take a look.
Should have picked up on that cue the first time.
She gave you, and when you have the opportunity to refresh your recollection, you can put that document aside.
Okay.
Did she, was the information that you gave us, which was that dad hurt me and mom, is that the full context of what Ellen had told you?
No,
Okay, what did she say?
mom and dad were fighting, and dad. Mom and
Sustained.
The document is now aside. Did that help refresh your recollection as to what Elowen told you?
Yes.
I know it's about a year and a half ago, so I understand. What did Elowen tell you?
Mom and dad were fighting. Dad hurt mom and me. There was a lot of blood.
Based on the fact that blood was mentioned, you had indicated just a minute ago that that made you have to look a little bit differently at Elowen. Is that fair to say? And that may be a bad way of phrasing it, so I apologize.
Yes, I mean, my job was to generally look for injuries on her. The fact
Now, based on the information that she gave you, what kind of an examination or how did you examine Elowen Duren?
So based on that information, her complaint of some sort of pain or problem with her ear, I did a more full ear exam, which just basically on a child is looking in their ear, moving around the ear. In general, how I examined her is she received a full exam. I checked her skin all over her body for signs of injury. I did a neuro exam where I observed how she was communicating with me, how she was moving her extremities, checked her pupils, looked at her eyes, looked at her mouth, her nose, listened to her heart and lungs, felt her abdomen.
Okay. And in conducting that examination, is it fair to say that you didn't find any injuries on her body?
Correct.
Okay. And her neurological, like her talking to you and her movement of her limbs was fine?
Yes, her neuro
Ruled out
exam.
any possibility that she had any head injuries as well, correct?
Yes, she had a normal neuro exam.
Now, with respect to the ear, when somebody comes in and complains of ear pain, did you have any information that you had received that you used for the purpose of medically diagnosing what may have been wrong with her ear?
Yes.
What information did you use to help figure out what her ear pain may have been caused by?
As in like what I was told by pre-hospital people.
So before, when you say pre-hospital,
Sorry,
you mean-
police, EMS, fire.
Okay, so
Yeah.
when Elowen came into the emergency department, she was accompanied by ambulance first, and then there were police officers with her, correct?
Correct.
And you
When I saw
received-
her, she was in a room already, so I don't know who exactly walked her into the emergency room.
Perfect. When you saw her and she was in the room, was she by herself or were there officers with her?
There were officers with her. I do not remember whether I asked them to step out or not. I do and don't. Sometimes it depends.
Hey, Nook's home.
Were you able to diagnose in any way what her ear pain was caused by?
I was able to deduce what I thought likely caused her ear pain.
Okay, and what, if anything, was your, and when I look at records, there's the words MDM or the letters MDM in medical records. What does that mean?
That's the medical decision-making portion of the physician note, which is basically where I discuss, what I think is going on with the patient. So if a patient has ear pain, that's where I sometimes explicitly list all the possibilities of what ear pain could be, or sometimes I just list the pertinent negative things, like it's, was not infected, was not this, and then come to some sort of conclusion.
So based on all of the information that you had from Elowen and from all of the other persons that you talked to when you were gathering the history and information you needed for your medical diagnosis, first of all, did you see anything when you conducted a physical exam of her ear?
No.
Okay, and you looked inside of it
Mhm.
with that pointy thing with the light.
The otoscope. Yeah.
Thank you. So did you or were you able to make that diagnosis?
Yes, the diagnosis that I came to is one that there's not a test that proves it. So
And what did you indicate was your diagnosis with respect to Elowen's ear pain?
I think that she had injury to her ear due to loud noises, being in close proximity to a loud noise.
Court's indulgence. I have no other questions for this witness. I'm just going to collect the exhibit and give it to the mother. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Just a couple questions.
Mhm.
Based on your physical examination of Elowen and what information you had from her and other sources, you determined that the ear pain that she was complaining of was most likely due to secondary lateral noises, correct?
Correct.
And there was no evidence of perforated eardrum, correct?
Correct.
No trauma to the ear.
No physical trauma to the ear. Correct.
No outward signs of trauma, correct?
Correct.
And she appeared well kept and well nourished.
She was. Yes.
No more questions. Thank you.
No questions.
Okay, can Dr. Robertson be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
The state calls Nicholas Post. Sir, could you please raise your right hand? You swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth under the pain and penalty of perjury?
I swear.
Thank you. Please take a seat. Good afternoon, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them your name and spell your last name?
I am Nicholas Post. Last name is P-O-S-T. I am a trooper with the New Hampshire State Police Major Crime Unit.
Trooper, how long have you been with the state police?
Just over 12 years.
God damn it. Hi, I'm back, and my man and my dog are home. And I paused it and then asked you guys, so what happened with the other chick? Did they end abruptly with the doctor, or seemed like they got out everything that they were trying, or that they got kind of held up? And then also I asked, what's this guy's name? And I'll update the stream. And in the meantime, I'll answer Decline's question. They do usually prep doctors as well. They may have just thought it wasn't necessary. We're going to ask you about your records. It's kind of open and shut. So, I don't know. Maybe they didn't prep. Trooper Post, Nicholas Post. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so I thought I put my camera and my mic back on and started talking, and I hadn't. So you guys didn't. It does look like Temu Stabler. That is funny. Okay. Sounds like maybe all they ever wanted to get out of that doctor was the fight that my parents were fighting. My dad hurt us both, and there was a lot of blood. So, all right, I will update this to Trooper Nicholas Post. Thank you. Resuming.
I apologize, Your Honor. I thought there was a technical issue.
So, apologize, Trooper, you've been with the New Hampshire State Police for 12 years?
Yes.
And you're currently assigned to the Major Crime Unit?
Yes.
How long have you been with the Major Crime Unit?
It'll be 3 years in December.
Trooper, do you have any experience processing crime scenes?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what it means to process a crime scene?
Crime scene is preserving and documenting the scene as best as found it and preserving evidence for later prosecution.
Specifically, do you have any experience documenting vehicles as part of your investigation?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do the same principles apply when you are documenting a vehicle?
Yes, they do.
Trooper, were you part of the investigation into the investigation of the death of Caitlyn Naffziger in Berlin, New Hampshire?
Yes, I was.
On March 2nd of 2024, did you participate in a search of a vehicle?
Yes, I did.
What kind of vehicle was that?
It was a 2017 white Subaru Impreza.
Do you remember what the license plate was?
I do not. I know it was a New Hampshire veterans plate.
Where did you search that vehicle?
At our major crime Belmont facility.
And that was on March 2nd of 2024?
Yes, it was.
How did you document your search of that vehicle?
We took photographs, notes, and seized any evidence that was illustrated in the search warrant we obtained for the vehicle.
So the search was conducted pursuant to a warrant?
Yes.
When that car came to you, or when you first observed the car, did it have any seals on the door?
They were not broken.
Trooper, how many people were present during that search of the vehicle?
I was saying I didn't pause
I
that.
believe 3, including myself.
And when you searched that white Subaru Impreza, did you photograph the contents of the vehicle?
Yes, it was photographed by TFC Amanda Johnson.
When you were present, you observed the vehicle as it was photographed?
Yes, I did.
Were the contents of the vehicle photographed as they were found in place?
Yes, they were.
Were those items then removed and photographed again?
Yes.
When they were photographed again, where were they photographed?
They were photographed on the floor on top of a piece of white butcher paper.
Why was it done that way?
So they can be spread out. There's nothing blocking or concealing any kind of item.
Trooper, I'm handing you a number of photographs here. These are marked for ID as states 19A through J and 23A through N. Please look at those.
Yes.
I'm going to bloop while he's just looking.
Trooper, have you had a chance to look at all of those?
Yes, I have.
What are those photos?
These are photos of the white Subaru Impreza that I processed on March 2nd.
And do these photos show the interior of that vehicle as it was found?
Yes, they do.
And also the contents of that vehicle after they were removed?
Yes.
At this point, the state moves to introduce its full exhibits. States 19K. Nancy.
Sidebar. Seems like they did no motions in limine to figure this shit out beforehand. Well, we're allowed to put this one in, not this one. This one, not this one. Back this out,
Attorney Spicer, you've requested
The state moves to introduce exhibits 19A through J and 23A through N as the Nancy as full exhibits.
Okay, any objection? Okay, the ID may be stricken and
Introduce without having me get up.
All right, here we go.
This is the 2017 white Subaru Impreza.
And what does the license plate say?
It says V as in Victor 69023. It's a New Hampshire veterans plate.
This is the vehicle you searched as part of that investigation
Yes, it is.
on March 2nd, 2024. Do you see the green pieces of tape over the doors?
Yes, I do.
Is that the tamper seal tape that you talked about earlier?
Yes, they are.
Trooper, I'm showing you states 23A. What does this show?
This shows the front passenger side area of the vehicle.
Is this as it was when you found it?
Yes, yes, it is.
And what items do you see there?
See a pillow, fruit cups, a blanket.
Now showing you states 23B. What is this?
This is the contents of the front passenger side area.
So that these contents been removed for photographs?
Yes,
Is it that same pillow and blanket that you saw in the front seat?
yes, it is.
This is states 23C. What are these?
These are the remaining items from that front passenger's area.
Can you tell the jury what those are?
Is fruit cups, pajama pants, a diary, paper towels, a water bottle, and cleaning wipes
Are those pajama pants for an adult or a child?
for an adult.
Showing you states 19B. What do you see here?
This is the rear passengers area behind the driver.
And what do you see here?
See a car seat, some food, water on the floor, a bottle inside the car seat, and what appears to be a pink jacket.
This is states 19C. What is this?
This is a view of the same area looking towards it's from the rear driver's side passenger area, looking towards the right of the vehicle.
What do you see on the far side of that car?
See a pillow. It looks like some kind of item that could store, that it's hanging from the seat that could store things.
What is the point?
This is states 23D.
You don't have to put every item you found when they have no
This
point.
water, pink jacket, and crackers.
So he had snack.
on the-
It was
off
made the place
camera to
comfortable
left
for the
is
kids.
car seat.
Where did these come from?
These came from the rear passenger driver's side area.
And that black item there, is that the item you were referring to earlier?
That's the item that was attached to the back of the driver's seat.
States
Oh, Lord.
23E. What are these items?
This is fruit snacks, crackers, water, a booster seat, and men's underwear.
So on the left of this image, is that same black item?
Yes,
So these items come from the same part of the car?
yes.
Oh, my Lord.
23F. What are we looking at here?
This is the
What is
rear
happening here?
area of the car looking from the passenger side, so the right of the vehicle, towards the driver's side.
Again, this is how you found it, correct?
Yes, it is.
Before anything was removed? Is it before anything was removed?
Correct, yes.
This is states 23G. What,
A coloring book, some crowns,
Children's
kids'
clothing,
clothes.
diapers, baby wipes.
Why is this relevant?
Appears to be a
I really
child's
want to know where they're going with
applesauce, a
this.
jug of
That he
water,
didn't
and a small
shout,
blanket.
that he went prepared. So trying to say it was premeditated.
this states 23H. Can we see some of those same items you just described?
Yes,
And then there's additional items. What are those?
yes. It's additional clothing. The black electronic, I believe, is
All right, looks like he was
some kind of
cleaning.
computer
Clearly
device.
was
I'm not sure.
breathing.
How about the clothing? Are those clothes for children or for adults?
For children.
All right, guys.
States
Yeah.
23I. What are we looking at here?
This is clothes for children and for an adult.
So is there a shirt there?
So there's a shirt there, yes.
Is that a dark green shirt?
Yes, that's an adult size shirt.
And some underwear as well?
Yes,
Adult underwear?
yes,
And then there's a penguin shirt. Is that for a kid?
yes.
What are we looking at here, sir? This is 23J.
This is a pillow, 2 jackets, and a mirror for the driver to be able to check on the child in the back seat.
Those jackets, are those for an adult or a child?
For a child.
And there's some sort of plaid item there. What is that?
That appears to be the gray plaid jacket or sweatshirt is what it appears to be.
For an adult or a child?
Child.
This states 23K. What is in this photo?
The 2 articles of clothing in the middle are shirts for an adult.
How about that pink item top right?
Be a hat for a small child.
And then to the left, we can see part of an item. Do you know what that is?
Appears to be a stuffed animal.
What are we looking at here?
Would be adult clothing.
This is 23L. Is there an adult shirt there?
Yes,
As well as some adult size blue jeans?
yes.
This states 23M. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
This would be adult shirts, socks.
Yeah, that's what
underwear.
you guys are all saying.
So how many
Shows he
shirts
was
do you see?
planning to leave for a long time.
See 3, and then there's a black item of
Wasn't
clothing
gonna turn
that's
himself
partially
in.
shown.
How many pairs of underwear?
1,
How many socks?
5 total.
This states 23N.
I just think they could have done it
The
without.
children's clothing on the left. It appears to be an adult shirt on the right and an adult underwear.
So there's several pieces of children's clothing here. Can you describe them for us?
What appears to be penguin pajamas on the left.
Wow.
The red sweatshirt with stars.
I'm sorry, it's
the
still just
blue long sleeve shirt up
This
top.
information
and
that in
the pink shirt
without
in
all
the
this.
middle right would be children's clothing.
Yeah, me neither. At that
This
point, I
is
thought they
the
were just like,
trunk of the white Subaru Impreza.
What's in the truck?
It had a computer tower and vehicle equipment like jumper cables and car
Yep.
care materials.
long trip,
When you
gotta
say
be
computer
prepared.
tower, do you mean like a desktop computer?
Yes.
Trooper, what are we looking at here?
This is the driver's door.
Any items of interest in that door?
There's a firearm in the driver's door pocket.
Is this how that firearm was found?
Yes,
So this is where that firearm was when the police opened the door?
yes.
What is this?
This is a Beretta 9mm pistol.
Is this the same firearm that we just saw?
Yes,
Just a closer view? Is this just a closer view?
yes.
And where is that firearm pointing right now?
The muzzle would be pointing to the left as you look at this picture.
Now they're trying to say he was going to shoot the kids because the way it was positioned in there.
Just for the record, that was states 19E. And the previous one was 19D. I'm now showing you states 19J. Trooper, what is this?
Both things.
This is
Taking
a
good care and
Beretta
escaping,
9mm pistol.
I think.
Is this the pistol that was found in the door of the car?
Yes, it is.
So it's been removed now for more photographs on that paper.
Yes,
Is this the condition of the gun as it was found?
yes, it is.
Does the magazine appear to be loaded into the gun?
Yes,
Trooper, is this the same gun? This is states 19F.
yes.
So this is the same gun. Obviously, it looks a little bit different. Can you tell us why?
The magazine was removed from the magazine well. The slide was locked to the rear and a cartridge was ejected out of the chamber.
So first, I want to ask you about that long black object on the right. What is that?
That is the magazine.
And so what is a magazine?
The magazine holds the ammunition for the firearm.
There's something gold and metallic poking out from the top of that magazine. Can you tell us what that is?
Those are the 9mm cartridges for the firearm.
So when you say cartridge, do you mean colloquially a bullet?
Yes.
Ammunition?
Yes.
So again, this is a photo of the gun with the magazine removed. The police did that, correct?
Yes.
And the gun has been obviously manipulated. Could you tell us what was done to the gun?
The slide on the firearm was locked to the rear.
What's the slide?
The slide is that top portion that encases the barrel.
So that's been pulled back.
Yes.
What is the point of pulling that slide back?
To eject any cartridge that could be inside the chamber of the firearm.
Was a cartridge ejected from the chamber of the firearm?
Yes.
And is that gold item that's to the left of the gun?
Yes, it is.
So when this gun was removed from that door by the state police, there was a chamber, a bullet in the chamber?
Yes.
And so when the slide is pulled back like that, does that make this gun safe?
Yes, it cannot be fired in the condition it's in currently.
Trooper, there's an object there with some letters underneath. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
This is a 9mm cartridge that was ejected from the chamber of the firearm.
So this is the bullet that was in the chamber of the gun?
Yes, it is.
And those letters, what do those indicate?
That is the exhibit number. The A after the 2 would indicate it's a sub-exhibit from the firearm itself, indicating that it was found within the firearm.
And this is states 19G. I'm going to go back to states 19F. What is the exhibit number for the gun?
KPP2.
So the gun is KPP2. Looking again at 19G. The bullet in the chamber is KPP2A.
Yes.
Trooper, what are we looking at here?
This is the magazine that was inserted into the magazine well of KPP2.
And what are those items above the magazine?
That is the ammunition that was inside the magazine.
So when this gun was found, all those items of ammunition were inside the magazine?
Yes.
Can you tell us how many there are?
Appears 13.
And that 13 is in addition to the one that was in the chamber?
Correct.
And so does that KPP2B refer collectively to those rounds and the magazine?
Yes.
Trooper, I'm showing you it's marked for ID. This states 20A. Please open this box. The record, you can use those boxes.
That's a good question. Just FYI, buried is up to 88 on top shows in Apple. I just checked. Rating is up to 4.8. Probably shouldn't say that publicly, though. Really, someone will report back.
I
to
see the
guilt
firearm
person.
that was found in the
I'm going
driver's
again.
door pocket of the white Subaru.
Is there a marking on this box?
Yes.
And is there an evidence number?
Yes.
What number is that?
KPP2.
Is that the same KPP2 that we saw in the photograph for that gun?
Yes, it is.
A couple of other items in here. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you about those at the moment. Can you please step down and I'll ask you to show this to the jury? Right. Before I do that, Your Honor, at this point, the state moves to strike the AD on 20A. Introduce the full exhibit.
All right, I think we're almost out.
Identification may be stricken with.
Out of bloop.
Show this to the jury so they can see it. Trooper, there's some zip ties in that box attached to that gun. What is the purpose of those?
It's to secure it inside the box, so it doesn't move around. Any trace evidence could fall off it or be destroyed.
Can the gun fire as it is right now?
No.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. I mean, that's what we're expecting to hear from the defense, that, based on his, I guess, mental state, he thought mom was a threat. It still has to be a reasonable threat, like an imminent threat. And I think thinking that she's going to take the kids away is not thinking she's going to kill them. And that's what we're going to have to stand by to see if that's...
Two more items, states 20B and 20C for ID. First, I'll ask you about 20B. What is this?
This appears to be 20A. This would have been the cartridge that was found inside the chamber of the firearm KPP-2.
So just for the record, this is states 20B for ID. What evidence number is there on that?
KPP-2A.
KPP-2A, that's the live round Coos County chamber.
Yes.
Can you please open that?
Wow, dramatic effect.
Remove it.
Yes. Is this the same live round that was removed from the gun that we just saw?
Yes.
When we searched it on March 2nd?
Yes.
State moves to introduce 20B as a full exhibit.
The identification may be stricken with respect to 20B and it shall be considered a full exhibit.
Put that down for now. Just somewhere it's not going to roll away. And now, I'll ask you about space 20C for ID. Does this have an evidence number on it?
Yes, it does.
What's the evidence number?
KPP-2.
Was in the car?
Yes.
On March 2nd?
Yes.
Please open this.
The rounds are stuck to tape.
There we go.
Two items from that evidence bag. What are they?
This is the magazine that was located in the magazine well of KPP-2 in the cartridges that were inside the magazine.
And those cartridges are in their own plastic bag.
Yes.
Right? Are those the cartridges that were removed from this magazine?
Yes.
At this time, the state moves to strike the ID on 20C.
40C and it shall be.
Bring them down and show them to the jury.
I mean, this is what you want to show the jury? Seems excessive. I don't know, guys. Like they need to look at the magazine and the bullets in the bag. This isn't a question of whether that bullet shot that woman or there's nothing to compare. I don't know. Maybe I'm just...
Sure, you could put those back into those bags. That would be great. Recovered those items as part of your search. Where did they go?
They went into the bags in front of me today. They were sealed and ultimately brought to the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory.
Yep.
Sidebar.
Mid-afternoon break right now.
All right.
Of this witness, we will take the mid-afternoon break right now. So again, mid-afternoon break right now. We'll resume at 2:30. And again, please do not discuss the case or the evidence amongst yourselves. Thank you very much.
At 2:30. What time was it when they went on that break? those 2 minutes ago. Is it an hour break? Or is it like a 5-minute break and we were behind time? Can't be an hour break. Okay, so yeah, maybe it's just 3 more minutes. I'm gonna go see what Bob is doing. He's like, I was on alone. Now you're gonna do it. I'll be back. Well, I could hear that he was either on a call or something. So now the dog's scratching at the door to get down here with me. Well, Bob's going to be back. He's going to give you a puppet. That's for sure. That's for sure. So we've got that he definitely prepared for a long trip. Question is whether he did that afterwards or before. But doesn't show that he was planning on turning himself in. Shows that he was leaving. And Rachel asks if she missed a lot this morning. I seem to think the answer is no, but I missed this morning too. So what do you guys think? What was the biggest thing you took out of this morning? Oh, people are saying no. Didn't miss much. All right, let me go back where I was in the supers before we went on break. We were right here with the Goodmans gifting 1 Defense Diary podcast membership. Thank you. Crazy Cat Lady member for 2 months. Thanks for your continued support. Happy to be watching another trial with you. Not So Zen Jen became a member. I think she's becoming like a remember because I recognize the name, but either way, family hug. Kim, member for 5 months. Thanks for your continued support. My favorite channel. Thank you for everything. Amanda, member for 10 months. So close to a year. Love watching a trial here. Well, thank you for your continued support. Teresa Nick became a YouTube member. Family hug. We love new members. Loopy Lass. Hi from England. Watch the 4 Gacy episodes out there so far. They are phenomenal. They really are. I know he's my husband and all, but they really, really are. Crazy Cat Lady, I would love to meet your dad. Came up with a plan for that. We're going to see if it works. Jenny H became a member. Thank you. Family hug. The Goodmans, member for 4 months. We know the exact location she's talking about. No, what's in the hospital? Maybe was that when the doctor was talking about the hospital, or was that the woman? Oh, maybe that was the woman that was following after the Amber Alert, right? Because that's back from 10:14 this morning. Maybe Bob covered these. I don't know. Loopy Lass, yes, I meant listen, not watch. I know. Here for the puppet. Thanks, LS. Thanks, LS. You guys are going to get a puppet. Isabel Park gifted 1 membership. Thank you. And then this we covered. I think, I'll check to see if there's any others below. Stacy, not Esquire. Bob, there could be a picture of Karen's tail light before it made it to the Sally Port. Maybe he won't say he planted the picture. So yeah, that's when we shifted over to Proctor, and Miss Shamubi Cake said, chat votes for Allie and Mel live for Proctor. We're going to work on it. Amber C, helping Bob Sr. and the goal. Thank you. LS gifted 5 Defense Diary memberships. Thank you very much. Nancy Druby, let's hit that goal for Allie. You go, girl. Yes. Thank you. Constance Smith, I appreciate you both and all of the chat. All right, so I think I got to all of these. Well, maybe I don't remember putting up Brooklyn James. So union lawyer voted to drop him per WCVB, a friendly news station for them. Article today. Yeah, that seemed evident from the stuff we went over. Okay, that one we did, Kathleen's. And then, yeah, we got through all of these. Although now I'm going to have to revisit whatever was filed in Kelsey Fitzsimmons' case today. I have to say, I am a little surprised. And maybe it's just because her injuries are, way more extensive than I thought, that she's not thinking she might feel better enough to breathe now, to actually be able to do it. But yeah, I mean, she did have pretty significant injuries. I think just want to make sure we're live. Why do I have this blooping time still? Is it really actually blooping? It says it is. All right, it's got to be. I guess it'll just keep saying it's blooping even when it's not. Usually it gives me like a bounce back. But, I mean, I'm all the way over, so. All the way over. Yeah, I think Jadzia might be right. She still actually has shrapnel that needs to be removed or something. Oh, well, Tracy got me the defendant's emergency petition to the Supreme Judicial Court. So that they're taking that appeal to the full bench. It's just a one pager, just pursuant to the rules where, the single justice denied the petitioner for interlocutory relief and her request for bail in the lower court, and that they're applying for a full panel. So then we just wait. So there is nothing else for me to have to review or go over in that. It's like I said, just a sort of a form type of filing. It says we want the whole panel to hear it. And then the whole panel decides if they're going to hear it. So So I don't know. Were they saying the minors' names? It might be because the minors aren't victims, but they kind of are victims under the law either way. So yeah, I don't know why they're using the full names. Yes, I agree, KPT. The full bench needs to listen to the hearing, not just read the transcript.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. I hope so.
All rise for the honorable jury. Coos County Superior Court again is in session with the Honorable Jonathan S. Rizal presiding.
Thank you. Please be seated. And Trooper, you're still under oath, sir.
I'm sorry.
And you're still under oath.
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Trooper. How familiar are you with the Beretta 9mm pistol?
I'm not very familiar, no.
Oh, okay, so that's not what you, that's not your service weapon?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of its safety features based on your handling of
In the
this case?
photos, yes.
Okay. Why don't I have you then step down to get closer to the jury with exhibit 19J. F. Do you mind holding it? Thank you. So 19F you're holding. Is the little lever that we see here, is that the safety?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And right now the safety is pointed down, which means it's on, correct?
Correct. Usually there would be a red dot showing when the safety is off.
Okay. And so to turn the safety off, you would push that lever up.
Yes.
And a red dot would show.
Yes.
Okay. And when the gun was found in the driver's side pocket, the safety was on, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Also, that picture, again, this is a picture of the pistol with the magazine inserted?
Yes.
Okay. And 19F is picture of the pistol.
Could we just correct the record?
Yes.
The photo with the magazine inserted is 19J.
Thank you. 19J is photo of the 9mm with the magazine inserted. 19F is a photo with the 9mm pistol with the magazine not inserted.
Yes.
Okay. Now in 19F, here, I'll switch it. The slide is pulled back.
Oh God. I just asked you guys if it's switched and it's cross-examination, and it is.
Yes.
So I updated the ticker.
And was it when it was used in the vehicle manipulated?
I'm actually eating little pretzel sticks, so that's why I muted it.
Yes, to render it safe. Yes.
and you pull the slide back, and there's some sort of lever that pops up, right?
Yes.
Okay, what would you call that?
So far the defense established that the gun was on, the safety was on the gun when they found it. And now she's just going through some more about the condition of the gun when they found it.
And you pull the slide back, and there's some sort of lever that pops up, right?
Yes.
Okay, what would you call that?
That would be the slide locking lever.
The slide locking lever. Okay, and that would be another safety mechanism, right?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that in our picture 19J, the magazine is inserted, the safety is on. In order to fire it, you have to put the safety up and pull the trigger, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And so it will not fire any projectile unless those two things happen when it's loaded.
Correct.
Okay. And just to go from step one with this pistol, in order for it to function properly and fire a projectile, it first has to be loaded, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so either you can pull back the slide, put one bullet in, turn the slide forward, then bracket, then pull the trigger, right?
No, if you put the one round in and send the slide forward, the round would be in the chamber and it'd be
Ready to go. Okay. And if you are using a magazine, and this magazine has 15 total projectiles, cartridges, bullets, right?
It has a 15 capacity.
15 capacity.
13.
Yes.
Yes.
When it started, it had 15 capacity, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So if someone inserted the full 15 bullet capacity magazine into this pistol, they would have to slide the rack back, correct?
Correct. If it wasn't back already.
If it wasn't back already. Okay. Turn the safety up or off, correct? For the
Correct,
record,
yes.
right? Okay. And pull the trigger.
Yes.
Okay. And because there's a magazine in this pistol, and a semi-automatic pistol, the next bullet from the magazine would automatically cycle up to the chamber, correct?
Correct, yes.
So if it was functioning correctly in this scenario with a 15 capacity magazine, and it was started out with a full magazine, after firing one bullet, you would anticipate there would be a second bullet in the chamber, correct?
Correct, yes.
And you could not fire it unless the safety was turned off and pulled the trigger.
Yes.
And you found it in the vehicle, driver's side pocket door, with the safety engaged. It was on, correct?
Correct.
So it would not have fired a bullet as is.
Correct.
Thank you. Have a seat for a second. I just have to check if I have questions.
Yes, this is all to say that, what Rachel said. Multiple steps to take to get the gun to fire after that.
I have no more questions. Thank you, Trooper.
Reader? Just briefly, Your Honor. Trooper Post, you mentioned that the safety was on, and you talked about pulling the slide back. Fair to say that there are a number of steps that need to be taken before a bullet can be fired from a gun like this?
Yes.
So that the purpose of those, would that be that the gun doesn't go off accidentally?
Correct.
So that when the gun fires, it's because the person wanted to fire it?
Yes.
No more questions.
Okay, brother.
Okay, can Trooper Post be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, can update this ticker.
At this time, the state would call Jill Terrio. Terrio, if you could take a witness stand for me, just remain standing and raise your right hand. Can't look at me. Ms. Terrio, do you swear that the testimony that you're about to give today is the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may lower your head and have a seat. There's some water, I believe, up there and some cups perhaps if you would like to take some and be ready for that or whenever you need to. If you do need to take a break at any time, just let me know.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And you just did it, so I don't even have to tell you. The microphone a little bit closer. So if I could have you just go ahead and introduce yourself to these jurors by stating your name, spelling your last name for the record.
Yes, my name is Jill Terrio. Last name is spelled T as in Tom, Herriault.
Ms. Terrio, where do you work?
I'm currently employed by the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory in Concord.
And what is the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory?
The forensic lab that's associated with the state police is the only forensic laboratory within the state that handles examining evidence from all the municipalities and jurisdictions within New Hampshire.
For about how long have you worked with the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Laboratory?
It'll be 6 years this December.
Is it okay if I call it the laboratory or the forensic lab?
That's fine, yes.
Perfect. Now, are you assigned inside of the lab to a specific unit?
Yes, I am.
And what's that unit?
In the laboratory, I'm assigned to the pattern evidence unit.
And inside it, before I ask you what your job assignment is inside of that unit, what is the pattern evidence unit?
The pattern evidence unit of the forensic laboratory is composed of forensic science examiners who look at items that have patterns. So that would be the latent print examiners, that would be myself as a firearms examiner, as well as examiners who look at shoe and tire track impressions.
Now, you've indicated you're a firearms examiner. What's your current title with the lab?
Currently, I am a forensic scientist 3 in the pattern evidence unit.
Okay, and as a forensic scientist 3, you specifically conduct firearms examinations?
Yes, one of my duties or the area that I examine for forensic evidence is firearms and tool marks, and I also conduct examinations of shoe and tire tracks.
What kind of work do you do for, and you've described it as examinations, but as a firearms examiner, what kinds of things are you examining?
In my capacity, I'm looking at bullets, at cartridge cases, at firearms. Those are all types of pieces of evidence that would be collected from a crime scene and submitted to the laboratory. And I examine those items with a variety of different pieces of equipment at the lab to determine whether or not a bullet or a cartridge case was fired from a particular firearm.
And when you talk about bullets or cartridge cases, sometimes do people refer to that as ballistics evidence?
They do, yes.
Okay. Now, you also indicated that you're a firearms and tool mark examiner. What do you mean by tool mark examiner? What's that?
Well, tool mark examination is sort of a broad overview of my particular discipline of forensic science. In one respect, you could consider a firearm as a tool, and the items that are fired through it are items that receive those tool marks. But also, tool marks can encompass any types of marks that are left behind from a tool. So, for example, if someone had tried to break into a building using something to pry open a window, they're using a tool, and that tool is leaving marks, say, for example, on a windowsill or on the opening where a window would be. Or if someone, for example, say they were breaking through a chain link fence and they used a set of bolt cutters to cut through the links on the fence. There are marks that are left behind from those bolt cutters on those individual pieces of wire, and I would examine those pieces of wire to determine whether or not it was a particular set of bolt cutters, for example, that cut those pieces of the chain link fence.
So I wanted to speak a little bit generally, just so we understand what your job is. With respect to firearms, what kinds of examinations can you perform that are either tool mark related or related in some other capacity to a firearm?
Well, one of the types of examinations that I would conduct would actually be on a firearm itself, and that would be called an operability examination or a function exam. And that is to determine how a firearm that was submitted to the lab is currently functioning in its current condition.
Seems like a French last
So
name.
I have a variety of steps that I follow to examine the firearm, determine its operability. Is it safe?
Maybe an
Is there
Italian
anything
mom.
wrong with it? Is it going to fire in the way that I expect it to? What are the safety features of it? With the end result of actually selecting ammunition from the laboratory to supply and test firing that firearm. Now, the other part of the types of examinations I would do would be on bullets and cartridge cases, looking at those using a microscope. Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize.
It's okay. Just with respect to ballistics, those ballistics items that you're talking about, bullets and casings, when you generally are talking about examinations of those, can you go ahead and explain to us what those examinations would be?
Yes, so looking at bullets and cartridge cases collected from a crime scene, there's various features that would be left behind on those items from the gun that fired it. And I'll use a variety of equipment at the lab to look at those items to determine specifically whether or not they were fired in a particular gun.
Now, for all of these things that you do with tool mark examination, firearms examinations, ballistics examinations, do you have any kind of education, training that allows you to do this type of analysis and work?
Yes, I do.
Can you go ahead and describe that for us?
Well, before I got started in the field, I did receive my Bachelor of Science degree from Rutgers University in 2001. But the main course of the main area where I learned how to become a firearms examiner was with my employment with the Miami-Dade Police Department down in Miami, Florida. When I was hired on by that department in the forensic lab down there, I began an in-house training program that was conducted under the supervision of a senior firearms examiner. And that 2-year training program included learning how firearms operate, learning about ammunition and how ammunition and firearms function together, using the equipment in the lab to look at those pieces of evidence, as well as other types of testing that a firearms examiner would conduct. So again, that training period was 2 years long. And in addition to that, in 2004, when I began working at Miami-Dade, I was also selected by the ATF, which is the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, to participate in their 1-year National Firearms Examiner Academy. And that 1-year program that was in conjunction with my in-house training consisted of examiners from all different laboratories across the country that were my instructors. And again, learning about guns, how they operate, how bullets and cartridge cases interact with guns, how to examine bullets and cartridge cases under a microscope, as well as several other types of testing that a firearms examiner would do.
And you mentioned that you were previously employed in Miami-Dade as a firearms examiner, it sounds like. Is that correct?
That's right.
For how long have you held a position as a firearms examiner or as a firearms and tool mark examiner?
Now it's been over 20 years. So I spent 10 years at the Miami-Dade lab down in Miami, Florida. I spent 6 years as the section supervisor of the Connecticut State Forensic Laboratory. And for the last almost 6 years, I've been here in New Hampshire.
In addition to conducting your own examinations of firearms and ballistics evidence, do you also serve as sort of a peer reviewer or review analyses that are conducted by other people in the department for accuracy?
Yes, I do.
Is that a standard procedure for the state lab?
It is, yes.
So is it fair to say that any work that you do, there's another person who checks your work?
It is, yes.
Now, while you've been employed either in any of your agencies that you've worked with, Miami-Dade, Connecticut, or here at the New Hampshire State Lab, have you undergone continuing education as you've been employed?
Yes, I have.
Okay, what kinds of continuing education have you had?
Well, as a member of an organization called the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners, I'm able to attend, attend training seminars that organization holds once every year in different cities across the United States. And that training is a week long and encompasses technical presentations by my peers. There's smaller workshops, but that's typically about 30 to 40 hours of training for that week. And in addition to other types of training that may become available, such as like firearms courses, that would be called armorers courses that teach a student how a particular make or model of firearm operates, like taking it apart, putting it together, troubleshooting, and other types of webinars, forensic related webinars that might be available to stay current on the topics in the field.
Do you undergo, as part of your position with the New Hampshire State Lab, any type of proficiency examination pertaining to your work as a firearms or ballistic evidence examiner?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain that for us?
Proficiency testing is a type of testing to ensure that forensic scientists are competent in their field. The laboratory will receive from a private company essentially a practical test. I don't know what the answer is to it. It could be, for example, in the field of, it could be firearms related, so it could be bullets, it could be cartridge cases. And that type of testing to test my skills to ensure that I'm competent in conducting this type, where I would examine those pieces that are, again, the answers are unknown to me. And
so you're being provided with physical items for you to conduct an examination on, and that's the test. It's not a written test you're talking about.
correct, it's a hands-on practical test, so bullets or cartridge cases. And once I've completed that, those results get sent to that company, that outside company that maintains these tests. And my answers are checked, and that reporting, or that those results are reported back to the laboratory.
Over the years, and I guess let me just ask you this, is there a certification or a need for certification to perform your job?
There's not a need for it, like a requirement, but I do hold a certification in firearms identification.
Can
and
you explain what that is?
They don't even need it.
So through the
They
professional
don't need it.
organization
got
that I
one.
belong to, the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners, they do offer
Ma'am,
certification in 3 areas.
are you
So in
supposed to
firearms
compare an
examination,
unspent
in gunshot residue, and also in
to a
tool
spent
marks.
casing?
So I hold a certification in firearms examination. I've held that since 2009. And to maintain that certification, one has to attain a certain number of continuing education credits for each year that you maintain your certification. And so that goes along with attending the conferences and things of that nature to maintain those certification points.
Over the years, if you know, at least that you've been at the state lab here in New Hampshire, do you know approximately how many examinations you conduct or have conducted with respect to firearms and ballistics evidence?
Oh gosh, I couldn't give you a number off the top of my head. Trying to think of the number of cases that I do per year. It would be pretty numerous, I would say.
Okay. Now, have you previously testified?
So just because I got a little bored and I hadn't checked in a while, I just typed this into chat. All right, chat, let's see what you had to say. Is it proper forensic science to compare an unspent casing to the markings on a spent casing? Open, I wasn't suggesting the answer. In proper, so it first says, good question, and a point that's often misunderstood in firearm forensics. In proper forensic ballistics, an unspent live cartridge cannot validly be compared to the markings on a fired, aka spent, cartridge cage for purposes of identifying whether they came from the same gun. I mean, we all know this, the robot knows this, but the state of Indiana, they don't know this. So just a little side note while this woman's testifying. Okay, here we go.
In court as an expert witness in the area of firearms and ballistics evidence examinations?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Between Florida, Connecticut, and here in New Hampshire, it's been over 100 times.
And you have been qualified here in the courts in the state of New Hampshire as an expert witness in that area?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer Jill Terrio as an expert witness in the area of firearms and ballistics evidence.
No.
See, these things would go a lot
The
easier
court hereby recognizes Ms. Terrio
if
in
the
the areas
state
identified.
just allowed the
As an
defense
expert
to
witness.
stipulate that it's the
Ms. Terrio, with respect to the case that you've been called here
In
to
this
testify
case,
about
we're-
today, can you explain to the jury
not
how you
disputing that
received
they did
this
it.
case or became involved in this case for examination?
Well, these items of evidence that are related to firearms, they are submitted to the laboratory for a series of testing that goes on, whether that's latent prints or DNA. The firearms unit is typically the last unit to examine those items that have been submitted for analysis. So Once the other units have completed their testing on a particular set of items, then it would be my turn to conduct that. And
I knew it was improper.
as of the time of when this case took place and when these items were submitted to the laboratory, there's 2 of us in the pattern evidence unit that can conduct firearms examinations, one of which is my supervisor. So typically any type of casework that would come into the laboratory would fall to me.
Before we really get started, I want to show you some physical items and see if you recognize what these are. So the first item I'm going to show you is what is in evidence. And please, if you need a minute, just go ahead. Absolutely, take your time.
Okay, thank you.
There are gloves there. There was another box somewhere, but those are if you need them.
Okay.
So I'm showing you what is in evidence in State's Exhibit 20A. For the current moment, I'm just going to ask you to look at the item and not remove it from the container.
Yes.
I mean, it's in evidence, but it just. Associated with that item, I'm also showing you State's Exhibit 20B. Please be careful, that's loose. And 20C.
Okay.
With respect to State's Exhibit 20A, is this the firearm that you received to examine related to this case?
Yes, it is.
And with respect to State's Exhibit 20B, is that the magazine for that firearm and its related ammunition that you received?
Let's see, 20, I'm sorry, which exhibit was it?
20B.
20B.
Oh, I went backwards, so I apologize. Is 20B the live cartridge that you received as part of evidence with this weapon?
Yes, it is.
And with respect to State's Exhibit 20C, is that the magazine for that firearm?
Yes, it is.
And there's also related unfired ammunition. Is that fair to say?
In that item, yes.
Just correct my notes. I apologize. Terry, I'm next going to show you what I've marked for identification purposes as 24A, B, and C. If you could take a look at those items, let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, I do recognize these.
What are they?
These are enlargements of photographs that I took of the items of evidence that that I examined in this case.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to strike the identification on State Exhibit 24A, B, and C, and admit them as full. No objection.
The ID may be stricken with respect to 24A.
You just a photograph of the weapon.
Yes.
Is that consistent with how Exhibit 20A looks now?
It is, yes.
Just so that we can all look at things together. Maybe. Apparently I forgot how the pointer works. There we go. So I've got up on the screen and you should have it next to you and it should be in front for the jury to see as well. State's Exhibit 24A. And you've indicated that State's Exhibit 20A, as you look at it, it's in the same sort of position now.
The photograph on the screen here is how I received it when I first, before I did any examination of it. And how it's in front of me is in a slightly different position as far as its position inside of the box, but it appears to be in the same condition that when it left my custody.
So with respect to that weapon, when you received it, can you explain to us how you begin an examination as to that item?
So to examine a firearm that comes to me at the forensic laboratory, first, like we have in the photo here, I want to document how I received it. So I'll take a photograph of the outside of the package and then a photograph of the items that are inside of that package. And here we have a pistol, another plastic bag that was created by another examiner at the laboratory, and my little blue ruler that's in the photo. The first steps for my examination of a firearm, well, first I will take it out of the box, ensure that what's in the box is supposed to be there and make sure that there's nothing missing. But my first steps for examining it are essentially walking through and looking at first the make, the model, and the serial number that's typically stamped somewhere on the firearm. And then I have a series of steps that I go through, and I have a worksheet that walks me through just documenting the physical condition of the gun. So again, make, model, serial number, the safety features that this firearm has, the overall condition of it, like is it in good condition? Does it look like it's a little beat up? The overall condition of it. I will look down the gun barrel to see if there's any obstructions, and there's also some characteristics inside of the gun barrel that are visible to your naked eye. I will note some characteristics that are inside of the gun barrel. One of the tests that I will conduct is to determine how many pounds of pressure it takes to pull the trigger on this particular gun, and to see if whether or not this gun is susceptible to any type of accidental discharge. So once I've walked through all of that, gathered all of that information, my next step would then be to test fire the firearm.
Before we get to there, with respect to this weapon as you received it, were you able to determine what the make and model are?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
This is a 9mm caliber Beretta semi-automatic pistol, and the model is 92FS, F as in Frank, S as in Sam.
And were you able to locate the serial number on this weapon?
Yes, I was.
And what's the serial number?
The serial number is B as in Bob, E as in Edward, R 401806.
Were you able to evaluate the condition of this weapon?
Yes.
And what was the condition of it?
It was in good condition, and once I was done, it functioned as I expected.
Now, can you explain this weapon? What kind of weapon is this? Is it in terms of the way that it fires?
This pistol shown here is what's considered a semi-automatic pistol.
Can you explain to us how it is that a semi-automatic pistol fires?
There's a number of steps that occur when firing a semi-automatic pistol, but the semi-automatic part refers to the number of rounds that it'll fire when the trigger is pulled. So semi-automatic means that to fire one round, you have to pull the trigger once. So with each shot, it would be one pull of the trigger. Essentially, this type of gun would take a source of ammunition called a magazine. Some folks know it as a clip, but more correctly, it would be called a magazine. A magazine would be filled with live cartridges or rounds of ammunition. That magazine that has ammunition in it will then get placed into the grip or the handle part of the firearm. Now, in order to make this particular type of gun operate, like in the photograph here that you see on the screen, there's a top part of the firearm called the slide, and it's sort of a top part of it. And in the photograph here, it's what's called the open position. So if one were to take a magazine and put it inside of the grip or the magazine well, and you were to use a button to close the slide, that would take a live round of ammunition from the magazine, which is now inside the gun, and take that live round and put it into what's called the chamber of the barrel, of the gun barrel. So at that point, the firearm would be loaded. At that point, the way that this pistol is designed, there's a part called the hammer, which is when you send the slide forward, it'll be in a cocked position. So this firearm will be ready to fire. And then in order to shoot it, you would pull the trigger. The hammer would fall. Pulling the trigger causes the hammer to fall. The hammer will then strike a firing pin, which connects with the live round of ammunition. And through a series of events that happen super fast, that causes the gun to go off. So that'll cause the bullet to travel down the gun barrel due to a whole bunch of heat and energy that's created. So that sends the bullet down the gun barrel. All that heat and energy that's built up will also press against that top part of the gun called the slide. That'll move the slide backwards, and that will then take that now empty cartridge case out of the chamber of the firearm. And when that slide comes back, it's on spring pressure. So when that slide moves back into place, that forward motion will then take a live round of ammunition, put it into the chamber, and at that point, the firearm would be ready to fire again.
When you indicate that when the slide moves back or moves forward and then back, that it would eject or remove the spent or the fired cartridge casing.
That's correct.
Is that sometimes called an ejector?
There's one portion, two portions of the gun that cause that to happen. But yes, there's one that's called an ejector that when the casing, the empty casing comes in contact with that, that helps to flip it out of the firearm.
When this particular Beretta ejects a cartridge or a casing, does it eject to a particular side?
In general, pistols tend to extract and eject on the right and rearward. But in my experience, that's the general direction it goes in, but sometimes they don't always go that way.
Now we've got State's Exhibit. I've got to make sure I've got them the right numbers. So we've looked at 20C, which is the magazine and the ammunition, correct?
Yes, 20C is the magazine and ammo.
So moving forward on here, Penn State's 24B, which is in evidence on the screen, is that what you we're seeing in State's Exhibit 20B.
Yes, that's right.
Can
That's
you explain
correct.
to us what those items are?
So in this picture here, again, this is a photograph that I took of the items that were inside the package. On the left side, that sort of dark gray black item is the magazine, and on the right is a clear plastic bag that was created by a different person from the laboratory who had removed those live cartridges from the magazine.
Sorry, guys. I'll be right back. Like things keep happening that I'm clicking mute and then forgetting it. So I'll say it again. Thanks, Mandy.
Are these the same items? So that item in 20B is KPP2B on the bag?
Yes, the bag here says KPP-2B, yes.
Okay. Since they're all just sort of in a bag, is that consistent with the number of items that were recovered from that particular magazine?
Let's see. I have 13 that were taken out of that, and if that is 13. Well, 13, yes, 13 are being showed in the photos.
That magazine for this weapon, the one that you examined in State's Exhibit 20C, my notes are messed up, so I apologize, 20C. Can you describe to us how many rounds of ammunition that magazine itself holds?
Yes, I'm just going to refer to my notes to refresh my memory.
If that would refresh your recollection.
Yes, so this magazine is capable of holding 15 cartridges, 15 9mm cartridges.
Now, we've heard the terms throughout this trial and now through your testimony, rounds, live rounds, you tried to use some of them mistakenly, cartridges, projectiles, bullets, casings. Can you explain those terms for us? Like, what kinds of terms are we talking about for the evidence that you examined relevant to this case?
So typically, with the terminology that I would use for a live round, which is perfectly acceptable terminology to call that, is also known as a cartridge. A cartridge is typically made up of 4 components, that being a bullet, a cartridge case, gunpowder, and a primer.
Do you have a
I cannot believe I swear I'm clicking it and it's not going off. Oh my God. Because I swear that's what keeps happening. I'm clicking it, thinking I'm clicking it off, and I'm not, because I just sat down to tell you what I was saying when I was muted. All right, so starting again. Manny, maybe we need to cut out like the last 2 pauses of me doing this, like when we air it live. I don't even know. People are going to be so confused. Okay, so what I was saying is, to Annie's comment that this is painful, that I had just been sitting there thinking the exact same thing, and that this trial has the potential to be interesting from the whole mental health aspect, and finding out, like, as far what kind of father and boyfriend was the defendant before all of this happened, like what kind of person was he. And this could be less painful if the state just agreed to stipulate to some stuff. I'm assuming the defense would, because at least right now we're operating under the understanding that the defense isn't claiming that he did not shoot her. They're claiming he did not have the intent, the requisite intent, or that it was somehow self-defense or defense of others, whatever. And if that's the case, the defense would probably stipulate that these bullets came from this gun. But the prosecution, they like to get all the bells and whistles in front of the jury and be like, look at this person with this, really impressive resume. And all these people had to do all this work just to get this defendant and just to bring this case to you. So now don't let them get away. Like, they like to put on their show. So even when the defense will stipulate to things like that, they won't. And sometimes I'll try to sneak it in at trial. Like, the defense would stipulate to this, blah, blah, blah. And then the judge will be like, well, the prosecution has the ability to, present this case however they want, but it's probably not even proper for me to do that. But it's just crazy sometimes. So now that we've gotten through all the muted stuff, yeah. I'm almost thinking that I was sitting here thinking, like, tomorrow we should start after lunch and then fast forward through, like, just bloop past all of the background information until they start talking about the actual case. I don't know. But yeah, oftentimes, even if the defense wants to stipulate to something, the prosecution wants to put their witnesses and impress the jury with all the work they've done and all the people that were involved and blah, 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 blah. So, all right. Seniors upstairs. I'm alone now. I will not be muting unless, of course, I cough, and then I will be muting. So let's go.
Demonstrative aid that you have with you today that might be able to help us understand the pieces of a cartridge?
I do.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind. Your Honor, asking permission for the witness to approach the jury in order to demonstrate to them and explain to them the components of a cartridge or a live round.
Certainly.
Okay. The gun that I have here, this is a plastic model of a live cartridge. It's just plastic, it's oversized, it's not an actual real.
No, we can't see anything.
But as I was saying, the cartridge, or a live cartridge, is made of 4 components. So first there's the bullet, which is this guy, and this is typically seated in the mouth of a cartridge case. The bullet can be made of a number of different types of materials, sometimes copper, sometimes lead. A cartridge case can be brass, sometimes can be other material as well. Housed inside of this cartridge would be the gunpowder, so that's all filled up in here. So once that has gunpowder in it, the bullet fits in here like this. Now on the back of the cartridge is this little round area here. This is called the primer. And the way that this operates in a firearm is that when this is put into, say we're talking about a semi-automatic pistol, when this is put into the chamber of the gun and the trigger is pulled, the firing pin from the gun will strike this primer. The primer is made of a shock-sensitive material. So when that firing pin strikes it, it causes a small detonation, which then in turn causes the gunpowder to burn. And that's what builds up all that heat and energy that sends the bullet down the barrel of the firearm. And depending on what type of firearm you're shooting, this empty cartridge case can be extracted and ejected, or again, depending on the gun, it can remain inside of the firearm.
So for comparison purposes, what parts of a cartridge or a live round are you able to use to conduct a comparison or to examine as part of your work as a ballistics or firearms examiner?
So the parts that I would be interested in comparing would be the bullet that was fired from the gun. So these things are now separate. Bullets can be collected from crime scenes or autopsies or things anywhere where crimes occurred with a shooting. There's some other marks of bullet because that has traveled down the gun barrel. It picks up scratch on the surface of the bullet.
All right,
because
this
that has
part.
traveled down the gun barrel. It picks up scratch marks from the inside of the gun barrel, and that's what I'll be looking at visually unaided with a microscope as well as under a microscope to look at these marks.
When you talk about scratches in terms of what you're examining, can you explain that to us? What kinds of scratches are these? How are they created?
Well, when we're talking about that type of marking that's left behind on a bullet, the inside of the gun barrel is, it has areas of what's called lands and grooves, which are areas of high and low that are carved into the gun barrel by the manufacturer. They do it on purpose. That causes the bullet to spin when it exits, kind of like the way a quarterback throws pass, he throws a spiral. A bullet is traveling in that spiral motion as well. And that keeps it stable as it's traveling. Because the bullet is a snug fit inside of that gun barrel, those areas of high and low are going to scratch or scrape that surface of the bullet. So as it's traveling, it's gaining these marks from the inside of it.
So an unspent ejected bullet never travels down that barrel to get those same, markings the way she's describing them now anyway. But, this is in Indiana.
And that's what I use to do a comparison of, say, two bullets to each other, or to a bullet from a scene to a bullet that I have test fired.
Some of you are behind that I'm talking to myself. You guys can hear me now, right? That was old, muted alley. This
You
is
had indicated
not
that
muted
your
alley.
examination of these types of ballistic evidence occurs partially visually, but then with a microscope.
Correct.
Can you explain to us is it like the microscope I used to use in science class, or is it something different?
It's similar to the one we had in science class. The device that I use is called a comparison microscope that takes two of those types of microscopes, connects them through a series of mirrors and prisms that lets the user look through a set of eyepieces and see two things at the same time.
When you are conducting this type of an examination, what kinds of conclusions can you come to after you're comparing, either you said bullets to other bullets fired at or recovered from the same place, or a bullet compared to a test fire?
Ooh.
The three conclusions that I can come to with regard to the forensic evidence that I look at includes an identification, which means that this bullet or this cartridge case was fired from this particular gun, or these two bullets were fired from the same gun. The opposite of that is an exclusion or an elimination, meaning that there were differences between the two. And that means that this bullet or this cartridge case was not fired in this particular firearm, or these two bullets or these two casings were not fired in the same gun. Now, right in between there is what's called inconclusive. Inconclusive basically means that there's not enough information on those items to make a definitive, yes, it was, or no, it's not.
Now, I'm going to ask you, I want to do this so that we're very clear. The weapon that you have in State's Exhibit 20A inside of this box,
Yes.
as it stands right now, it's fully unloaded? Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is. I can tell that by a zip tie that I've placed through the action of the firearm.
And there's no magazine inserted in it?
Correct.
Okay. With the court's permission, I would like to ask you to remove this item from the box and publish it to the jury so they can ask you some questions about it.
Okay.
Yes.
Don't forget your gloves.
For the record, Exhibit 28, correct?
20B. Oh, A. I apologize. My letters are a little off in my notes, so I apologize.
I'm gonna hold it with my bare hands.
Oh, she's going to hold it with her bare hands. Which doesn't matter if he's admitting that he fired that weapon. So
Thank you. If you could just come on up in front of this jury, and I'd like you to walk us through, obviously not doing it, but could you show us how somebody would load this firearm?
Sure, and again, just to demonstrate for everybody that this firearm is unloaded, I just unsnipped the zip tie that I had put through the action of the gun before. So it's unloaded, there's nothing in the chamber here, which is where a cartridge would go, and the magazine that normally would go right here is not present. So regardless, I'm going to keep this pointed downward just to observe all the safety procedures. And I'm sorry, you said the...
So how would somebody load this weapon?
So in a condition like this,
one time Bob was pointing the gun upward in court, and the judge told him not to point it at the witness, and then Bob must have turned it towards the judge, and he's like, don't point it towards me. It was hysterical. It was hysterical. But it was after we all had gone through how it wasn't loaded and whatnot. But yeah, that happened.
this top part here is the slide that I mentioned earlier. That's locked open in an open position. But to load this firearm, you would have the magazine with cartridges in it, and that would go in this opening here in the grip that's called the magazine well. And that would snap into place and it'll click once it's properly seated.
Once the magazine is inserted inside of the weapon, is it ready to fire?
At that point, no. In the condition like this gun is right here, where that slide is still open, one would have to close the slide in order to take a live cartridge from the top of the magazine, and that would what's called chamber the live round.
Can you demonstrate us how somebody would, is that sometimes called racking a slide?
It is, yes.
Okay. Can you show us how that occurs and what that looks like?
Sure, you can do it two ways. The first way, again, the slide is on spring pressure. So when I pull it back, it's going to overcome the little hold that's keeping it open. So you can pull it back and let it go forward. So that's one way to do it. That will close the slide. That's going to take one of those rounds of ammunition from the top and put it into the chamber. The second way to do that, there is a button on the side here. This is called a slide release. And if I were to use my thumb and press that button, that will let the slide go forward. That little lock or that button is what's holding that slide open. So then that would close the slide. So you can do it two ways. You can manually do it, or you can use your thumb to release that slide and let it slide into position.
Now, once that slide has been placed into position, there would be, were this a loaded weapon, there would be a live round into the chamber and the weapon would be ready to fire.
Yes, it would. The way that this pistol is designed, this part here is called the hammer. And this is in what's called the cocked position. And that just happens, this is the hammer here. And that happened when the slide is pulled backwards. So that it was open, the slide was open. When we go to close it, using one of those two ways, that hammer is locked in the back position. So that means if you were to pull the trigger, it would fire.
What kinds of safety features are associated with this particular Beretta pistol?
There's a number of safety features. There's one right here, if you can see, again, I'm going to keep this pointed down, but there's a red dot that's right here, and that's indicating that the safety is off. So if I were to rotate this lever, now what that did right there, that's two things that happen. One is a manual safety that will keep the gun from firing, and that click that we all just heard is called a decocker. That will safely drop that hammer without having to pull the trigger. So as we saw, the hammer was cocked backwards, but if you use that lever, that manual safety / decocker, that will safely lower the hammer without firing the gun. So that's one safety feature. There's another one inside that is not visible from, not really visible from the outside, but it's called a firing pin block. And essentially that's doing exactly what it sounds like. It's keeping the firing pin, it's blocking the firing pin from moving forward. So the only way that that is deactivated is by pulling the trigger. Pulling the trigger will work some of the internal components to move something out of the way, move a block out of the way, and that will let the firing pin go forward. Without looking at my notes.
If you need your notes to refresh your recollection, just let us know.
Okay. I believe there's also a loaded chamber indicator on this, which is actually the extractor. The extractor is that little piece of the firearm that will pull the empty cartridge case or cartridge out of the chamber. When there's a round in here, this little piece actually sticks out just a tiny bit, and I don't recall if there's like a bit of orange on there, but it's either a visual or you can feel it with your finger. You'd be able to feel or see that extractor, and when that happens, you know that there is a live round in the chamber.
The defense is still just trying to go through all. Let me make sure I'm not muted, for God's sakes. Okay. Because I had to click onto the screen, like the Court TV screen, to pause it. So I'm not looking at the StreamYard stream, but or screen. So the defense is doing all of this to establish that that gun in that car was not ready to be fired. And there were multiple steps he would have had to take in order to make that, have that gun in a fire ready position. So that's what all this is for the defense right now.
Now, not sure I'm going to phrase this correctly, so please correct me. When firing this weapon, does it have sights?
It does, yes.
Can you explain to us what those are?
Now I don't know why she's asking this question.
There's one in the front towards the muzzle line of the gun, and then there's another one back here towards the back of the firearm.
And what are sights?
They are on the firearm to assist in aiming at a target.
No, this is the defense.
And you had described to us earlier when you were seated
Oh,
and
I got to update the ticker.
About ejecting from the gun. Can you show where that ejection would occur from on this weapon?
Am I crazy?
So what I'm going to do here is open the slide.
Let me see.
And lock it open. So on the top of the gun here, there's this opening. Inside here is the chamber. This is the chamber. That's where the live round or an cartridge case would be. So the extractor and the ejector, when this slide is coming backwards, that will cause the decocker key.
Maybe you guys are right. Still the cross?
That will fly out of this open area here. So when this slide is open, this little area here, this opening, is where that empty casing, or if you were extracting
Lord.
that's where that would fly out of the firearm.
And I think one more question before I give you a break and let you sit down. With respect to this weapon, you indicated that part of your examination involved testing to see how much force was required to pull the trigger.
Yes.
How much force, or can you demonstrate or explain to us how much force is needed to pull this trigger?
Hey, somebody let me know. All right. So this is still the state. Okay. Yeah. And the defense is moving over so that they can see, because everybody's blocked by that big screen that we can't see. They want to be able to see what the witness is doing. So I don't know. I guess what the state is doing all of this is to show this gun does not accidentally fire. If you want to make it fire, which is what they kind of touched on their redirect of the last witness after the defense went through the whole process of establishing that there were multiple steps you have to get to and that gun wasn't in ready position when it was taken from the car. So now the prosecution is using that same line of questioning to show you had to take a lot of steps before you shot and killed the victim in this case. So that's why they're doing this. And I guess it's just been going on so long. I thought we already switched witnesses. My Lord. Oh, thank God for you guys keeping me on my toes. That Bob, he's home. I went up to see what he was doing, and I heard him like on a call or doing something. So I guess he's like, I left him this morning, so he's leaving me now. But I was on court. So, but we're having fun without him. So it's all right. It's all right. Let's continue.
Specifically, I'd have to go back and refer to my notes for the exact poundage of how much force it takes to do this. But this gun operates in what's called single action and double action. Single action refers to what happens, how many things happen when you pull the trigger. So when it's in single action mode.
Defense might have no questions of this witness at this point. I don't know.
It's okay. Whatever you need to get us there.
So when the slide comes forward, and remember how we have that hammer in that cocked position, if I were to fire this gun, that would be called single action, because when you pull the trigger, one thing is happening. So I'm gonna, the gun's empty, but I'm gonna demonstrate. So this would be how many pounds of pressure is what I'm measuring to make that happen. And I'll do that a number of times, about 3 times, to determine how many pounds it takes to cause it to fall and where the trigger, the hammer will not fall. Now, there's another mode that this can fire in. Say, for example, we've decocked the firearm, so that hammer is now down, safely lowered down. You can still fire it if the safety's off. But what we're doing here is operating it in double action. And so what that means is that when I pull the trigger, you can watch the hammer come back and then let go. So 2 things are happening when I pull the trigger. One, it's cocking back, and then shoot, it's releasing. So there's single action, there's double action, and each of those act, but there's different pounds.
Thanks so much. You can go ahead and. If you can refresh your recollection, can you describe to us how many pounds of pressure it takes to pull this trigger, both in single action and then in double action mode?
Again, referring to my notes, for single action, it takes 4 to 5 pounds of pressure to pull that. And in double action, it's about 9.5 to 10 pounds.
Is there something that you can give us, sort of a real world measurement, but 4 to 5 pounds? What does that equate to?
4 to 5 pounds would be about a bag of sugar from the grocery store. You can imagine how much that weighs. I think these days it's 4 pounds because they're smaller. 9.5 to 10 pounds would be a large bag of flour, for example, or a gallon of milk, maybe a little bit heavier than a gallon of milk. So if you can imagine sort of the weights of that, that's how much pressure would be put on the triggers in either single or double action.
Now, you had indicated earlier in your testimony that part of what you had done was test this weapon for functionality, and that you did find it to function as you expected.
Yes.
Is that partially by firing the weapon and checking to see if it operates?
It is, yes.
And did you conduct any tests to determine whether the weapon could jar off?
I did, yes.
And what is jar off?
That means that's a term that I use to determine if a gun is susceptible to an accidental discharge from some kind of jarring action to it.
Was this weapon susceptible to jar off?
It was not.
Now, before I move into the other evidence that you received in this case, specifically the evidence from the scene,
more.
in test firing a gun, can you explain to us that process and what you do with the test fired round that you recover?
When I go to test fire a firearm, typically that's the second part of what I do. First, I typically would look at bullets or cartridge cases, and that kind of steers me in the direction of what type of ammunition I would need to test fire, just to try to look at things that are similar to what was recovered from the crime scene. So I would then select an appropriate type of ammunition, typically 3 cartridges, but I'm not limited to 3, but typically 3. The laboratory that I work in has what's called the test fire room. And in that room is, it's essentially a tank of water that's connected to sort of a pool filter that when I fire into it, the water slows down the bullet so that it's not damaged, so that I can examine it under the microscope. The pool filter part just kind of sucks it out of the tank and deposits it into a little, a basket for retrieval. But I will choose the appropriate type of ammunition for the case. I will test fire the gun and I'll test it as well in single and double action. And that's to determine how the gun's functioning.
Why into a water tank?
That's typically the type of bullet retrieval device that forensic laboratories use. There's sort of variations on a theme of that, whether or not they're vertical or horizontal, but essentially the water slows the bullet down enough so it's not damaged when it hits the water, and then it's in a good enough condition for me to microscopically examine it.
So let's move on to the other evidence that you received, because you received this weapon and all of its parts, but you also received some additional materials that you were asked to look at in order to conduct a comparison. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to show you what is, I'm sorry to pile up so many things on you. I'm showing you what is in evidence as State's Exhibit 28 and as State's Exhibit 29 for this case. They're already open if you want to take those items out and look at them. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
Were they part of your examination?
Yes, they are.
Now, those are casings and a projectile. Is that fair? A casing and a projectile, fair to say?
Correct. Yes, one casing and one bullet or one
Is
projectile.
there some way in which you know that you examined those two items yourself?
There is, yes.
Can you explain what that is?
I'm kind of feeling the same way.
Well, first I recognize my initials on the outside of the packaging, but more specifically on the items themselves. On the cartridge case, I will have scribed with an engraving tool on the body, on sort of the body part of the cartridge case. I will scribe the case number, the item number, and my initials, so that way I know that this is the case that this belongs to, which I can see here. And then on the bullet, once that has been cleaned, I will also inscribe that same information, the case number, which particular item number this is, and my initials.
Now, once you examined those two items, you were able to choose an ammunition that matched up with them. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
Inside of State's Exhibit 20A, there's a small envelope. Does that contain your test fired rounds that you fired into that water tank and recovered?
It does, yes.
Now, with projectile, could you walk us through what you did?
So once I have examined, well, first on a preliminary basis, I will have examined the bullet and the cartridge case, gathering all of the physical characteristics of each of those items. Again, filling out a worksheet that asks for all of the pertinent information. So if I'm talking about the bullet, it would be how much does it weigh? What caliber is it? What is it made of? Any type of damage to it. And I'll conduct that same sort of overview of the cartridge case. Once I've done that, then on the microscope that I use to conduct the comparisons, I will use one of the test fired bullets that I just shot from the firearm, and I will put that on one side of the microscope, and then the evidence bullet on the other stage of the microscope. And again, looking through the eyepieces on this piece of equipment lets me see those two things at the same time. And so I will, on the bullet, look for those scratch marks that I discussed earlier, those individual characteristics that are unique to that particular gun, looking for that same pattern, matching that pattern that I see on the surface of the bullet from the crime scene. And so once I've done that, I can come to one of those three conclusions, and I'll conduct a similar examination on the fired cartridge case, again, with a test fired cartridge case on one side of the stage of the microscope and the one from the scene on the other. And again, looking for agreement, matching patterns that I'm seeing on the two of those to determine whether or not this bullet or this cartridge case was fired in this gun.
So with respect to State's Exhibit 28, which is the casing,
Yes.
were you able to make a determination or conclusion based on your examination of that item?
Yes, I was.
What was your conclusion?
I determined that the cartridge case was fired in the Beretta pistol.
And where were the markings that
Finally wrapping up.
allowed you to determine that in terms of
Oh, with this evidence, she still has more.
Sure. Again, I'm just going to refer to my notes. So on this, I was specifically looking at where the firing pin struck the cartridge case on the primer. So there were details in that impression of the firing pin of the
here
gun
it comes.
on both
Here
my
it
test
comes.
fires and on the
Here he comes. Let's see where have you been, my love?
Hi.
I've had multiple muted incidents.
Oh, you were muting?
Oh boy, it was bad.
Oh, that must have been amazing.
Oh, so bad.
That was amazing. I wish I was here for it. I wish I was here. I was on a Zoom. I had a Zoom that I had set up since last week. That lasted for a minute.
Bob,
All right.
you're muted.
I'm surprised Mandy just didn't use that
Yeah.
for me. She called
Yeah.
me, but I
Yeah.
looked at my messages because I think I've got my notifications off that she called me multiple times.
So how's this trial? Boring as shit?
I mean, I was talking about for tomorrow that we start like after lunch, and then we can jump to when they start talking about this case and miss all the. I went to
I don't
school
know. Like,
here.
I thought that they were ending, like it's going to end in 14 minutes. They
Oh,
only
thank
go
God.
till 4.
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God.
Akasha says you were driving the struggle bus, but only for a minute.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's good. That's good. All
All right,
right.
you want to take over this?
Wait,
this
I gotta
lead?
go get a drink of water real quick.
Oh, but I need one too.
I'll bring one down.
All right, love you. Damn it, I want him to take over the feed so I can get off and yawn and stretch and move around. Guess I could bounce. All right, let's go. Oh, that's a good pause spot though. Look at her.
On the fired cartridge case. And then there was another area of the primer of the question cartridge case that came in contact with the gun called the breech. And I also saw agreement of those areas, those corresponding areas on the cartridge cases.
With respect to State's Exhibit 29, which is the bullet, and I'm just going to show a closer up image of that item. In State's Exhibit 24C, is this the bullet or projectile that you received?
Yes, it is.
And just so we're clear, this is not under a microscope, correct? This is just a close-up photograph that you took?
It's through a type of a microscope called a stereo microscope. It just lets you see things a little bit larger, but it's not like a comparison microscope that I use for looking at two things.
But this fairly shows what that projectile looked like when you examined it, and then you got it to go in a little bit closer and see the microscopic markings, fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay.
He is.
When you examined State's Exhibit 29, which is the projectile or the bullet recovered from the scene, what, if any, determination or conclusion were you able to make based on that examination of that item to the Beretta?
After comparing the bullet, the question bullet to the test fired bullets that I made from the Beretta pistol, I determined that that question bullet, the one on the screen, was fired in the Beretta pistol.
I thought they were going on to other evidence that this woman examined as well. Oh.
Just one question about this particular Beretta handgun. If there were a magazine, a loaded magazine inserted into that weapon, is it possible to insert that magazine without simultaneously loading a live cartridge into the chamber?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Is there any way to put a 15-round magazine into that Beretta handgun and not have one of the rounds loaded into the chamber and be ready to fire?
Yes,
Can you explain that?
I sure will. Yes, if you took the magazine that had ammunition in it and simply just placed it in the gun, whether or not the slide is open or closed wouldn't matter at that point. But if you were to just place the magazine, the loaded magazine, into the pistol, there would not be any round in the chamber of the gun because that slide hasn't moved back and forth to be able to take one from the magazine and put it into the chamber. So that would be whether the slide was open or closed.
So let me ask you if you can take the gun and come over here and show us how that would work. Don't insert the magazine, but go ahead and show us how that would work.
Okay, and again, just to show everyone, the magazine is empty. There's no ammunition in it, and the firearm is still unloaded. So if this magazine had ammunition in it, again, it would be placed into the magazine well of the firearm. So I'm going to hold it in front here. The only way that you would be able to get around from here into the chamber would be to pull the slide back and let it go forward, which would then take that first round that's on the top of here and put that into the chamber. But if the gun was simply, I'm going to talk this really quick. If the firearm was simply like this with the slide closed and you took your magazine with ammunition in it,
She's back explaining the same shit. I glanced over and I was like, what the fuck? Did I rewind? What's happening right now? Because I was talking to Bob. He was going over some shit with me. But I was like, I literally went to make sure somehow I didn't rewind. And she's getting her down off the stand again. You know.
Yeah, for the love of God, don't make it last
any longer
than
it
it
has to. And if you know, you know. Hey babe, pull up the stream. Take over. We're live.
Okay. Hold on. I got a stink bug.
Ooh.
I don't want to squeeze it because they stink then. Hold on.
He's got to take. All right. We're just going to go. We're just going to roll with it.
Anything else, there would not be a round in the chamber.
So as that weapon would be, if that magazine that you put in there had 15 rounds, which is capacity. Is that fair to say?
15 capacity.
Inside of it, and it was in this position, and you put the magazine in, there would not be a round in the chamber ready to fire.
Right, because the slide is closed, there's no ammunition, well, let me see.
All right.
And you were to just simply put this into place, there's nothing in the chamber of the gun as of yet. But if you were to manipulate the slide back and forth, that would then put a put a round in the chamber of the gun.
So if you were storing your weapon in this manner, with the loaded 15-round mag inside of the handle or the magazine well, and had not placed or moved the slide to have a live cartridge loaded, and you wanted to fire the gun, can you show us what you would have to do?
To actually fire it?
To fire it.
Well, there would have to be again ammo in the magazine.
Thanks. I miss you guys.
You would take your.
I miss you guys.
Quite as well because
it's quite a break I took, huh?
Yeah, and you got to get on Amazon and order that piece. For the love of God.
What piece?
For the shower.
Oh my God, I know. I think I can just go to Depot.
All right, I'm going to pause this because the people came up with a good idea while you were gone. And
Yeah.
sorry, I don't remember which one of you said it, but I said it. When I said it, I said who said it. That we convinced your dad to let us do a video of him. And then if he approves, the thing and he gets to see it and we can edit it, then we can air it.
Wow.
You don't think that's a good idea? To try and
yeah, I mean, okay.
I think once you get him that part, he's going to do it. He'll be like, okay. Let's
Are
try.
you on Court TV or Law and Crime?
Court TV? You see it down there? You see the COU?
It seems like I'm current and I'm in a different place than you are.
Yeah, I'm a little behind. Let's just stand by.
Oh, wait. You're not that here, Bloop. Like, there's nobody on the stand right now.
Yeah, no, there is. She's on the ground talking to the jury. Stand by. She's demonstrating what they have to do to make a gun. If all of the bullets are in the
Yeah, you're like in the last few minutes.
Right.
Like,
If all of the bullets are in the magazine, what you have to do to get it in the chamber and then to shoot it to show he had to put some thought into this. A, it wasn't an accident. B, he put some thought into it before he did it because he had to take all these steps.
Slide back into the pocket. But if I rack the slide like that and there was ammunition in the magazine, that racking of that slide would then put a round in the chamber. At this point, I had the safety on, so the hammer couldn't be locked in that ready to go position. But if the safety was off, you can see the little red button. So if we put that in and we close the slide. At that point,
hi, buddy.
Hey, buddy. In this position here, it would go up. Again, if you decock it, it's not gonna. That decocking.
I'm coming. All right. She's getting back. She's taking something out.
Demonstrated over here with the Beretta 9mm pistol.
All right. Wait.
Racking this.
So we just switched lawyers? This is the so get to that spot, Bay. Oh, he's gone again. What in the hell? Now I get the dog down here barking. Bob does keep running away. Oh. You gonna do that right now?
Hello, everybody. It's Bob Senior.
Dad, we've been trying to get you on. I don't understand, man. Like, what's the resistance?
Well, I don't know. I have never done this YouTube thing, and it makes me nervous. So, what are you guys watching?
Yeah, trial.
Oh, is it interesting?
No.
Oh, well, what's the case about?
This is what your dad wants to know. It's
Yeah.
about a man that shot
shot and killed the mother of his children, and then took the children in the car loaded with extra clothes and all his stuff like he was going to take off. And he says, I think he says that he believed the children were in danger. Mom was going to kidnap them, and he has post-traumatic stress. He's a veteran. So he thought that he needed to kill her after he pulled the child from her arms. He still needed to kill her as defense of others or defense of himself or to prevent something. I don't know exactly. Something like that.
That was quite a description of this trial, Allison. You're a brilliant girl. What are we listening to right now?
You're listening to Nook bark. We were listening to they were just starting the cross-examination.
Oh.
Here, I'll show you what it looks like. If you're going to pull it up. It looks like that. Now she's got a clip in her hair. She's different than the other lawyer.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah, I think she was holding the baby. He took the baby out of her arms. All right, Nook, I'm coming. And then he shot her.
Is the dog downstairs?
Yeah, I'm gonna be back. You do some talking.
Wait,
what?
where did the trial go? Just let it play. Oh wait.
No, I thought
My
you were gonna
eyeball.
put it up. I thought you were gonna put it up.
Wait, his eyeball's falling out. My dad's eyeball.
I thought you were gonna put it up.
Oh, all right. I was trying to find out. Okay, so
It's right when they start the cross-examination. The woman has a clip in her hair. Right after she gets off of the
what you're on Court TV.
Yeah, right after you see no one and you just think you're looking at the screen because she's
Have they
talking.
already shown the clips, the gun, the bullets, all that
Yes,
shit?
it's after all of that. As soon as that goes away, that's
Yeah.
it. There's like 9 minutes after me or something.
There's 9 minutes left because they're done for the day.
All right, so just bloop forward until you see this woman with their clip. It was right after they gather up the boxes and right after she's back in the witness stand. She was standing up talking to the jury.
Okay. All right. I think I'm
Perfect.
okay.
I got to go deal with Nook.
Pounds would be about a bag of sugar
All
from
right.
the grocery
Yeah.
store. You can imagine how much that
Did you
weighs.
see that, everybody?
I think these days it's
We
4
did some
pounds because they're smaller.
amazing facts.
9.5 to 10 pounds would be a
Oh,
large
fast forward. I'll tell you when to stop.
milk,
Oh.
maybe a little bit heavier than a gallon
Thanks,
of
babe.
milk. So if you can
Thanks,
imagine sort
babe.
of the weights of that, that's how much pressure would
You
be
want
put on the triggers.
where she's off the
either
stand and then back on the stand. That's what you want. Keep going, keep going, keep
All right,
going.
dude. I'm trying to do this shit with my left hand. I got a
Oh,
problem.
boy.
What happened?
Right there. Go there.
What happened? What is this?
It's the end.
Test fire a firearm. Typically, that's the
All right,
No.
listen.
where it's not kind of initial and well enough
Bloop, 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 bloop.
with an engraving tool on the body.
Jesus,
on
I'm just gonna put it back
sort of
up.
Wait, still?
Yeah, she's got to get off the stand.
All right, it's got to be close. 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 You seen that? You seen that picture?
Got to get off the stand.
would not be.
You seen it?
Yeah.
The
Oh,
magazine
there.
is empty.
Nope, keep going then.
Okay, she's off the stand.
Going.
She's off the stand a couple of times just for the
This is
record.
the last time. This is the last time.
Blooping.
Okay, now she's gonna collect all her stuff. Keep going.
Oh, good God.
There you go.
I couldn't even begin to put it like a poundage pressure.
Right.
It's not something I'm able to
No.
test for.
We're cooking with gas.
How can you test for?
Is that what the kids say?
Well, for the trigger, to see how much pounds of pressure it takes to pull the trigger, I have essentially what's it's called a spring gauge. It kind of looks like a scale, like you would use to measure how heavy your luggage is before you go to the airport. But that has a hook on it.
Dad,
that I
what
can
did you think
place
about the
on
Gacy
trigger of the
series?
gun, to determine how many pounds of
Oh,
pressure in single or double action
thought it
to
was
do that. But
okay.
there's no device to measure how much pressure it is to pull the slide backwards.
Hi, everybody. It's me, Bob Senior.
If it's the amount of pressure used is more or less than pulling the trigger.
Oh, wait.
Again, I don't really know how much pressure it would be. Like for the single action, it's between 4 and 5 pounds.
Hey.
The double action is 9.5 to 10
dancing.
pounds. So I'm trying to think. I would just be guessing at that point. I really couldn't put a specific number on that.
Yep, not a specific number, but you can say it more or less.
Objection, you're under speculation.
Approach.
Oh my God, there's another sidebar. Case is boring, Bob. It's boring. I'm bored. So, what are all the people doing out here? What are they talking about?
It's a chat right there. It's everybody in the community. They chat, talk about things.
Wait, Allison's up here. What? Why is Allison? Isn't she your partner on this thing? I don't understand. Oh, wait, she's controlling my other arm. I don't understand what's going on. Are you guys listening to my son's podcast? Hello? Why can't I hear them?
Dad, it's a chat. It's a chat. You can't hear them speak. They just type. They type what they're saying.
Oh, I understand. Kind of. I saw some comment about you mocking my voice. Yeah, why do you do that?
Well, Dad, I would say I'm just perfectly imitating your voice as opposed to mocking it.
Well, that's your opinion. I don't know. Oh, how long is this trial going on today?
Examination of this pistol and today, you were able to feel
Objection.
how it is to pull the trigger single action, correct?
Yes.
Objection,
And you were able
relevance.
to feel how it is to pull the trigger in double action, correct?
Yes.
You were able to feel
I'm gonna switch
how,
arms. He's getting me tired on the right arm.
feel the force used to pull the slide back, correct?
Yes.
And just
84 years.
and how it feels, does it feel like
Oh, it's a
as
long
much
trial.
or more? Is that fair to say?
I think if I had to estimate, I don't think it's as
Objection,
light as the single
estimation.
action is, because that's pulling the trigger. That's 4 to 5 pounds isn't a
this is the
whole
defense
lot.
attorney.
10 to 12 is
She looked
pretty,
like a
what I
prosecutor
would
to
describe
me.
as a stiff trigger, stiff-ish type of trigger. So I would say maybe somewhere in between there, roughly. But that's not particularly scientific. There's no real way
stiff.
that I'm aware of to
Allison fed me
determine
that
exactly
line,
what
though.
that poundage would be to pull that slide
Thought
back.
she was being clever. Well, wow.
Oh, the dog's stuck.
Oh boy. What are all these colored chats here?
Those are supers. Some people donate money to us. It's
Be excused.
super nice.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's pretty nice, Bob. I hear the dog barking outside. Hi, everybody. I'm Bob Senior. Did I say that already? Okay. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it's tough getting old, Dad.
Wait. Did I touch the microphone?
Dad, you all right?
Today. Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, I had a little itch in my throat.
Okay, so members of the jury, scheduling in a trial, obviously as
Oh,
part of
boy.
the jury selection process, we informed you it would be a
We're
two-week
breaking
trial.
for the day.
So witness scheduling in these matters can sometimes
Hello,
be
Jadzia.
a little bit
Hello,
difficult,
Harry
so to
Potter's beard.
I will inform you that we're making good progress over the course of the trial. And what that means is that the state has one expert witness, one witness who is slated to testify on Thursday. That person is slated to testify on Thursday, and based upon consultation
No
with counsel
court tomorrow.
relative to the order of witnesses, what has been determined is that we can have that other witness besides the two witnesses the state intends to call, that they can be called to testify on Thursday. What I'm getting to in a roundabout fashion is it looks like we're going to take tomorrow off.
Yes.
Relative
No
to
court
scheduling.
tomorrow.
Once again, we appreciate your service. We appreciate your patience. Scheduling in these matters, as I said, sometimes can be difficult. But rather than have you come in for just a half day tomorrow, we'd rather say that we will not have the trial be conducted tomorrow, and instead we'll push it into a
Side-eye.
longer day on Thursday
Yeah.
from an efficiency standpoint.
I'm looking
I
at
know
you,
some of may
Shannon.
disagree with that, but that's the decision that I've made relative
Talking about
to
some
the
kind of
overall pattern of
thyroid
scheduling.
problem.
So once again, based on the order of witnesses, we'll take tomorrow off. We'll convene again at 9 o'clock on Thursday for what would be another longer day on Thursday, again, rather than breaking it up into smaller chunks and having you come in each day. So I've made that decision with consultation with counsel.
All right.
We both agree relative
Oh,
to that. We're on
court
good
is
schedule as far
canceled
as
for
the
tomorrow.
trial as a whole is
They
concerned.
will
So
reconvene
once again,
on
as I've advised you
Thursday.
in the past,
So
there is media presence
no
with respect to this
trial
matter. I
tomorrow.
instruct you, I order you to
Does everybody
not
understand
do
me?
any research whatsoever with respect to any of the
Does mic
matters
work, Bob?
that you've heard about
think it
here,
works, Dad.
whether it's online research or in-person research or
All
anything
right,
else.
turn it off.
I advise you not,
All right,
not
Dad.
only not to discuss the case amongst you.
Fine. Fine.
Oh, well, I got real big. Wait, hold on. I have to move my eyes. Oh, there we go. Now I can see. Oh, wait, Bob's moving his hand in me.
Yeah, that sounds disgusting.
Oh, it's true. It's true, Bob. Oh, is that my granddaughter?
She's gone.
What? She never says hello to me. I don't understand.
I was at, you guys have to go to the start and start at 49.
What?
Click on the start.
What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean? Starred what?
Stupers.
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 Oh, wow. Rude. So where?
And then we were at Yuri's gift.
Yuri's gift here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow, look at that, Dad.
Yuri's math teacher gifted 5 Defense Diary podcast memberships.
Wow. It's pretty generous, huh, Dad?
Hey, where's the
Yeah.
glasses?
What?
Where's the glasses?
I don't wear glasses, Allison.
Huh?
Don't you remember I got LASIK many years ago? Like you're thinking of Gacy Bob. This is current Bob. Well, probably 50-year-old Bob, maybe.
Dad, your hair's looking a little
Shut
jacked
up.
up. Oh, there we go.
Shut up.
There we go. He's looking handsome now. What a guy. What a guy.
Oh, all right. Thank you very much, Yuri's math teacher, for your incredible generosity. My son and daughter-in-law really appreciate it. Thank you. Yuri's math, is she the only one that does these things? Yuri's math teacher became a YouTube member. Well, that seems special. Is that special?
Yeah, it's pretty special. I think it's that she is now officially a family member. She's fam, Dad.
Like related to us?
No, she's chosen family, not birth family. She's not, genetically related to us, Dad. She's chosen family.
Come on,
She's
your dad knows that.
I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about, Allison. Thank you, Yuri's math teacher, for becoming a member of my family. Sarah, be creative. Sarah, be creative. I don't know if I approve of your use of the English language. Sarah, be creative. Sarah is creative. Seems like it might be the more proper way to say it, but I digress. Super sticker. What's that mean?
It's just what they call donations, Dad.
$4.99. Thank you. Do you do that, Bob? So it doesn't feel like they're giving $5. Why isn't it just $5?
Dad, I don't know. You're asking me shit I don't know, Dad. I don't know.
Oh, an orange one. Rob, $20 for Bob Senior. Oh, thank you so much. It's so exciting. How do I get this money, Bob? Do you give me this money? When can I expect to have this money from you?
Well, I think they send it like around the 20th of next month is when it comes in or something like that. But yeah, I'll make sure to I'll put it towards your food bill.
All right, Bob. Being a real wise guy. Let's see. Roosevelt Media News gives $5. Bob Sr. is looking very white and pale. Check your iron. What? Nanook's up here. This is really a family affair in the room now.
Family affair.
It's a family affair.
Ooh, he was dancing. Yeah, you are pretty pasty, Dad. I'm not gonna lie. Roosevelt's not wrong. I don't know if it's an iron deficiency as much as the puppet master made you just a super pale person. Thank you so much, Roosevelt. And Bob Sr. thanks you too. And so, Rob, I can guarantee you Bob Sr. is very, very happy about that. $20 dodo. Appreciate it. All right, you want to read this one, Dad?
Okay. Pixie. Is that a New Zealand flag? Do you have people that watch from different countries on the YouTubes?
Yeah, it's amazing, right? England, Australia, New Zealand, Ireland, Scotland, all over. It's amazing, really. Japan.
Singapore.
Wow. Do we really?
Yeah, we had someone from Singapore.
That's amazing.
I just wanted to say hi to Bob Sr. Well, hello, Pixie. You seem like a very nice gal. Hi. Hi. It's good to see it. Do I look silly when I'm doing this, Bob? I don't know how to do this YouTube thing. I feel like a bit of a goofball, but I don't know.
No, you're doing amazing, Dad. You're doing amazing. All right, we made it through all the supers. I think that I did get some Venmos. We want to give some love to the Venmo folks. Some very generous people. Chelsea, I think I gave you the love already. And that was, I sang the Bears fight song today.
You did? You know all the words of that?
Of course, Dad. Been a season ticket holder for a long time.
You do go to a lot of Bears games.
Can you read this one?
Amber paid you $5. Y'all are the fucking best. Oh shit. She gave her real her screen name. What do they call that?
Ooh, Dad, you doxed her. I'm not gonna, you know who you are, so I'm not going to put your screen name along with your government name that my dad just read out to the world and doxed you. He doesn't understand doxing.
What's doxing?
You don't need to know, Dad. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know who you are. I'm sorry that I doxed you. It was really my dad, though. And then Julie paid us 25 big ones.
$25,000?
$25,000. We're retiring from the YouTubes. It's been great. We love you guys. We would never do that. I think it's supposed to say thank you, but it says TV. Thank you guys so much for those generous Venmos. I'll check Cash App just in case. I missed one yesterday. I don't think many people use Cash
So
App.
since we're off tomorrow, we're doing Proctor, right?
Oh, God.
What is Proctor, Bob?
It's a thing that I don't want to talk about anymore, Dad, that
I'm gonna
Allie
have a
is insisting.
discussion with him off.
Oh, she's really trying to sell you on this Proctor thing, huh? Yeah, yeah. Sounds interesting. Allie's very smart, Bob. You should probably listen to her. I've found that out over the years that she's typically right about things and that you should listen to everything she says.
Okay, thanks, Dad. Super helpful. Super helpful. All right. Okay. Well, Dad, why don't you say goodbye to everybody because you're making my arm tired.
All right. Well, this has been an absolute honor and thrill to hang out with all of Allie and Bob's family and friends. I'm sorry that I didn't know much about that trial. I really didn't know what to say about it, but it looked incredibly dull. I can say that. I didn't find any of the attorneys to be especially charismatic, but you know, can't all be me.
All right, Dad. That's more like my dad's. All right, Dad. I love you. I will. Thanks for coming on. People have been dying to see you, even if it's your puppet self. And we can't wait to the next time you come on. Will you come on again? Will you?
Sure, I'll come on again. But I want it to be during a more interesting trial. Can you do that for me?
You betcha. All right, Dad. Say goodbye to everybody.
Bye, everybody. I'll see you next time.
All right. There he is. Bob Sr. has made his appearance. I hope you enjoyed him as much as he enjoyed you. He very, very much enjoyed that. I can tell by his bugged out eyes. They are just they're all about it. All right. So it sounds like Allie's pushing hard for a Proctor live tomorrow since we have an off day.
But all these people heard it, so it'll be for everybody else, or they want to rehear it.
Oh, really? I got some Aaron Spencer shit that I need to be talking about. It's like you're worried about talking about Proctor, and I want to talk about Aaron Spencer's shit. Man's running for sheriff, for God's sakes.
Some drumming stuff to talk about.
All right. Well, that sounds like. Do you have enough to do?
Do a mishmash.
Well, that's also known as Felonious Friday. All right, you guys are amazing. Your generosity was off the charts today. You guys are fabulous. We got a couple late comers. Sky Goddess 87, $5 holler for food for Bob Sr. Hear that, Dad? It's cheeseburgers tonight, big guy. Woo!
I like Big Macs, Bob.
Guy like hated McDonald's his whole life, and now that he's 80, he likes Big Macs. I don't understand it. Thank you so much, Sky Goddess. We love you so much. Appreciate your generosity. Miss Garbage Brain, Euro, $5 holla. Bob Senior Puppet is bringing my husband the most joy right now. That makes me so happy. I love that. Thank you. I'm glad that if I could bring one smile to anybody's face, I feel it's a major victory for the day, because that trial was boring as shit. And I missed like the whole afternoon. Allie really took one for the team, but I took the morning team shot, so it evened out. But I miss my wife. I'm glad she came to sit by me. Thank you so much. And give your husband a big family hug from me, Miss Garbage Brain. Thank you for your generosity as always. Cody in Tennessee, off tomorrow. Do Scott Peterson.
Oh yeah.
Ding ding. Ding, ding, ding.
Wait, didn't we do it already?
Wait, I thought you said Melanie was going to come on and do the Proctor with you.
I don't know about that tomorrow, though.
Oh, all right. Well, I don't know.
Scott Peterson?
It's a 600-page thing you would remember doing it.
I mean, I remember doing all the work. We never
Right.
did it.
Correct. Never did it.
You sure?
I'm positive.
Oh, yeah.
I'm positive. I mean, this trial is so boring. Like, we had 740 in on X and 222 in live.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, that's
that's bullshit. Allison's raging.
I thought those were all.
Wait, I thought you didn't like when we whine about people
All
not.
right, fine. But I misunderstood all day.
Yeah, and I want to be clear. We will not be, when we do the Scott Peterson post-conviction relief petition, we're not going through all 600 pages.
No.
We have gone through, summarized it, picked out the, germane, interesting parts, the things that we think might stick, might have. So, I mean, Allison told me one thing that kind of blew my mind, so if the shit's true, if they could prove some shit up.
I don't remember anymore. I'm gonna have to read.
It was a thing.
It
was like a whole thing. You were like, it was a thing. Oh, it was about when they found out when they were killed. That it was like,
all right, well, don't tell the
yeah,
people
it's a
now.
huge thing. If this is true, this thing, it changes the whole game. It was something about the time of Lacey's death. So, but we're not going to give you any more. All right. You guys are absolutely amazing for having that small of a crew in here today and performing like that with the donos. You all should take your arms right now and do this and give yourselves big, giant hugs and pretend it's me and Allie doing it because we love you. That's so sweet. You guys are so generous. We love you, love you, love you to death. Mods, thank you so much for being here every day with us through thick and through thin, ups and downs, ins and outs, boring trials, fascinating trials, amazing lives, meh lives, all of it, all of it. You guys are just the best in the business. We couldn't do it without you. You guys are just spectacular human beings. Tracy and Mandy, we love you to death. We love you to death.
Love you.
I was thinking we need to have a retreat, a mods and mod retreat, a mod treat. Yeah, some shit like that. And you folks, you are ride or dies. This is when the cream rises to the top, when you got a boring trial. People are like, meh. The ride or dies are here today. You folks are the ride or dies. You guys are the ride or dies. All right. And I've got to do the buried inside the John Wayne Gacy investigation grift one more time, please. We can see every download.
I check every 10 minutes.
She checks every 10 minutes. So when people are like, oh, we downloaded, like if we don't see the number moving, we know maybe you're not telling them the truth. Listen, I promise you.
We got to download like every content.
If you listen to this podcast from beginning to end and you tell me you don't like it, I will send you $10. But you have to mean it. You have to mean it. I guarantee you it will be one of your favorite audio podcasts of all time. I'm making that bold proclamation right here, right now. Yeah, you're biased though. So, all right, y'all. And on the way out, make sure you like the stream. Please remember to like, share, subscribe. If you love the show, help us grow. Remember to hit that subscribe button. If you really love the show, think about becoming a member. We're going to have a members only. Like I'd like to do one very near future. Can we do that?
Yeah.
Can we do that?
Got a very busy Thursday to Sunday though.
Yeah, it sounds exhausting. I'm already tired. They see your toesies, babe.
Oh.
Woo, they're so cute, her little toes. All right, y'all, if you're on Replay Crew, please leave a comment. See, the other day we had one of our ride or die subs. She's like, I'm not leaving a comment because you guys don't even see them. And then Allie's like, we do see them. I try to respond to almost all of them. Occasionally, if I fall behind because I've got other things going on, I'm going after the fact. We read through all the replay chats. We really do try to give the love to you guys. If you guys have an interesting question, we try to answer it. So we do go into the replays of these things and try to interact with y'all if you're not fortunate enough to hang with us live. So, just know that, okay? Oh, wait, I think I got one more Venmos. I got another Venmos. Oh boy. Elaine $20 for the love of the channel. Oh, I love it. So beautiful. You guys are truly amazing human beings. We love you so, so much because you know what? Without you, I literally would just be an old man.
Sitting around with his hand up a puppet.
Oh, Nelly.